They're so disingenuous.
I just posted the legend from a Mercator map that tells you how to get miles on a Mercator map. Look how skewed it is when you get above, say, 40 degrees. And it doesn't even go to 90. 90 is infinity.
Yeah, and
As long as you stay below 40 degrees, which is most of the sailing of the world these days, you're pretty damn good. If you get up above 40 degrees, then the thing starts blowing up because it's a cylindrical projection.
But to meet your criteria, Jeremy, I'm going to check the Mercator, the Gale Peters, and the Gleason's map. Would that be fine for you? Would that be satisfactory for your requirement of me checking the maps? I mean,
Why, you already lied to me and told me you did check it. Now you're telling me you didn't check it.
No, I didn't lie. I did check that.
You told me you did check it. Now you're telling me you didn't.
No, I did check. Yeah, you're just
never checked it against a flat map. You already admitted. You already admitted you never checked it against a flat map.
Against
used road maps
to see if the distances were the same.
I've used road maps, and the distances are pretty damn accurate.
Against a specific flat map, no. Against they possibly being on a flat map, yes, that I checked. So that fits every map. So asking for specific ones, that would be an even poorer way to check. Because if I check 10 maps and none of them work, that wouldn't prove that there's no flat.
Anything you're saying right now, sorry.
I'm going to pick those 4 cities and spot them in 4 different maps, and I'll post them here. Is there any recognizable monument in LA? Some specific thing? Is there any monument or something very recognizable in LA?
In LA?
Los Angeles? Yeah.
I've never been there or anything, but huh. Not that I can think of. Like San Francisco's got that bridge. Of course, New York's got some things, but I don't know if there's any like big, like specific buildings or statues or bridges or anything in LA that I can think of anyway.
All right.
Maybe Googling like LA landmarks. Maybe that would like. Okay. Well, there's Disneyland Park, apparently. I guess Disneyland might be.
Yeah, that would. Thank you.
The Hollywood sign.
Oh yeah, hey, the Hollywood sign. Yeah. There you go. Why didn't I think of that?
Hollywood? Oh, right.
Yeah. That would be like near or in LA area. Maybe.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Does the spin of the Earth affect sextant measurements?
I think if you didn't record your time properly, you would have a problem with the GP.
No, I mean the like the. What do you mean?
But don't you have to have it take an accurate mark on your time to get the GP from the almanac?
Oh yeah, sure. But the thing is, if instead of the Earth spinning, we had the sky spinning, do you think that would affect sextant measurements? Would they be different?
obviously given it some thought. So what do you think?
I think it does make a difference. But yeah, because when the Earth is spinning, you have a centrifugal force, but the centrifugal force isn't parallel to a vertical line. It's perpendicular to the axis of rotation. So if you're not in the equator or in the poles, your direction of up is going to be different because of centrifugal force. So that changes the position of the stars, because either you're measuring from a plumb line, which is going to be affected by it, or you're measuring from, let's say, the horizon, which, for example, if you're in water, that's also affected by. I mean, the Earth is nobly spheroid because of that. So your direction of your vertical is slightly different because of that. If it was perfectly spherical and it wasn't rotating, your upward vector be perfectly matching your gravitational up. So your vertical, because of gravity, would be the same geometrical up. So you get more accurate readings of the stars. But because your up isn't exactly away from the center of the Earth, it's pointing a little bit towards the equator, that's going to change the positions of the stars.
I don't know if you notice it in cell nav. You might notice it different ways, but I don't think the cell nav you're precise enough to notice that difference.
Yeah, I don't think so. But the thing is, I was taking the angles of stars from Stellarium, should be as precise as you can get, and it was still not giving me very precise position. It was like 5 miles off.
I don't think the sextant, unless you have, I mean, especially with your standard handheld nautical sextant or airplane sextant, maybe if you had one like, packed to the ground and had it down to a gnat's ass, maybe. But even then, I mean, like they do for the almanac, those guys are they're doing, those sextants are huge and they're sat in the ground and they don't move.
Yeah, but I mean, I was using data from Stellarium, which gives you angles using like 2 decimals for arc second. And also you can remove the atmosphere, so it makes it even more precise and still gives you a little bit of a position. And I think if I account for this difference in the vertical line because of centrifugal force, I think that might improve the accuracy. Still a little bit tricky to do. This is not a easy math, but I think it can be done. If that improves the accuracy of the trilateralization, I think that'll be a good indication that I got the right answer.
What?
Did you find that elusive video writing?
Which one? I'm asked to find like 40 videos every time I talk to people here.
And do you ever find any of them? The one with the rocket, mate, and the big
Yes,
vacuum.
I did. I found a. I don't know if you were there at that stage. I found a full-size rocket doing it. I haven't found somebody setting off a mini rocket in a.
Fair enough.
I'm currently making what is to me a hilarious meme.
No doubt you're just, almost in tears while you're just making it, putting it together, yeah? Is that funny?
Wetting myself.
Nice. Have you got the Futurama fucking office chair with the toilet in it?
No, what's that?
You know, the one from Idiocracy, where you're sitting there, you can watch the TV, play games, and then just press the button on the side and flush the toilet. It's all inbuilt into your fucking office chair.
That would be 100% for me. That's like what we used to joke about. People who were like played games too much were like, what did we call them? Like shit bucket. As in, they have like they sit there playing games so much that they eventually just need their mum to come and sort the shit bucket.
Charming.
There we go. I'm a genius.
What you're doing?
Stuff that's kind of, I'd say, comparable to your kind of skill stuff, but maybe more. Like you create programs that can figure out where I am on the earth and everything. But have you ever created a meme as genius as that?
Yeah, you're beating me.
Eggshells, for fuck's sake.
Yep. You are welcome.
I actually had hoped you were going to do something funny. I was looking forward to a funny flat Earth meme.
It is. It's got E in stationary.
No, it's not funny. The fact you
Well,
think
look,
it's funny is funny.
I
I'm laughing
cannot
at
answer
that.
for your lack of comedy.
Fair enough.
Ryder, is that your meme that you're so excited about?
It's pretty amazing, isn't it? I will accept PayPal and Patreon.
Oh, wait,
for
sorry.
more.
Sorry if I talked over someone. I think I had the Discord muted.
No, you didn't talk over anybody.
I just asked, is that the meme you made?
Talked over my feelings. Yes, that is my excellent meme I made.
Okay. That's funny. But it's not stationary. It has to be parked on the ground or something.
No, it's stationary. It's got
No,
stationary in
you've
it.
got the pencils and
Station,
shit in it.
stationary, not
Oh.
stationary.
What do you mean? Stationary is pens and I thought, well, there's like
Yeah.
stationary paper.
No, stationary, like a stationary store is like stuff you use in the desk or your office. Like, how would I define? Let me get the definition.
Well, yeah, I've heard of like stationary paper, but I didn't know.
Writing and other office materials is what it's called.
Okay.
Do I need to add that to the meme so that the joke is clear? I think if I've got to explain my meme.
It is funny though. I like it. Writing another office. Okay. I guess so. Like, get some stationery and write a letter or something. Yeah.
It's probably different for you guys in the US, but like for us in Australia, you would go to a stationery store or you would go to the stationery section of a news agent or something. They even used to be, are they called stationers or something like stationers? No, that's not right.
Yeah, see, it's interesting though. I mean, I look up stationery on dictionary.com and it actually doesn't have that definition.
Oh, what does it have?
Not at all. All it says is standing still, not moving, having a fixed position, not movable, established in one place, not itinerant or migratory, remaining in the same position. It just doesn't have anything with the office materials.
Right, okay.
That's weird that it wouldn't. Oh, it's spelled differently. Is it E-R-Y?
Yeah, E-R-Y.
Yes.
That's the whole joke. The entire joke rests on that E. Should I make the E bigger?
I guess I just haven't thought about that word and how it's spelled with an E. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Right, so
comedy.
Writing paper, writing materials. Yeah. Okay, I gotcha.
I was going to NFT it, but given that Geo is having that much of an issue with it, I'm not going to bother.
No, most people would get it. I just didn't.
You're going to want that on your wall, aren't you?
I just haven't thought about the difference in the spelling and the two usages of that word, I guess, in quite a while.
Yeah, my hope was all of the pens and scissors and stuff would get the joke.
Yeah, I just got the plain part.
All right.
I'm not that familiar with the English. Get the whole meme.
I do like those comedians that use words that are, sounds, either like the same word that's used for different things, and then they do little short, quippy, comedy, funny things it's very funny.
Yeah, like what's his name? He died, but he used to do like some of it was play on words, but some of it would be like Mitch Hedberg, that's who I'm thinking of, who would be like one of his routines was like, here we go, I used to do drugs. I still do them, but I used to do them also. Like, and his was the one about when elevators stop, they just become stairs. They should have a sign that says you're welcome for the convenience, or I forget something like that. I'm butchering
Right.
these bits.
I think I've heard
I'll
that
stop.
one. Yeah.
Media pool.
Comedy is interesting. Just how it's like music, I suppose. There's so many different comedians and so many different ways of being funny, and just using the English language and different concepts. It's pretty fascinating.
Done. I've cleared my fucking downloads.
Triple Truth. ODD. ODD cast. It's the Triple Truth ODD cast. I wonder how true Triple Truth is. That sounds fucking pretty true.
Yeah. Looks like they're actually live right now. Yeah, it looks like with Flat Earth Banjo. That's cool. Nice one. I've been watching.
Yeah.
I've been watching all those. I've watched the first 3 episodes, so probably watch this one later. But yeah, it's cool. They got Flat Earth Banjo on there.
Well, why does he? You know, the YouTube channel, Flat Earth Banjo, US, Japan, and Brazil.
Yep, that's his channel.
Why does it have US, Japan, and Brazil in the title?
Not sure.
Because I'm trying to find a Flat Earth that is Brazilian for a long time, and it hasn't been easy.
A Brazilian?
Yeah.
Brazil has isn't a significant chunk of their entire population flat earthers?
Yeah, I heard so, but
Definitely.
not being easy to find them.
Is
I mean-
Iru Brazilian?
Sorry?
No, he's not, isn't he? Iru Landucci, he's not Brazilian?
Who's that?
So I'm not
He's
sure.
on the- he's
I know
on
who
the-
he is, but I can't think where he's from. I thought he was Brazilian, but maybe not.
I don't think Brazil. I'd have to maybe Argentina.
Right, okay.
Oh, it's close.
Who knows some Brazilians anyway? He'll know some.
Oh, I didn't find any Brazilian Glober as well.
Well, you should start it up.
Go to the Sun and Clock app and look for people nearby if you're there.
Oh yeah, there's an app. Find other Flat Earthers, right?
Say that again?
Is that an app to find Flat Earthers?
Yeah, it's
Yes,
David
the
Weiss's.
Sun-
Yep. Oh, go ahead, White.
No, go on, Gio. I'm actually busy, mate.
No, it's David Weiss's app. I think it's called. Let's see if I can remember it. Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app. I think that's it. And he's got he added a friend finder feature, so you can choose to have your little blue dot added where you're at, and then you can message other people. So you can download it and see other people in your area, and then you could message them or try to reach out.
Mm-hmm.
Or create a gathering or whatever you want to do.
Just use a cloned phone, a dummy phone, throw away. Don't use your real stuff. It's a honey trap.
I don't mind.
Nice.
Be more fun if you were a flat earther, though, Bacon, because then you could actually meet people and have fun and whatever. But just being this kind of I'm 100% sure it's a globe, and I just want to convince all you're wrong kind of vibe is just sort of a bummer for everyone. No offense.
Well, I don't hope to convince You guys.
For everyone.
It is. Is anybody uplifted by that? Like, it's just literally a bummer for all.
I don't really think the Earth is flat. Be a lot cooler if you did.
That's funny.
Maybe not.
Well, it's sort of like being like, let's say you're an enthusiast for some band, like the band U2 or something, and you just like, it's like if you don't like the band, but then you want to like meet their fans and you want to hang out with U2 fans, and then they're like, "Oh, do you like U2?" And you're like, "No, I don't at all. I'm just here to tell you they're a terrible band, but I'm going to hang out with you all day." And
yeah, that's what he is.
I'm going to try to convince you that they're
Just
a terrible
really
band.
like the atmosphere.
But I suppose it cannot be an environment for one to explore different ideas as well, even if they're thinking it's something different. Like Paid has to chill. He's a flat Earth fan. He loves it. He's looking for the shape of Earth, so he's on the journey.
I keep on asking you guys for some proof, some evidence, some experiment I can do, and all I get is it looks flat. I mean, it's been 18, almost 19 days now, and I've been asking this question.
Really? Because I've been involved in these discussions, well, really for more like, well, let's say starting in 2015 very strongly, but even I had researched Flat Earth back in 2004, 2005. I've come across thousands of evidences. So I guess maybe you're brand new to the whole thing.
Like what?
Fucking hell.
Well, it depends on what category. There's entire categories. It's like the legs of an octopus. There's multiple layers and levels and components.
Pick one.
Not that I'm really
Silly
plugging this, but I mean, there's the
octopuses don't have legs.
I mean, William Carpenter's book, 100 Proofs, Earth's Not a Globe, and then Eric
Stop right there. I'm not asking for proof that Earth is not a globe. I'm asking for proof that Earth is flat. You understand the difference?
Well, what would it be if it's not a globe?
I don't know.
Triangle?
Maybe not.
I don't know. But I'm not asking for proof that the Earth is not something. I want proof the Earth is something. I want you to prove that the Earth is, as you stated, is flat.
Well, there isn't any. There isn't any. You know this.
The Earth is flat?
No, of course not.
Okay, thank you.
But there's no proof that it's a globe.
Well, there's proof that it's a globe, but that's another story. I'm asking for proof.
No.
Yeah, yes, there is actually.
There's not another.
Yeah, there is actually.
Fair enough.
Yeah, not having proof for something wouldn't leave you with a conclusion for other thing. If you want to conclude other thing, you need evidence for that.
I would like you to answer. What do you think it would be if it proved not to be a globe? Like logically, it looks flat. It feels like it's not moving. If it actually proves out to be not a globe, what do you think it'll be?
So it looks flat. That's all you got. I'll put you down in the looks flat category.
If it was proven it's not a globe, that depends on how it was proven. Because depend on what proof you have, that would indicate a different shape. Like if you're proving it's not a globe because that's the evidence are showing it's like something convex or a donut, none of that would make it flat. Corner. It would still refute the globe. It would still prove it's not a globe. But depending on how exactly it was proven not to be a globe, it would point to something else.
An extended planar surface.
I'm asking you that if the data we got only showed that it definitely wasn't a globe and gave no fucking indication of anything else, what would you naturally think that it might be?
Dodecahedron.
There you go. So definitely not flat.
A couch.
Definitely not flat and stationary. It would have to be something else other than flat and stationary, wouldn't it? That would be your go-to.
The point it sounds like they're making.
Flat and stationary.
The point it sounds like they're making is like, we agree there is a thing over there. We might even agree that it's an animal. And I disprove that it's a unicorn. Does it prove that it's a Pegasus, or could it be a goat? Could it be a statue? Could it be a
No.
optical illusion? Could it be a bush? Could it
Eggshells.
be a
How many
cloud?
varieties of planet shape are in contention versus how many
I
different
don't know.
fucking animals are on this planet?
You see
The
the
analogy's
whole
not even
finite
close.
set.
It's
There
flat
is-
Like-
or fucking round. If
There
it's
is no
not fucking
finite
round,
set.
chances are it's flat. No one's
chances
saying it's
are.
elephant
But is that the case, Whites? Because there's cell earthers. There's that concave earther in gems. There's
Okay, so which
Hollow
one's
earthers.
your go-to, Eggshell?
what do you
If
mean?
it's not
Which one's
flat
my
and
go-to?
stationary, which ones you go? If it's proven to not be a sphere, would you go with Earth or Pac-Man? But what would be your go-to?
Whichever had the strongest evidence.
But if-
I think that's why you're being asked.
But if
for
there
evidence.
wasn't any, if there
there
wasn't
wasn't any
the
evidence, I
Earth
wouldn't
was
go with
disproven
anything.
to be a globe. Right.
How
okay,
could
so
it?
you
How
just
could
have
something
no
be
thought.
disproven to be
You
something
have
without there being
no
evidence?
thought whatsoever. Well,
Can
I
I
could
ask
disprove curvature, but not show any data that would encourage you to think of anything else.
Can I understand your
And
thought
then
process?
with
Your
your
thought
logic,
process is
you're not allowed to have
there's
imagination.
it sounds like the reasoning is this: we've disproven that it's a globe without giving any inkling of what other cosmology or shape it might be, but we pick flat because that seems like a good idea, even though we don't have any evidence for flat over any other
there's
cosmology.
two options right now.
Why is there two options?
Flat,
That's what
because
you've been
this is the
challenged on.
server. It's
Yeah,
flat and
this
globe.
server. Yeah, this server has
Hang on.
those two. Sorry.
If I found
So
a
if it's
server
proven
for,
not to
for
be
a
a globe,
donut
you're
Earth,
going to go with dodecahedron instead.
hang on.
Okay, that's
But-
fine.
but you just keep scattershotting. Because there's a server,
Oh, really?
that should indicate that there is only one of two options. That doesn't. I'm not following the logic there.
Well, in
Oh,
terms
okay,
of what
sorry.
Earth
Is there anywhere else going to?
well, I was just gonna say, I mean, there's an extremely small concave Earth group people, which is literally very, very small.
So the size of the group matters.
Yes.
Okay, so globe Earth.
No, what I'm saying is that there's a
Beautiful.
very, very small group of concave Earthers. You said, what did you say? Cell Earth? What is that exactly?
I don't know. It's
There
some
you
sort
go.
of that they exist in bubbles or something like that. I don't fully get it, if I'm honest.
Anything but
Right.
flat geo. Anything.
Right. So, I mean, essentially, the discussion happening in humanity is the Earth a globe or is it a stationary plane? The concave thing
But
is
there's other
minuscule.
globe Earthers, right? So there's also people who believe, like shallow Earthers, who believe that if you dig down far enough, you pop out onto the inside where there is an underworld of people. That is again another cosmology.
That doesn't fucking change curvature. It's still a fucking globe, isn't it? You can just go in
But
it.
it might imply flat, stationary. My understanding is many of them invoke stationary.
How would it hold
Any of them?
together?
What are you talking about?
Without
You're
the
talking about
gravity of a
Biodual's
sphere,
joke?
It wouldn't hold together.
No. I'm not talking about the people who like joke about don't bury your dog too deep. There is a community of people who like it's along with this adrenochrome drinking stuff where they think that the sort of many of the people you would put in these undiscovered lands beyond the ring or wherever, they think they live underground in like a whole separate, I don't know if it's an upside down world or just it's all underneath.
What would be wrong with upside down? Australia's apparently fucking upside down. Don't laugh
Nothing's
at upside
wrong with
down.
upside down.
wherever
What we're trying to establish is why disproving something's one thing default proves it to be a different thing.
No, your tone is mocking the upside down world that's inside the globe. You were mocking. You had a mocking tone there.
Did
It
I?
sounded somewhat
Did you measure
ludicrous to
that?
be upside down. Yeah.
I don't think
Yeah, I
anybody
did. I've got
said.
a pretty good meter.
I didn't hear anyone in this room say that if they prove that the Earth is not a globe, that it all of a sudden is a planar, stationary, flat surface. I didn't hear anyone say that.
So if that's the case, then evidence for the flat should not almost entirely fall into the bucket of it's not a globe.
Yeah, I don't do that myself.
Exactly.
I have no problem
Okay.
talking about why I think the Earth is not a globe and all the evidence that shows non-globedness. And I have no problem explaining all of the evidence that indicates an extended planar surface of the Earth. And then I also would have no issue, discussing my own spiritual and intuitive awareness about the process of creation and how the Earth was created and what it is on that level as well. Because obviously I haven't personally visited the entire Earth, nor have I measured the entire Earth to be able to have that level of evidence. So I've gone off what I can observe and see and measure and test in my own world, and I've gone off my own awareness of what the nature of reality is.
It's funny that people think they've got the right to tell you you're wrong, Geo.
What?
Given that you've done that and you've come to your conclusion, but there are people in the world that will tell you that you're wrong because they believe other people and what they say.
But
it's sad, isn't it?
So, who said? When did I say Geo's wrong? Or does my cosmology necessitate Geo's being wrong? And if it's the latter, doesn't Geo's cosmology necessitate that mine is wrong? Like, if you don't see the parity in the both of the sides of that, I can't help you.
Did you just feel personally attacked then, Eggshells? I wasn't.
No, I wanted to point out to you how what you were saying was just logically bunk.
Why?
State your case again.
Well, I wasn't addressing you. So if you took some offence, mate, I apologise, but you didn't need to take offence to it.
I'm not
Just said
taking
it's
offence.
sad.
I'm pointing out that
But
it's logically
people
bunk.
can tell Geo he's wrong and say that it's not flat.
Right. But Geo saying that it's flat, has anybody said that Geo's wrong?
Well, it's
Or
a
does
globe,
just
isn't
them-
it, to you?
Right. So one person's cosmology necessitates the other person's being false. Why is there not parity on both
It's not one
sides
person's cosmology. Is it just your cosmology, Globe Earth? Is that just your cosmology, or do you believe it's
there?
factual?
You're not following the conversation, mate. You're not following the conversation.
Okay.
You're just,
Well, I
you're
think
just
you're missing my
responding to
point.
some of the words.
Sure.
But isn't it up for each individual to come to their own conclusions at the end of the day?
Absolutely.
Because, I mean, the paid NASA shill looking for shapes of Earth, he's always begging for other people to give him all of his answers, kind of like depending and hoping and praying and begging others for all of his answers. But what about him just finding his own answers?
I just want some scientific proof. I mean, I want something that I could do that would demonstrate to me that the Earth is flat other than it looks flat.
Right. Well, I mean, I'd like a Ferrari.
Well, that's,
Can you give me a Ferrari?
You can make,
right
you can
now?
get a Ferrari.
No,
You know,
no,
it's-
I want you to
it's-
give it to me. You have to give it to me. I'm not going to go get. I'm not going to go get it myself. You have to give me a $450,000 Ferrari. You have to do it.
I'm not asking for $450,000. I'm asking for some simple observation I can make that would prove the Earth is flat. I can
Okay,
give you
but
several.
many people have done that, and they didn't come on a Discord and beg others for it. They did it on their own.
I can give you several observations you can make to prove the Earth is a globe, which you obviously refuse to do. But you can't do the same for me. You can't give me anything other than it looks flat.
That isn't true.
Well, then give me something. Come on.
In what category?
I don't care. Pick something. Whichever your best proof of the flat Earth is. Let's go for it.
What have I done?
Sorry, I'm multitasking. What do you want? The same thing you ask for every day?
Yeah, the same thing I'm asking for 18 days. You know, I want proof that the Earth is flat. You know, and evidence that the Earth is flat. You know, something I could do, something I can observe. You know, something similar to the Artasi's experiment that could, you know, show me the shape that the Earth is really flat.
I suppose if your ball evidence doesn't convince you, I suppose you're left with questions and you're just hoping there's something definitive for the flat side. I can understand the predicament you're in, NASA. You were just looking for truth like everyone else, mate.
I'm not in a predicament. The predicament is that for 18 days in 2002, the year the flat Earth is actually going to prove the Earth is flat, I've been asking for a simple question of flat Earthers. 2022. Yes, excuse me. I've been asked for the last 18 days, I've been asking a very simple question of flat earthers. What evidence do you have that the earth is flat? And all I get back is, it looks flat. That's what you said.
Okay, yeah.
But what
There
else?
you go.
I mean, no, that's not good enough. I'm sorry.
I mean, do you have anything definitive on the other side?
Sure. We're not talking
Well,
about that,
no, you
though.
don't, do you?
That was
Yeah, well,
that was,
that's why there are questions.
2021.
That's why you're here, looking for
Oh,
flat
no,
earth.
no. I'm
No,
not
it
here.
is.
No, it's not.
Well, you're looking for the shape, aren't you? That's the name? Looking for the shape?
Yeah, I'm looking for.
So you're here asking questions,
Yeah, I'm here
but you
asking
don't
you.
know the shape.
I'm asking you.
You're unaware of the shape, and you're
I'm
on a
asking
hunt.
you.
You've got questions.
I'm asking you.
And I understand that.
Okay, so where is this? Where?
Everyone's
then,
looking for truth.
well, where is it?
You're no
Come on,
different
give
now.
me something. Give me something. You know, give me an experiment, an observation, something.
I can't help you with proofs.
What?
I've got an experiment coming
You
up
have
in
no
a few
proof?
months' time.
You
I
have no-
hope to provide you with something in a few months.
What is this experiment?
Until that, there are no proofs. Just like the ball. Nothing definitive.
We're not talking about the ball today, because that was 2021. Now, this is 2022, the year the flat earthers are going to prove the earth is flat. What experiment are you doing, might I ask?
Well, if you have questions about the shape and nature of the earth, like a lot of people in this server do, you're in the right place.
Good.
At some point, there
Please
will be
provide me-
some proof one way or the other. Because right now, there isn't any one way or the other.
Well, actually, there is, but that's another story. You have no proof of the earth is flat, though. I mean, I asked.
So you're not
Gio,
actually looking for the shape of the earth.
I am looking for the shape of the earth.
Because if there's proof to you, no, you're not. If there's proof to you, then it's proven, and you know the shape. So you can't be looking for it.
Well, I am looking.
So you're either looking for it or you're not.
I'm looking for it. I'm trying to convince. I'm trying
Well,
to.
then there is no proof. Then
I'm trying to be the flat earth. I'm trying to be a flat earther, and I want an experiment, or an observation or something.
So will you concede that there's no proof of the ball then?
Well, actually, there is, but let's see. I'm looking.
Okay, so you can't be
I'm trying to counter it. Well, I'm looking for it. I'm not totally convinced by that. I'm looking for the flat Earth evidence.
So there's nothing
counters.
definitive
I'm
to
looking,
prove the ball then.
No, actually,
Otherwise,
there is.
you would have no question.
But I'm looking for the flat Earth evidence that counters that.
Right.
You see, I'm looking for the flat Earth counter.
That's fine.
I'm looking
you
for the
control
flat
all
Earth.
day and every day.
Come on.
Everyone's
you
well
don't.
aware
You
that
have
control
nothing.
it.
So you're on. It sounds like you're on the fence.
Well, I mean, I'm looking for the counter now to the Eratosthenes experiment. I'm looking the counter to the Al-Biruni experiment.
You are what's called on the fence.
So where is this? Where is this flat Earth evidence that you guys tell me you have?
I think what's the role that I on this server? It's called undecided. No, what's it called? It's called Earth shape undecided. So that's the role you need.
Category 2.
You need that role, and everyone will know that you're undecided.
Well, so where's the counter? Come on, you said you had lots of evidence, Gio, and all that you provided me is nothing.
I mean, I'm happy if you have a category or something you want to look into that we want to start on. I mean, I could ask first, have you ever gone out and looked at the Earth in long distances?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because I've done that, and a lot of people have. So...
Oh, we're going back to the Earth looks flat, right?
No, I'm talking about direct evidence of an extended planar surface that you're standing on.
So it looks flat. Gotcha.
Well, that's more definitive than calculated sphere.
I didn't say anything about it looking anyway. I asked if you've gone out and observed the Earth or measured it.
Yeah, with my eyes, I've looked. And it looks flat. Okay, great. Now, is there anything else?
Well, I mean, let's say that we were in a jungle and we were born, in a jungle, and we had never been educated in any school system. There's none of that. And we're standing there and we're going, what is this thing we're on? Are we on a planar surface or a globular surface? There would be limited components of what we could do. So the first thing we would do is try to look over long distances and see if there's any curvature. So that is a very, very good thing to do, to see if it looks like an extended plane or if it seems to have curvature. So the Earth views and observes and measures as an extended plane. So there isn't any observable or measurable curvature. So that's a good start. That's a good, nice chunk of evidence to start at.
So basically, you just very fancy and using bigger words said the Earth looks flat.
Well, to you, it calculates curved. Looks flat, calculates curved. I don't know which one's more definitive. Hence, we have questions.
Yeah, you're asking about the thing you're standing on. One of the ways you have to observe what you're standing on is your eyeballs. So that's a good place to start. Yes.
Okay.
You could also look at you could also look into the properties of water. The water is level. It's another good place to start. You can look at high altitude footage of high altitude balloons and things that show an extended plane. You could look at how the sun, when the sun's setting, it reflects off the water and it reflects an extended plane.
Don't go with the sunset. Don't
How exactly?
Don't go with the sunset. The sunset isn't going to work for you. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, you're on the fence, remember? So we're just treating you like a child who's on the fence, and you're brand new, and you're looking for the shape of Earth. So we're going to walk you through it like an infant.
No, see, the problem with the sunset is you have no explanation for this sunset. It doesn't. I mean, there's no way that something above you can ever go below you. It stays above you, but suddenly goes below you. How does that work out? And I mean, then you got to come up with some sort of hallway thing, like our favorite ophthalmologist.
You said you were looking for the shape of Earth. Are you still looking for it?
I am, and so far, all you've given me is it looks flat. I'm asking for the counter. Is there any counter to the Eratosthenes experiment? Is there any counter to the Al-Biruni experiment? Is there any counter to pictures from space? Is there,
There are counters to everything. You know them all, and you just disregard them because apparently your proofs are more provy than these other ones. So there, you disregard them.
All you've got right now is it looks flat, and I'm almost willing to concede.
No, there's answers to everything else.
Like
there's
what?
Answers to everything else, but you just poo.
Like what?
Poo all the.
Like
I'm not going to go through them again, NASA.
You haven't.
I'm not going to go through them again. How many years have we been doing?
You haven't gone through them at all.
Yeah, no, not me personally, but they have all been gone through over the years.
So what are they? I mean,
it's just like no,
no,
because we already have answers for that. We already know this. We already know that. Yet for some reason you don't know it because you're here looking for answers.
What are they?
Weird. Well, what are they?
Yeah.
Well, you've heard them and you poo-pooed them, so you should be able to repeat them.
What are they? I don't know. I'm asking. I've asked for 18 days.
You don't know. Well, then that's sad because you've heard them multiple times, over and over again, and you can't even remember them to repeat them.
Well, you're not telling them to me. I mean, all you've told me, the only thing I've heard so far today.
No, I didn't say I would. I said you've heard them all already.
In 18 days, I have not.
Oh, okay. Well, you better maybe not sleep then. Spend some more time in the servers, and maybe in those 18 days you would have heard something.
Oh, we've got 11 and a half more months of the year that the flat Earth is proved the Earth is flat.
Whatever. Claim whatever you want.
So
yeah, it seems like you're just harassing people with kind of a surface, pretending like you're on the fence, but you're really just a harasser.
No, actually, I'm actually looking.
You're not really authentic in anything. I mean, have you researched the topic at all? Like, let me ask you this. What have you, let's do a little test. Let's see how honest you are. What have you researched so far within Flat Earth? Because if you're going to say only it looks flat, then you're either lying or you're literally a beginner and you haven't even started to look into the topic. So what have you found that people out in the world in your journey, what have you found reasons why people say the Earth is flat? Go ahead.
Well,
because there's thousands of them. So if you don't have at least 100, that means that you're either lying or you literally are a beginner and you've come in here talking for the globe, but really you don't know anything about Flat Earth. That's what it sounds like.
Where is this list? I'd be interested to see this list of 1,000 different.
I would say well over 1,000.
Where are they? Where's this list?
So you can't.
If you go to another server, you can find it. Right? There's lots and lots of stuff. Eric Dubé has one video with 200.
Wait, hold on a second. We're confusing. I'm not here to prove the Earth is not a globe. I'm familiar with the 200 reasons the Earth is not a globe. I'm here for the Earth is flat. Do you understand the difference? It's not just semantics.
Yeah. Have you measured it? Because that would be the first thing.
Measured it. How do I measure the Earth flat, please?
Really? Okay. So I'm gonna walk you down it. It's real easy. Right? Do you know the radius of the Earth?
How can you have a radius if the Earth is flat?
Okay, I'm asking you about the globe model, right?
Wait a minute, hold on. We're starting with the Earth being flat, and you're just talking about the globe model now. Are we talking about flat Earth or globe?
No, sir. Sir, can you please follow me. I'm asking you to follow me. Okay? We can measure it directly, right? So we're asking, is the Earth flat? I'm taking you down a little path, right? You have to follow me. At the end of it, I'll show you how to measure it directly.
So I'm not sure if you
Right?
just
Does
got
that
here.
make sense?
I'm not sure if you just got here, Hank, but NASA's line of questioning is, how can you demonstrate it is something, not that it isn't something else? The example I'm using is between a unicorn and a Pegasus, right? And if I say that thing's a unicorn and I'm trying to prove it to you, and I say, so you know how to determine whether something's a Pegasus, it doesn't make sense, right? I need to define and determine what a unicorn is so I can demonstrate it is this, not that it's not that.
Do you know what the law of non-contradiction is? Do you know about the law of non-contradiction?
Sure, tell us how it applies to this.
Sure. If the Earth isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
Well, if it isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
I have no idea. What is it?
I don't know. Tell me.
Well, just repeat the fucking question.
No, seriously. How do you know it's flat? Have you measured
If it's not curving,
law of non-contradiction.
No, it doesn't work like
it's
that.
It's not curving.
They can't follow you.
Yes, it does.
They can't follow you.
Okay,
it's too simple.
So Hank, have you proven that it's not curving anywhere?
Okay,
or of the places you have measured it? No, I'm in the middle of speaking.
So
don't say stop in the middle of me
curving...
speaking unless you want me to start saying stop in the middle of you speaking. Right?
Yeah, hold on.
He wasn't talking to you at all. Eggshell.
Let him finish. Just let him finish.
Is it the case that everywhere, it is not curving, or just in the places you've measured, you haven't found curvature? Which of those statements is true?
Okay, so I'm just going to ignore what you said, and I want to say this. If it's curving everywhere, then what is it?
Many shapes. Could be a donut.
If the Earth is curving everywhere, what is it?
Could be convex.
Could be many shapes, including a donut.
Could be a donut, yeah, a donut.
Mobius strip.
Cylinder.
Ouroboros.
He does. You don't understand the law of non-contradiction.
So the question was very clear. Is it not curving anywhere? Have you measured everywhere and found that it isn't curving anywhere? Or of the places you've measured, you haven't found curvature?
Of course, bro. I've measured the entire Earth. Why would you ask me such a question? Of course I haven't measured the entire Earth.
That's what would need to be invoked for the law of non-contradiction to apply here.
No,
when you say it isn't curving anywhere, it means you need to have measured everywhere and found that it was flat. If you haven't done that, then the law of non-contradiction doesn't apply.
Actually, I just need one black swan to prove. When you say that all swans are white, I just need. No, I'm not. Right? We're talking about the law of non-contradiction.
Yeah, but you're misapplying
one measurement. Hold on, bro. If I make one measurement where there should be 60 feet of curvature, and I don't see any curvature, do I need to go and measure it again somewhere else?
So it looks flat, is what you're saying? Because
measures flat.
It doesn't measure flat, actually.
Measures flat.
Actually, it doesn't measure flat, but that's another story.
So how did I see the lights on the other side, right, when I was at North Beach in Corpus Christi? How did I see the lights on the other side if those buildings weren't 66 feet above the water, 10 miles away? How did I see them?
Maths.
Mathematics.
Do mathematics. Do. Yep, that's it. That's my little tune.
So if I saw the lights at night, right, and I saw the light reflecting off the buildings during the day, where was the curvature? And if it was missing that day, is it going to be there the next day? Does the Earth change sizes? Does it grow really, really big where I can't measure the curvature? And then, if I would have went back on July the 7th, right, maybe the curvature would have magically been there? Is that how it works?
Why can't you see it all the time? If the Earth was flat, you should be able to see. You should be able to see almost forever.
Oh, really? We should be able to see the back of our heads if we live on a globe, because if the light's bending down at 8 inches per mile squared, then you can give yourself a haircut without a mirror, right? Because you can see forever, right?
You don't get that amount of refraction. Sorry.
Just as much as you need for it to be like make-believe globe, right? But you can't see forever. But a second ago, you said you could see forever, and you said we could see things that are too far because refraction.
Well,
you'd be able to see the back of your head, bro.
The problem is you can't see far enough.
How come you can't see the back of your head, bro? Using your own logic,
you can't
how
see,
come you can't see
see
the back of your head?
enough. You can't see far enough for it to be flat. So I should be able to see. I should be able to see Mount Everest from almost
anywhere
anywhere
world
on the
records. Guinness Book of World Records, 273 miles.
Yeah, from the top of a mountain to another top of a mountain. Got it.
Exactly. 273 miles.
From a top of a mountain to another top of a mountain. Got it.
Exactly. There should have been curvature there.
There was.
Well, apparently,
Well, how come it didn't block off that mountain? Where's the missing mile of curvature?
So when you say it didn't block off that mountain, it's kind of missing some accuracy. Did it not block off any of the mountain? Okay.
I don't know. You tell
Did
me.
it
He
block
got the
off the
Guinness Book of
vast
World Records for
majority of
longest
the mountain?
photography.
Did it block off the vast majority of the mountain and show us the tip? Or do we see this enormous mountain looming?
There was mountains in front of it, bro.
Horizontal upwards.
Can you see
No,
the
it's
mountains?
it's the lighthouse, man. 275 miles away. No, you can see the whole lighthouse.
I don't know about a lighthouse being that
There
far
was
away.
mountains in front of it. Can you see through mountains? You expect me to see the whole mountain with mountains in front of it, eh? That seems logical.
Well, I'd expect to see a large amount of it, yes. The Earth's flat, yeah. This is a very large mountain, and there are very small mountains in front of it.
Expect, if the Earth was curving, you would expect to see zero amount of that mountain. It should be behind the curvature if you do the math. But we can see it.
How much refraction do you need to invoke before you can see the tip?
Dude, you're the one invoking refraction.
Right, but you would want to control for
Why
that.
would
right?
I
That would be
invoke it?
Exactly. That's a good point. So if there was people around, right, just, even if they're not on your side, going, hey, there's this thing that bends light, and you were doing an observation, you wanted to test something, wouldn't you want to nail down that variable? Because to me, if you just ignore that variable, you're not really doing science, are you? There's people going, hey, there's this probable thing that will cause an effect in your experiment. And you're going, yeah, but I don't count it because it means my experiment doesn't work.
That thing is taking place over a curved Earth, though, Michelle.
It's the same thing when you got a boat, right? And the boat's like cutting off from the bottom. You might want to make sure it's not refraction doing that.
Sure.
Right?
Yes,
How
you
do
would.
you verify?
That's a good point.
How do you verify that it's not refraction cutting off the bottom of the boat? You just assume for 500 years that it's the curvature.
I'm not 500 years old. I don't know how I'd be able to assume something for that long.
Well,
but you're right. You're right.
You're just
you're right.
Body
absolutely. If I were going to be making a determination about something, being that confident about something, I would want to control for a variable like refraction. You're right. That's a good point.
So how do we remove refraction? How do we control that variable?
For me, a simple way to do it, because I'm not a scientist and I'm not don't want to make it overly complex, I would go, what are the bands between 0 and extreme refraction? Does it fit within them? And I would call those error bars, and I would say for something to be, meaningful, it would need to be outside those error bars. That's how I
Okay, well, you go to MegWest calculator, right? And you turn the refraction all the way up and then get back with me on that Mount Conagu photograph.
Sure, I've done it.
We'll talk about it.
I've done it.
Oh, yeah? Yeah?
Yep.
And what'd you come up with?
You need very little refraction at all to get the mountain to appear.
What's that?
The initial Conagu one that's like 277 kilometers doesn't need any refraction whatsoever to be visible. But the other one does. The other one, you're right. It needs to invoke refraction, but it is well within the bounds of refraction that is claimed by many people. So if I were wanting to take anything to the bank, I would want it to be outside of those bounds of many people.
It's a baseless assertion. You got to prove that it was refraction that caused that. So how do you prove that?
No. You're
it's
mixing
a baseless assertion? Okay.
Well,
gotcha.
You're just kind of interrupting me now. It's not a baseless assertion. I've walked you down the path for why I would include this as a variable, because I would include it as error bars. I'm not going to prove that there is this much error. I'm just going to say there is this much wiggle room in which I could get the wrong result. So it needs to be greater than that for me to trust the result. That's the logic I'm using. If you find a problem with that logic, that's fine. But to agree with that logic and then go, but that's a baseless assertion, is not understanding the conversation we're having.
Okay, so if you don't verify it by measuring all the temperature of like everything in between the 273 miles, and you don't prove that there's actually refraction happening at the scale that we would need at 8 inches per mile squared, Right? If you don't prove that, that's called a baseless assertion.
So if I don't prove that this variable does have an effect, it therefore doesn't have an effect. Is that correct?
That's not what I said. If it does, if you do not prove that it
So
has
could
the
it-
effect desired, hold on, let me finish.
So let's
If you
let's
do
go in
not
the middle.
prove-
Could it
hold
have
on,
had that
bro,
effect?
Let me finish.
Well,
Hold
you
on,
don't let
bro.
me finish all the
Hear me
time.
out mid-sentence. Yeah, I usually do let people talk. I'm known for going on mute and letting people talk.
Well, you
Like
just
in-
interrupted me, and now you're getting upset that I'm interrupting you.
So shall we start over?
Yeah, just reset.
Okay.
Go ahead, Hank. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. So we need you to verify that light does bend down at 8 inches per mile squared for 273 miles. And then when you do that, it's no longer a baseless assertion. Thanks.
So I'm not asserting it. I'm giving you a reason why I would include this as an error bar. For you to be making your assertion, you would need to say the opposite of that. You would need to say, I know that it wasn't refraction, because I'm not the one making a claim. I'm the one challenging and asking you to support your claim about this Canigou long-range experiment, right? And I'm giving you what I think is a logically good reason to go, there is this claimed thing that many people suggest exists, which we call atmospheric refraction or lensing or whatever you want to call it, that can have an effect by bending light up to this amount. If I'm making an observation over distance and to determine the shape of the Earth, and I don't take into account the possible error bars, high and low, that could cause, I would say that's not a good measurement. I'm not asserting that refraction was there on that day. I'm asking you, what did you do to control if it was there? And if you're saying I did nothing to control for if it was there, I would say that seems like a bad way to construct your reasoning. It seems like a bad result. It's like if somebody went to measure up my house and their tape measure was sometimes wrong out by an inch, right? And I said, what did you do to check that you weren't out by that inch that you know is in your tape measure? And they said nothing. I would say, I'd like another builder, please.
So let me make sure I'm getting you correct. So this is a clarification, not a straw man. This is a question. So what you're saying is, if I see something, right, I'm making a claim that now needs evidence, right? Actually, if you see something, nobody's making a claim. We can all see it, right? Where the claim comes in is you're claiming that you don't actually see it. What you're seeing is the light bending around the curve, and you're not actually looking at it. You're looking at some sort of atmospheric aberration.
Close,
That
but
would
not
be
quite.
hold on,
Close,
bro.
but not quite. If you're asking what I'm thinking, then no.
I'm almost done. So wouldn't it be you're the one making the claim and I'm the one saying, you see that? I see that. So we're agreeing.
No,
we see that.
no, you're getting it wrong.
No.
You're getting it wrong.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm asking you if Canigou, if this long range picture over 400 and whatever kilometers, if we're using that, if you're saying here is evidence that the Earth is flat, all I'm saying, if that's your claim, all I'm saying is, have you controlled for refraction? Have you, I'm not saying have you tested it, determined that it is there or isn't there. I'm just saying, like, did you include that in error bars, or did you prove that it wasn't there or prove that it was there, right? But I'm not requiring you to say here it is there or demonstrate that it wasn't. I'm giving you like quite a big bit of wiggle room. So if you show that it wasn't there, fine, that works. Show that it was there and you controlled for it, that's also fine. Just say I whacked some error bars around standard atmospheric refraction. That would be also fine. But I'm not making a claim that it was there. I'm asking, what did you do, if you're calling that an observation, what did you do when turning that observation into a measurement and a claim did you do to control for refraction?
Okay,
The answer could be nothing.
First of all, you would have to prove that refraction can cause light to make things appear behind a solid wall of Earth curve. If you could demonstrate that's something I need to account for, then I would say I probably need to account for it. But until you demonstrate that, it's just, like a wild hairball ad hoc explanation as to why we can see behind a curve that should be blocking off the entire mountain.
So I'm not making a claim about what we can see or the wall or the blocking or something like that. I'm saying, hey, I've heard people talk about this effect that can bend light subtly. Did you control for that? Or do you have a rationale for not controlling for that?
Yeah, I need you to show me that it's something that I need to control for, because usually when we see refraction, it's like the Skunk Bay time lapse. Everything gets kind of wonky and wavy and heat wavy, but it doesn't make, the bay like completely disappear and then back up around the actual horizon. What it does is refraction actually creates a false horizon, which covers up the bay in front of you, right? It's the opposite of what you're saying. Now, if you're saying that refraction does something opposite of that, right? I'd like to see the kind of refraction to where you got everything disappeared and then the sun comes along and perturbs the atmosphere, and it makes an island appear out of nowhere and then set again later when the sun doesn't perturb the atmosphere. So what you're saying refraction, I can show you Skunk Bay time lapse showing the opposite of what you're saying happens, where it's making things disappear from the bottom up. That's what you guys are claiming curvature does. So you're actually already stepping off on the wrong foot. You need to show that
I'm not claiming
the
anything. You
opposite
keep
of-
going back to this thing that you're claiming X. I'm not. It sounds like even what you're saying is, I do invoke and believe that there is a kind of light bending. I just think it goes the opposite way, right? So it just doesn't seem, none of the conclusion you're reaching seems rational based upon the evidence you've provided. You say, I do think light bends, I just don't think it bends in the way that could cause this, so I don't control for it, so I take it as given. That's just not how I'd interpret the world around me.
Are you in live stream?
In the text, yeah.
Okay, I'm about to post the Skunk Bay time lapse, right? And when we do, I want you to look at it very carefully, right? Because it's really important to understand what's going on here. Hold on.
Can I ask you, while you're getting that, just a simple question, which is, if you did control for refraction and it still showed that it was behind the curve of the Earth, would you be telling me that? Like if you went, we've controlled for refraction, we've given the most extreme refraction you can get on the warmest, most dense to not dense, whatever day, and we still found it should have been hidden by Earth curve, would you be presenting that evidence rather than explaining why you didn't control for it?
What's the calculation for Earth curve, Big Shells? Not Earth curve.
I don't know. Hank's done it. This is Hank's evidence.
No, refraction.
So I don't know. This is Hank's evidence. If Hank's controlled for it, that's a good question for Hank.
Can you see the GIF?
Yep.
Well, you're suggesting that it should be seen.
No, I'm just asking, what did you do to control for refraction? I'm asking just one question. I'm not making any claims, not saying what would have happened, what wouldn't have happened.
Do you remember when you
said, giving you an Earth curve? I'm just saying, what did you do to control for this?
Do you remember when you said that the tip of the mountain with just a little bit of refraction could be seen?
Yes.
Right. What refraction model was that? Was that based on refraction over a curve or not?
You can do the maths two ways. I don't know how Walter Bislin does his. You can ask Walter Bislin.
Yeah, well, that's all I'm asking. Was that the
Go ask Walter Bislin.
Refraction? Okay.
Go ask Walter Bislin. He gives you pages of formula that he uses. Some of them use the basic 7/6R, but because he's engaged in the flat Earth debate, he goes, I use this formula, which is intensely complex, which doesn't use any form of radius value. But you can go and interrogate that with Walter Bislin.
Probably should check.
Yeah, the problem is he has to have the refraction happening in a curved atmosphere. So I find it very hard to believe that he's not using some kind of presupposed Earth curvature.
Well,
because you can't do it without.
These are questions for Walter Bislin.
You can't do it without having. Can
you guys hear me?
We hear you.
All right, so I just want everybody to look at the GIF that I just posted, right? And this GIF is really peculiar. It's really fascinating when you really study it, because what he's claiming is that I need to account for refraction, as if refraction is causing things that are already set behind the horizon to magically step in front of the horizon and present itself to the eye. due to refraction. But what you're going to observe here, if you look at this GIF, right, the real horizon is in the background, right? And the one in front is the artificial horizon created by refraction. So when you say refraction, this is what we actually observe, right? And what it looks like is, as the GIF begins, you can see clearly on the other side, right? And as the sun begins to perturb the atmosphere, what it causes is this false horizon where it looks like the other side of the bay is going underwater. It looks like they're setting behind the horizon. It looks like they're disappearing from the bottom up. Now, this is what refraction actually does in reality, right? But he's claiming I need to account for this when
does it only do that?
The opposite.
Hank? Does it only do that? Is this the only effect that refraction has?
Can you show me it doing the opposite?
No, that's not. So again, what you keep doing when I ask you a question if something does something is you ask me to disprove your case rather than you proving your case. How could I disprove that?
I just proved it.
But you didn't.
I guess
even in that image, you can see more or less of the horizon being shown.
Just ask, are you going to answer your own question? You said, how would I do that? Okay, so you need to show me like an island or something that has completely disappeared, right, because of Earth curvature, and you need to show me it rising and setting due to refraction.
Okay. Sure.
So we know that this isn't disappearing because Earth curvature, right? This is disappearing because of refraction. What I need to see is something that has disappeared because of Earth curvature, and then when a refraction happens, now it's all of a sudden appearing to rise above the horizon, and then when the sun goes down, it needs to set where we can't see the lights at night.
Sure. I've just posted the black swan on 2 different days. Unless we're claiming that the Earth breathes in and out, or some days it bends and some days it's flat, what we are seeing is more from behind an obstruction on a different day. So there you go. There's the evidence you wanted. It's 2 different black swan photos.
That's really good.
What makes me think.
What
that makes me think is that there is evidence enough that this should at least be controlled for if I was making an observation. If I knew that there were error bars such that it could create this effect, I would want to know that if I was going to take anything to the bank. So now that I have presented evidence for that claim, do you think it would be reasonable next time to do an observation to control for refraction?
So what you presented here is the same thing that I presented with Skunk Bay. You presented an object that is clearly not behind the horizon, and then you're presenting a day on refraction where it's partially cutting off things from the bottom up. So you presented
just to be clear,
another thing that I posted.
Are you saying the 2 pictures that Eggshells provided, the one on the left, are you saying that's not the refracted one, but the one on the right is the refracted one? Is that your position?
They're both refracted.
They're both refracted, right?
Okay, let me rephrase.
The black swan, hold on. The black swan is showing no refraction because you can see it. And then the white swan, or it's not even really a white swan, it's another black swan actually. The white swan is you showing the refraction like I demonstrated on Skunk Bay, where it's making things disappear from the bottom up.
Okay, so again, let me rephrase then, because I want to make sure and really nail down what you're saying. The one image where he has it split and it's left and right, you're saying the one on the left is close to no refraction and or no refraction. The one on the right is more refracted than the one on the left. That's your position?
Right, and you can tell because it's disappearing from the bottom up, just like Skunk Bay.
Right. So I obviously wholeheartedly disagree. Obviously.
That's fine.
And like my specific point would be, if you look at the cranes on the left oil rig there, in one of them it's bending and doing crazy shit. In the other one, it's straight or relatively as straight as it can be. So
that's the heat coming out of the fucking rig.
That's what refraction is.
Let me finish. So
yeah,
again,
but that's isolated in front of that frame.
Let me finish. So again, if your claim is that it's because the horizon is risen or lowered, I disagree. If you look at the cranes, one of them's fucked up and one of them is straight. I think the one that's straight, that better matches reality, is the one that's less refracted than the one that's farther from reality. And I think that's a better position to take.
Okay, I'm just going to steel man your argument. You're saying because it looks clearer that it's less reflected, right?
Correct. If we were to be close to those oil rigs, the one that is straighter is a better representation of reality, therefore less refracted. Yes.
Okay, excellent. That's what I was hoping you would say. All right, so my follow-up question is, now that I've got you steel man, is that, so can you see farther when there's wonky things going on like refraction, or can you see farther when it's clear?
You depending on the refraction, you can see farther with more atmospheric refraction. You can see farther.
Okay, so you said, and just to make sure I got you right here, the one on the right has less refraction, but you can't see farther. So you contradicted yourself there.
Nope, because I said under certain atmospheric conditions, you can see farther. So when I acknowledge that the one on the left,
what would those
is
atmospheric
more
conditions be?
One second. The one on the left being what I claim to be, the one on the left that I claim to be more refracted, we apparently can see farther. So where is the contradiction?
So you can see farther on the one on the left, right?
Correct, obviously. Yes.
Okay. That one looks clearer. I don't see things obstructed from the bottom up. So that would be the clear day where you can see farther. The one on the right would be the refraction, right, that I demonstrated with Skunk Bay. That would be the wonky day.
Can I just check that you're not...
Hold on, just real fast. I think we're just diametrically opposed on how we're viewing this, which is fine. We can have different opinions.
I think you're being dishonest. That's what I think.
No, I don't think Hank's being dishonest, but
I'm being consistent.
Hank, what you're saying is, the question is about things being obstructed bottom up, but your criteria for deciding whether something is accurate or not is set by whether something is obstructed bottom up. Do you not see that is like you're sort of shoehorning it in? You're kind of Texas sharpshooting with that, where like you're picking the ones, you're saying, I've decided that refraction means bottom up obstruction. Therefore, in order to determine whether something is actually being obstructed from the bottom up, I throw out the ones that are being obstructed from the bottom up. And now of the ones that aren't being obstructed from the bottom up, look, here we go, the earth is flat.
I've demonstrated with Skunk Bay that when refraction happens, it causes things to disappear from the bottom up. Can you show me a GIF or a Skunk Bay or a time lapse that shows things coming? Because, you know, I have an actual time lapse. You have a couple of still shots, right? Can you show me, let's say, the Eiffel Tower rising in New York City and then setting again because of refraction?
I mean, that just seems like moving the goalpost. If you think that it needs to be a GIF,
okay, let me rephrase.
That's kind of unreasonable.
Can you show me, right, the pyramids of Giza rising?
Oh, come on, Hank. Be reasonable.
From Israel. Like, well, if you claim that refraction causes you to see further, right, then you would be able to see further.
Do I claim that it's infinite, or do I claim that within certain bands?
You're interrupting. Hold on. You guys claim that refraction causes you to see further, right? But you claim that the image on the left is refracted the least, when the image on the right is refracted the most, but you can't see as far.
No. That's your position.
I asked you in the beginning, can you see further due to refraction?
Yes, and
you said yes.
Under certain conditions, yes, and that the picture on the right is less refracted. Your position is that the picture on the right is more refracted.
In fact, BioGeal somewhat changed it. I want to go back to what I said, because what I said intentionally was worded in such a way that inferior or superior or refraction up or refraction down would both be accounted. What you're saying is refraction up, you think is a thing. So let's give that 1 degree pulling the horizon up. What about 1 degree on the other side? Give it 2 degrees of wiggle room then to say we don't trust our results within these 2 degrees up or down from bang on horizontal or whatever you want to call it. Have you controlled for in the Canigou photo, which started the discussion, have you said I'm going to give this 1 degree up or down wiggle room because I don't know what light does it in that way. Sometimes it obstructs things bottom up. Sometimes it make other people claim that it does the opposite of that. So I'll say I'm looking for a result that is outside those error bars, and have you found it?
I would say, yeah, when it's a clear day, he can get that shot. That would be my...
By that photographer's testimony, that's the opposite of what he says. That photographer said he went there repeatedly waiting for refraction specifically to bend light around the curve so that he could take that photo. I'm pretty sure it's his website anyway that I'm taking that from. I'll find it for you again.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Sure.
Because what I'm thinking is, if you want to see something far away, you would want a clear day to do so, not a wonky day with a whole bunch of atmospheric conditions like rain, sleet, snow, fog, refraction.
That is true if you presume flat. If you presume globe, then then it makes sense why somebody's waiting for a wonky day.
Well, no, because wonky won't give you a good shot. Wonky might give you the alleged refraction to bring something up into view, but that's not going to help with the clarity of picture in any way.
Look, I know that I've seen helicopters take off with the sun behind them, and there's a great deal of temperature, right, and refraction going on because the machine is putting off 2,000 degree temperature, and Texas is only like 100 degrees at best, right? But it doesn't cause the sun to set and rise again, right? All it does is slightly distort the image with heat waves, but you can perfectly see the sun behind the helicopter. It's just a little wonky. That's the most amount of refraction I've ever seen in real life, and that's artificial. Now, Skunk Bay is the second amount of refraction that I've ever seen. I haven't seen it in real life. But that required the manipulation of time. You had to speed that sucker up, right? So you watch a whole day in like 15 seconds, and then you can see the refraction. Any other time you guys are claiming to see refraction, you require some sort of third-party element to be able to see it. Normal in reality, there's not a whole lot of refraction going on in everyday, reality.
It wasn't from actually a photographer. It requires myself on that.
It requires a Skunk Bay. Okay, so you recanted things. So I appreciate your honesty, and I don't mean thanks in a rude way. It requires a special thing to see the refraction, like a helicopter engine, right, or the miraging effect, right? That might cause some wonky stuff, right? But normal day to day, you're not going to see this stuff. And the amount of refraction it would require for 8 inches per mile squared, it would have to be getting colder, and then colder, and then colder, and then colder. For what? For how many miles? 270 miles?
It doesn't require that at all.
And dense. Hold on. It's going to get colder and denser for 270 miles in a row for you to be able to see down around the curve?
That doesn't. It's just a relationship between the atmosphere that the light's traveling through. You could do it on a hot day where the relationship is slightly colder. You could do it on a very cold day where the relationship is slightly colder. It's just a relationship. It's not dictated by a particular temperature. As well as other factors, obviously. But if we're just talking about temperature.
I spend a great deal of my life outside because I drive for a living, and I depend on my eyes every day, all day long, right? If I can see a woman, I don't ever ask myself, is she behind that dumpster or in front of that dumpster? When I see a woman,
is that woman ever 400 kilometers away?
No, I'll give you that, right?
So your vision's good enough for what it is needed for, which is well within 400 kilometers.
Exactly. So I'm assuming that it's also good enough for 10 miles, right? And when I saw the lights at night, I was like, oh man, if it was refraction caused by the sun perturbing the atmosphere, and that's why I could see them buildings. Well, now the sun's gone, right? It's 4th of July. We're popping fireworks in the middle of the night, and I can see the lights, right, from street lamps that aren't 6 stories up on the other side of the bay 10 miles away. They're not 6 stories up. At best, I would say, what, maybe 20 feet?
Do you think that we claim that the sun causes 100% of the refraction that we claim? Because you keep saying when with the sun out, but when the sun goes away, do you think that the sun is required to be out for refraction to take place?
No, I'm saying enough refraction that you guys are claiming to get the light to bend at 8 inches per mile squared. There's going to be a seriously huge differential in temperature.
We're not claiming it bends exactly with the Earth. Like, let me ask you a different question, Hank. Do you think
Okay,
that
so hold on,
the
hold on. You're
stories,
not.
the
Hold on.
story?
You just violated the law of non-contradiction. So if I can see something that's on the other side of a hill, wouldn't the light have to be bending at the rate of the hill?
No.
No?
Because it might.
So it could be bending at a lesser rate then, right?
Yes, if I had elevation, sure. Am I ever
Okay, so I didn't have
am I
any
ever seeing
elevation.
very far with my eyeball directly on the water's surface? No. So
I didn't
that's
have
what
any
would be required for
elevation.
8 inches per mile squared, which is why 7/6R is saying it's a bit less curved than the Earth. It's a bit bigger than the Earth. So let me ask you a question, Hank. Are you, when you hear that since the 1500s or something like that, people have navigated by sextant, and they claim, mariners today and since quite a long time ago, claim that they can find their position on the Earth to within a nautical mile, do you think that they are telling the truth?
Yes.
When they make those calculations, do they account for downwards refraction? The closer to the horizon they get, the more downwards it is. Do you agree with that? Or if I tell you that the nautical
horizon,
right,
it
or if I
gets,
told
the
you
more
that the nautical
downward.
almanac makes you control for that, would that suffice?
So the almanac tells you to control for a refracted horizon.
Yes. In fact, the recommendation is below 15 degrees, don't use this measurement. It's too far out of whack. But every degree up from that, it gives you a number that it says, if you see the star at this height, make sure you correct it by
because
this
you're talking
much.
about actual different layers of density. Yeah, I would go with that.
Okay. So what that requires then, if we do navigate accurately by sextant, is that light must bend down.
Yeah, if you're looking at
Because
stars
if we don't
through
correct for it, we
several
don't end
layers
up
of
in the right spot.
atmosphere. Yeah, if you're looking through several layers of atmosphere from the height of a star, right? Yeah, you might want to correct for that because you're actually looking through different layers of density. But if you're talking about 1 foot above the water to some street lamps, I wouldn't think so.
Over a great distance. I mean, that's so the nautical almanac, the amount you need to correct for refraction gets higher the closer that angle gets to zero. So at 90 degrees, the calculation is 0, but nobody actually takes a sextant measurement at 90. But at 90, it is 0. And it is at its maximum at 0 degrees. So it gets closer the closer you get to horizontal. And mariners have used this since, a long, long time to find their place accurately. If they don't control for this, they're not accurate.
Yeah, the problem is that when you're looking at a star 15 degrees above the horizon, I mean, who knows where that star is exactly, but obviously it's above your head, right? It may not be directly above your head, but it's above your head. So it's going through every single layer of atmosphere that we have, as far as we know. We're assuming the stars are above Earth's atmosphere, right?
Mm. But what? But
so
yeah,
in
it's
your model,
not so much about the.
Hold on, bud.
Go on, sorry.
Hold on, you gotta. Yeah. So in your model, it's going from a perfect vacuum where light goes in a perfect straight line to layer after layer after layer after layer after layer after layer, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, to your eye, right? So of course you would have to account for refraction. But if I'm at North Beach to the northeast of the Lexington and I'm looking northeast to the other side of, I guess it's a bay, I don't know, but the building's over there 10 miles away, right? So I went from looking at 1 foot above the water, right? Because the water's up to my nipples, right? My armpits. So to maybe 16 feet, how many different layers of atmosphere is that?
You might as well
this is
say
making it
infinity.
more complex than the question I was asking.
Right.
The question I was asking, the point I was making was just that the correction is uniformly by different degrees, it is uniformly down. The light is always bending down.
And the
So
correction is greater as
if the light,
the horizon.
Yeah.
so if you're looking at the light bouncing off of an object, and the light is always bending down, it's going to hit the water and cause a false horizon, and you're never actually going to see the bottom of the boat.
Quite
Have you
possibly.
verified in the atmosphere
Depending on
that the light? How have you verified in the atmosphere that the light is bending down?
Well,
I'm not verifying it, but if I turn up in the right spot,
we know.
So that's all I'm saying. And all I'm saying is if we agree that sextants help you find are pretty darn accurate, and in order for them to be pretty darn accurate, you need to account for downward bending light, then when we look at a picture like Canigou or Pictor Gaspard, I think we're actually talking about Canigou's far shorter than this and isn't outside the bounds of Earth curve, even with zero refraction. So you will I probably think you mean, when you say the 400 something mile, you mean Pictor Gaspard, right? Pete Gaspard.
So if the light is bending down, right, on the Skunk Bay time lapse, it would cause the false horizon in the front, making it look like they're disappearing from the bottom up. But what's actually happening is, hold on, let me finish. The light is bouncing off the building, going towards the camera, but because of refraction, the light's bending down. It never actually hits your eye, and that's what makes the damn thing look like it's sinking into the ocean. But actually, it's not sinking at all. It's just refraction.
No, refraction cannot do that.
Point.
No.
That proves my point, guys, not yours.
Can I answer that? So downward, the refraction that bends light downwards cannot create a horizon, like we're saying, cannot make the ground block something or make something disappear bottom up. What you're visualizing is the path of light in the direction of your eye.
Prove that?
But, sorry?
Because he just said the light bends down, right? And now you're saying no, actually the light doesn't bend down, causing it to hit the water and never hit your eye.
You completely misunderstood me.
Okay, well try again.
I'm under the assumption of light bending downwards. Under that assumption, you don't have the ground blocking anything because of refraction. Of course, if you try to make a straight line, it's going to hit the ground, but that's not where your horizon is going to be, because as you aim your line of sight upwards, it starts getting further and further. So you're still you'll still be able to see the bottom of the ship. You're just going to have to look higher in a higher angle. So downwards refraction is not going to create any horizons. It's just going to loom things up.
Oh, there is forms of
Hey,
refraction.
who knows which way the light?
Yeah, but they're not. Yeah, but they're not downward. They're upward.
Which way the light is actually bending?
That's my point.
Yes.
Downward
verified that the light is actually. Hello. Has anyone in here verified which way the light's bending, long range in the atmosphere?
No. That's the important point that I'm asking, Jeremy, which is if we invoke that light does bend, then give it 1/10 of a degree even. Pick your amount. But put it on, if we can't verify whether it's up or down, or there's debate about whether it's up or down, then introduce that as error bars. And then when we're talking about these world record long range photos, introduce that and then see if that still gives you the result you want. And if it doesn't, call it a null result. It doesn't prove either side.
We talked about this. You don't have an error bar unless you know what the actual is, the standard, a baseline, right?
No, you never know the standard. You never know the actual. You use the error bar to say
you don't have an error bar without dude, you don't have an error bar unless you know what it actually is to know what the error might be.
It depends what you mean actually is. Like,
you're just making shit up.
Jeremy, if you actually know what it is, then there's no reason to have an error bar because you actually know what it is. Do you understand that?
Like, I think the gist is like if it's
you know where the light's bending. You know how the light bends in long range in the atmosphere, so you know what the error bar might be on a given day. So at some point, you would have to know the baseline, what it actually is, to know how big the error bar is.
That's not how it works.
Causing.
No,
I would agree a little bit. I'd say
I just want to be clear.
That's slightly starting a different conversation.
I know how you guys do it. Just make shit up. It's fine.
Jeremy,
it's starting a different conversation, Jeremy. You could still just put error bars in the error bars and just go, what do people say we think light's bending by? And go, that might be a bit wrong, but if we're going to determine the shape of the Earth based on a long range photo and go, this proves that the Earth is flat, and then we go, there is this thing that we all agree happens that we think roughly vaguely hangs out in the range of 1 degree, then put that 1 degree either side of the measurement and see if it still holds up. And it doesn't, you just throw it out and look for a better measurement with a more demonstrable result.
See, the thing is, we've seen refraction bending the light up, so where you see nothing but sky.
No.
So the first time they took the measurement over that frozen lake, and was it Belgium or something? Bolivia, something like that. So they took this measurement, and the laser was actually bending up, and you could see it. So if that was your eyesight, you would see nothing but sky. You wouldn't see the other side of the lake.
Yeah,
You
whoever
guys are
just said
claiming that light's bending.
sorry,
Go ahead.
sorry, Hank. Whoever just said
No, I'm
no,
just
you're
trying
dead
to-
wrong. George Hanna took even caught photos of the horizon over level. So whoever just said it
And
doesn't bend it
specific
up,
conditions
you're wrong. So it does.
measured
So not no,
specific
yes.
conditions.
So yes.
So
I don't
stop
think
your
anyone
whining,
did it.
Jeremy. Measured specific condition. Whiny little bitch.
So let me finish. So the first time they tried it, the laser was bending up, and you could actually see it when they took a picture from the shore. You could see it go straight out for like 10 or 20 feet, and then it just bent up and went into the sky. Right? So we can demonstrate that light bends up. Have you guys demonstrated that light bends down yet?
Can you show that actually?
In multiple,
The way that you're
multiple ways, we
describing
can show light bending down. We
Well,
can show
hold
it bending
on,
sideways
Sure.
too.
Show us a laser.
The way you're
Show us a
describing
laser.
that, the way you're describing that sounds fantastic. Can you actually find that? Because if you're saying that it's traveling 10 or 20 feet and then it's bending straight up into the sky, that sounds like a fantastic
No, I
plan.
didn't say straight into the sky. I said it
That's what I thought
took
you
an
said.
arc and went
Yeah, I
into the
also think I
sky.
heard that. All right. Well, anyway, can you
So
show that?
when I said straight, I didn't mean straight up like zenith, right? I meant it went into the sky and it never hit the land.
Okay,
So the difference between sky and land can be 5 degrees, right?
Sure. Can you show that though? That does sound pretty badass.
Have you never actually watched the laser experiment video?
I've seen
it's
F-
one of the
I've
FE
seen-
core ones.
I've seen
He doesn't
FE4's
need to.
I've seen FE4's experiment, their methodology, and them carry that out. But what you're speaking to sounds different from FE4. And if it
No,
is FE4, then I obviously have many problems.
Okay, well, go to FE Core, right? And when they show the fail, the first time that they did it, they failed, right? They're going to show you like a side view, right, in the video on YouTube. And when you look at that side view, you can clearly see the laser going out and then taking an arc going into the sky and not pointing straight across.
Correct. They were not level with the ground at that moment. They were also not collimated. So the entire experiment is I don't want to use the word fraudulent, but it was compromised from the beginning, given those parameters. So I'm not surprised that a laser light not collimated would perhaps hit the water and be reflected upwards. I'm not surprised by that. I just thought you were talking about
or it appears to bend up because it goes in a straight path over you, and that straight path appears to diverge from the surface of the Earth, and the light shoots over you. I mean, I think one of the major problems with the FE core thing is they set out to do a particular thing, which was hit a target with a leveled laser, and they neither leveled the laser nor hit the target, and then still called it a win because they could see the beam.
Yeah, actually, they did go back and level the laser, and they collimated the light. You guys apparently didn't watch the video.
Well, I've seen the one that's still on their YouTube page, and then I've seen the live stream chat with, I forget which guy it was here. I think it was Rick. I'm not sure. He was just a voice where they admitted to most of this stuff.
Right. They brought a collimator. They brought one, but it was broke from the start, and they couldn't use it throughout their experiment. So they did bring one, and the attempt was made, but they did not use a working collimator at all.
That was certainly my understanding.
No, they made one.
The video was kind of
on the spot. Sorry, bro. Take turns. He just went. He's on your side. They actually made one on the spot, and it actually worked. So yeah, you're right. They brought one. It broke. That's true. And then they made one.
I'm not going to put any eggs in a basket for them making one. Just putting it out there.
Me either. I haven't seen anything of that, and I've watched all that footage pretty close.
And at least the FE core one I saw I don't want to call it lying, but it was verging on deceptive in the way it was using language. Like they make this entire deal about the accuracy and the impressiveness of their salad, their super accurate laser aiming device.
Let me ask you a question.
And then evade mention of whether they use it, and then later in the chat with this other chap, Slice Barcane, he's like, no, we didn't use it, it wasn't working. And in the video where they're presenting it, they don't say we built this super accurate laser aiming device and then we didn't use it. They talk about how impressive it is, and they go, look how far we shot, which is kind of lying by omission in my view.
Right, kind of like when you don't tell the kids that no, it's not really mass attracting mass, it's actually the bending and warping of space-time, right?
We can change the subject all you'd like, but perhaps
sounds
finish
like a totally
this
different
one.
topic.
Perhaps finish this one.
Yeah, we should finish this one. Okay, so the question is, did they hit the target, what was it, 20 kilometers?
My understanding is they didn't hit the target at all. They released a photo of a laser hitting a target and then later came out and admitted that that was on a test day from a far closer range.
Correct. Yep. They said it themselves. The project manager, the guy running it, in an interview, he does say the images released at night where you can see red on the big target was from a closer distance, but they were unable to hit the target from their desired claimed distance, their max distance.
It wasn't even a red laser, dude. It was a fucking purple
blue laser.
They did it live, dude, on the second night. Y'all are full of shit.
Well, okay. If they did it live,
the beam diverged to about 4 meters, 3 to 4 meters on the second night. They fucking sure as fuck hit their fucking billboard. They did it live.
So if they did, then there is no existing footage or photographs of that. There's like hundreds of photos. I was going to say thousands, but I'm quite comfortable with hundreds of. I'm not yet done, Brian. I'm midway through a sentence.
What are y'all even talking about?
If it is, just put the link in the chat. I'll eat my hat. I'll happily admit that I'm wrong. But I've looked around for the footage of it. I've looked at their videos, and their videos.
What was your target, House? If you know what it was,
please let me finish. Let me finish, man.
No, I need to test you.
Let me finish.
I'm calling you out.
Let me finish, or we're going to get stuck in this whole interrupting one another business again. It's kind of tiresome.
What was your target, bro?
Been going well.
Answer. You don't know.
Hold on, Brian. I think to be fair, you did interrupt him. Let's let him actually finish, and then you can respond. Go ahead, Rodney.
They're going to look it up while I'm asking.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Brian.
Go ahead, Rodney.
If there is evidence of them hitting the target, I haven't been able to find it. I've looked really hard, and it isn't in their video of the.
What was their target?
The giant, as far as I understand, it was a giant plastic sheet with red and white grid stuck to it with tape or something like that.
I've got it right here.
What do you mean? As far as
hold on. I've got it right here.
I'm
yes, that's the one. That's the one that they released.
They didn't even see it, man.
That's the one they released. That then they later admitted was not the full range test. That was to see. That was just to see what it looked like hitting it.
I'm trying to find the video of the interview with the FE4 manager.
Well, show us where they said
I know. I was almost at the end of the sentence. I was almost there. I'm going to try and find the video where it's an interview with the Flat Earth or FE4 manager speaking to that picture and saying that it was a shorter distance than what their goal was. But 1 second. It will take more than a couple seconds.
Who said it was a red laser?
He misspoke. It's a blue and a green.
Right. And everything I heard shows me y'all did not see it. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, when I spoke to a laser, in my mind, lasers are red, and I was speaking to the result rather than the color. I think the color it makes no difference. But
you're just blurting shit out, bro.
Actually, it does make a difference because they chose. Hold on, let me speak real fast. Like, I don't think you guys watched the same video that I watched, first of all. So that may be problem number one. Second of all, you would know that if you watch the video, that he didn't choose a red laser on purpose, right? Because the other wavelengths travel better without refraction. So you definitely wouldn't have said that. You might have misspoke.
I mean, somebody can slip,
you would have,
right?
Yeah.
Somebody can say the wrong color and it doesn't.
That's why I said you may have.
Sorry, I got the color wrong.
Jeez, dude, can I finish? Yeah, so you may have misspoke and said red laser, but you automatically would have remembered from watching that video. Oh, wait. Excuse me, I misspoke. You would have said, correction, sorry. That was a green laser.
If we're going to focus on the color, then fuck me in the ear, sure. But that's not what's important. So yes, I was wrong. Yes, I was wrong. But
If
if
they
you
had
want to
to back
continue
down
fucking me in the ear,
down to
if you
Follow the
want to
26
laser.
continue
kilometers,
fucking me, if you want to continue fucking me in the ear, carry on. But I've already admitted my mistake.
hold on. If they had to
Yeah,
back down to 26 miles, that just because they didn't hit 30 or 35 miles, 26 miles. I mean, you realize how big of a hump that's supposed to be? I mean, are y'all just neglecting the fact that even seeing the laser hitting the billboard period with a with a 150-foot wall that's supposed to be blocking it, that doesn't mean nothing to y'all at all?
It would, yeah. If they hit the laser in those, if the laser hit the target in those conditions, particularly because those conditions, at least to my understanding, are outside the bandwidth of what we consider standard terrestrial refraction, it would. The question is, did they? Like, if they did, just put the link in the chat.
You just said they did, but not as far of a distance.
But yes, if there's not
They were
Earth
going
curve
for
in the way,
the-
then it's not testing anything except can you hit that on one day. Geo's put the photo in the chat. It's at 1454. I vaguely recall also seeing one with a purple laser, similar kind of thing, similar sized beam on the target. And when somebody called them out and said that beam looks about 2 foot wide,
That's another thing you said is wrong.
is this
It was wider than that.
One was collimated and one was
I guess I'll
not.
just stop here.
Listen,
No,
it was a little bit wider than that,
You
man.
said something else
Look.
that was wrong. You said they were the same size lasers. One was collimated and one
No,
was
I didn't.
not. They had.
No, I didn't.
You didn't say they were the same size lasers.
No, I
15
said I
seconds.
also remember this. I also have a memory of this with a purple laser or a blue laser. Could be my
What does that
misremembering
have
the
to do
color
with
of the
size?
thing.
What does purple have to do with size?
It doesn't. I don't think I talked about the size. Did I? I talked about the size of the green one, which I'm just guesstimating based on looking at Geo's picture here. Like, you're jumping in and calling me incorrect, but you're not understanding what I'm saying. So letting me finish might be a good idea in future.
They still got the world record, man.
Right. World record for what?
Just 'cause they
Shining a
couldn't
light
get
in the sky
35
or
miles.
hitting a target?
What are you talking about? Shining a light in the sky? Just because they couldn't get 35 miles, they got 26. That's a globe killer, bro.
Show me the 26 hitting the target.
It painted the whole billboard. It was further. It was diverged more than 2 feet, but it would have had to have curved around it would have had to jump a big giant wall of water.
Sure. Yeah. Show me it hitting the target from that distance. Because at least from my understanding and from watching FE Core's own video on it, the greatest laser experiment ever, or whatever they call it, they go from trying to hit the target to just a bunch of people pointing their cameras across the lake back at the source of it, going, I can see something blue on the horizon, which is a totally different question.
You obviously didn't watch the ending of it, because what they ended up doing was they used one laser to find the target that was not collimated, and then once they found it, they had their target sighted in, right? Then they used a collimated laser and actually completed the experiment. So I kind of wonder if you actually watched what we watched.
Okay,
Did you watch
I'm
the
at
globe?
53.
Hold on, I'm
watched
asking you a question.
Are you answering your question? I know what your question is. I'm posting it in the chat.
I haven't asked it yet. What's my question?
Did I watch the globe debunk, or did I watch the actual FE Core video is your question, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the answer is I'm watching the FE Core video. Here it is here at 53 minutes. This is their claim of a success. That to me looks like they are seeing a beam of a laser pointed into the sky. It does not to me look like they are seeing a laser source. Much worse, it doesn't seem like they are hitting a target with it. They indeed claim they did, but for some reason, with these countless people out there to prove the shape of the Earth who have a set experiment about can you hit a target over this distance, point all of their cameras 180 degrees from the evidence of whether they hit the target.
That's not true.
Going, wow.
How many laser tests have you looked into? There's been many, many done that have clearly been shown to hit the targets.
Well, I'm talking about this one because this is one I thought we were talking about. We can talk about a different one if you want. I don't know much about any of the others. This is to me an interesting one. If you've got more, let's go for it.
I mean, what's the point? Are you guys? You guys are still they're still arguing the laser bend. So like, they're just going to say whatever it hits that it's just bending down to hit the thing.
Exactly.
Like what?
Exactly.
Well, no, because my understanding of the distances they were talking about, standard or even extreme atmospheric refraction wouldn't account for that. So if you were hitting a target over the distance they were talking about, that would.
Well, riding. Okay, hang on. You do know that the argument for
being
the
strong
idea of the
evidence
Earth being a globe, you do know that the argument is not that it's not hitting the targets. They all know it's hitting the targets. There's been hundreds, if not thousands, of these done, but their response is that light is bending around a curve. I just want to make sure you did know that, right?
That's not my understanding. My understanding is most of the arguments against FE Core are that they didn't release the results of them hitting the target and they didn't hit the target.
So if we could show you a 3-foot observer hitting a target 3 feet above the water at 9 miles away, would that be good for you?
I'd probably need to crunch the maths on the amount of curvature that should be there and the amount of refraction to go within the standard thing. But
yeah, like if you had a really powerful laser and you had an area that you went out and you shot it over a distance that absolutely would never work on a globe Earth if the light is traveling straight, is that going to make you think the Earth is a planar surface?
Yeah, it certainly goes quite a long way to it.
Me too. I've done laser tests myself and have seen many of them done, and yes, it's absolutely striking to see a straight laser measuring a straight Earth, which is why they use.
So what's the best evidence of it? If FE Core isn't, because for some,
let me just finish one thing, which is that laser levels are used in construction as well.
Sure, yeah. So if that's the case, that would be great. It's just that, like, we started on the FE Core one, and for some reason they claim they've done exactly what you're describing. They haven't released any evidence to that effect. They promised they would in 2019, and here we are coming up on 3 years later, and they haven't. Exactly. I've watched the long version of that. That's the one I'm currently watching now. Here's the long version. I'll put the photo in the chat. And they claim they made this quite high production quality hour-long video after the event. And they still to this day claim that they hit the target at the longest distance, but for some reason
I just posted the short version showing him hitting the fucking target, dude. Okay? I just posted it in live chat.
Okay.
The short version, so you only got to watch 17 minutes of it.
Okay, where's the bit of them hitting the target so I don't need to watch 17 minutes, please?
Can I ask a question, Eggshells? Is if you've got an observer on the other side and they're seeing it with their eyeballs, is that not the light hitting a target?
No, because I can put a searchlight up in the sky, right, and not see the source of the searchlight.
Well,
Well, no, but the rays must be coming into your eye, though.
Right, but they're
surely.
Like when I see the beam, what the beam's doing is there is a source of that light, which is shooting up into the clouds, and then for every
you can see that beam. You see the beam. I'm talking about a point of light coming into you. There is no beam that you're looking at. All you're seeing is a point of light.
Well, no. Then the answer is no. I don't think that's hitting the target. It's like me going, "Hey, I'm a pretty crack shot with this gun," and then I fire the gun, and I don't hit the target, and I go, "Woo, look at that!" And they go, "What?" And I go, "But you heard the gunshot, didn't you?" It's like, or you saw where the bullet did impact. That's pretty much like hitting the target.
No. I appreciate if you send up a searchlight, there is light scattering around, but if you're seeing a point,
your target 4 observations are at 12 minutes and 25 seconds. 12 minutes, 25 seconds. Target 4 observations. Okay, it's a purple laser. It ain't red. The target ain't it ain't no red striped target. That's all crap, dude. Okay, and they got the refraction on the day. They've got all the details. Okay, just watch that video. They did temperature measurements from multiple heights across the lake. Okay, y'all are full of shit, dude.
Right,
12 minutes and 25 seconds. I'm stopping at bang on 12 minutes and 25 seconds. And what I'm seeing is people, which is all of the release stuff I've seen to date, people who are taking a video from the target location. They listed as target 4 observation location.
It shows where it's coming from.
Please let me finish, Brian.
Dude, you're lying through your teeth, bro.
So I'll post the screenshot.
All right, well, Brian, this isn't a place to like pick a bar fight. We're trying to actually have a discussion.
Yeah.
So let him
I've
finish.
posted the screenshot that I'm getting at 12:25. Is that what you're talking about, Brian?
Target 4. It shows where it's coming from, and it shows target 4 fucking the target. What do you think target is, bro? What's target?
So read after target. It says target 4. Then what does it say? Two more words. You can do it. Observation, location. They are standing with target 4 at that observation location, looking back at the source or towards the source of the laser. They are not showing me it hitting the target. This is exactly what I'm talking about. They show the source of the laser, what they think is the source of the laser. They're showing a beam of laser. They are not showing it doing the one thing they set out to do. And they're claiming that it did do it. Like, are you telling me those people stood there, saw the laser light over the horizon, went, holy fuck, we've proven flat Earth, and didn't turn around to take a photo of that?
Dude,
with
they
their
did
iPhone?
too. You're gonna make me fight. You're gonna make me.
beam going over their head.
It looks to me
Oh
like
my
it,
God,
yeah.
dude. Hold on, let me pull
So
that
I
to the
went there at
target
the point
where they're
for
standing there
observation, and
measuring the
looking back
beam
at the
divergence.
target,
Let me get
I
it.
can see point source and a beam going over their head. Not the profile shot.
I mean, if I
It-
set
it
out to
looks like there are
shoot a
photons above
target
their head, yeah.
and I miss the barn that I'm aiming at, but I do claim, well, you saw the bullet impact the hill behind, would you say I hit the barn? No, you would say I missed the target. Go back, learn how to shoot your gun again, try again another day.
Bro, I'm gonna go get it out of the long video. And so, what do you want to see them measuring you want to see them measuring the divergence on the target on the other side, right? Is that what you
They
want to see?
don't even need to measure the divergence. They just need to show me some light hitting the target, which is what they claimed they did and they set out to do.
I'll get that specific picture for you. Okay.
Thank you.
Just sit tight.
I wonder.
Thank you. I'm sitting tight.
I wonder how many globe earthers would like to go to me to China where they made the artificial sun. That's obviously going to cause some refraction. I wonder how many of them would let me shoot my AR-15 at their refracted image.
Do you know what the artificial sun is claimed to be in China? Do you think it's a literal artificial sun?
No, I'm just imagining that it might cause some refraction, and the Glober would let me shoot at them.
So you're not trying to have an honest conversation.
Sounds like a weird threat, man.
I'm not threatening. I'm just showing that you guys would never actually do that.
Just sounds vaguely menacing and not really on the point of the conversation, honestly.
Right.
Okay, well, listen to what I'm saying.
It's the same as they won't put their neck underneath the line I'm going to pull tight over the beach. No one will commit to come and lay down on the beach and put their neck under it.
Again, what? Like,
even though they say there'll be no downforce, but I won't put my neck on the line. Yeah, exactly.
So in no way would I actually shoot my gun at another human being unprovoked. But what I'm saying is that there's no way that you guys would actually go into the highest refracted index ever and let us shoot at you, because you know that innately, right, that's dangerous. But it's okay.
Why don't you shoot at people? Why don't you, without refraction, why don't you point even unloaded guns at people? Even vaguely in their direction. I imagine if your kid's sitting over the other side of the room and you've even got the bolt removed from your gun, you still don't wave it anywhere vaguely near.
So far from the conversation.
It's just unsafe. What would make somebody standing and getting a gun pointed at them any different to that?
The two
it doesn't tell you anything. It's just a vaguely threatening non sequitur.
It's not curved. If it's not curved, what is it?
I don't see what the refraction effects of light have to do with the path that a bullet will take. I don't see those two as the
if I'm shooting at your refracted image and you're actually behind the hill, you know that you're behind the hill and you're safe, right?
Eggshells has a great point though. I would never want you to point a gun at me, even if I knew it was unloaded and unchambered. I would never let you do that.
Experiment. Guys, I wouldn't really.
In my thought experiment, I would never let you do that.
But your thought experiment is about whether we deem something safe, and we are saying we would deem something even far more safe than that still too unsafe to do. So it's not really splitting any difference.
Let me say something about the topic we talked about before because it's gotten a little bit into the weeds, which is fine. But I just wanted to bring it back because I just posted this. So writing, I'm not a big pusher of FE core stuff or anything. However, I do have this PDF that we've had for years and that has been around for years. So if you haven't seen it, I'm going to post it. This is this was years ago that they did this. But the picture that I posted above of them showing the target and the laser hitting the target is in this document, right along with all of their information of how they set these up. And it literally has the picture in this actual PDF that is all professionally put together. So you're telling me that you have information that they claimed somewhere that is not indeed the actual result. However, it's in the PDF. And if so, Could you actually provide that? Because I've never heard of that
Sure.
before.
Let me find it for you. It's Slice Barcane has a voice chat with the guy from FE Core, and he presses him and says, that actual photo that you released, is that of the actual full range distance test? And he says, no, that's just a sighting or a collimation test or something like that. That is not the full range test. And Slice Barcane pushes him on it and says, but don't you think that's a bit deceptive or something like that?
All right, hold on, man. I just showed a picture of the original.
I put the videos in chat, Eggshells. I just don't have timestamps. I'm at work, so I can't multitask like that. But if you scroll up just a little bit, I have both parts there.
Hold on, I just showed a picture of the beam origin and the target in the same fucking photo. And it's from 21 kilometers. I don't think they were able to get their the longest distance, okay, but they did get like 20 plus. Okay.
So where's the target in that photo you've posted 11 minutes past
the hour? See the beam origin? You see the beam origin?
I can see the beam origin.
The lit up target. You see the diverged target?
Where's the target?
They're both in the same picture?
No, where's the target?
You don't see a little tiny black, a tiny little purple spot across the lake, and then a target lit up bigger?
No. Could you circle it? I'm looking at a picture you posted 11 minutes past the hour, and I see like a bright blue-ish dot, and then like a bunch of smoky bluish next to it.
Yeah, that's got the origin and that's got the origin and the target in the same picture.
Like up, Geo's posted the picture at 54 minutes past the hour. I'm expecting to see that white sheet with crisscrossed red and white things on it. I'm not able to resolve it in the picture you're talking about.
I'm still looking for it. What, you don't see the, oh, really? You don't see
because Ronnie, the picture I posted, sorry, well, I was just going to say the picture I posted, it actually shows on the left, it shows the beam source, just like Brian's, and on the right, it shows the beam hitting the target. So you're telling me you have a recording of, I assume it's Mike Kavanaugh or something, saying that this specific photo that literally has two photos, they're timed and everything, and they're on the same little graphic here, that shows the source of the beam. I don't know what that distance is, but it's in the PDF. And the picture, you're telling me that this is not a laser test?
No, that's not the laser test that they set out to measure. That is a shorter.
They didn't get the original record, but they still got over 20 miles, bro.
It is a shorter distance than what they set out to measure. That was part of the collimation test, not a measurement of Earth curvature test.
So why did they have that entire target if they so you're telling me that they built that target, they did all these tests, and it's even in their actual PDF, but you're telling me, and if it's the case, it's the case. Like I said, I'm not a big defender or pusher of FE Core or anything, but I'm just saying you're telling me that they have the target, they have the laser, all of that, but they don't have any actual photos of the target hitting the laser. Is that what you're telling me?
100%. Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying.
During the actual test,
well, then that would be shady.
What they did was they brought out a laser, they had a collimator, they had a leveler, they had all this equipment on one side, and then on the other side, they were hoping to hit a target. They, at shorter distances, were testing the collimation, and that's when they found that the collimator was broke. But they still ran those tests. And they still did those things. But when it came to the actual test that would, quote unquote, determine if its Earth curvature existed or not, they do not have any footage or pictures of the target being hit. They have pictures of the blue light, perhaps, but they have nothing as far as the target at their within the experiment's test.
Okay, so then how come their college that gave them their degrees in engineering haven't convicted them of fraud?
Because they're a nonprofit. They're a nonprofit, so they can do whatever they want. To be honest,
if somebody has not been convicted of theft, does that prove that they are not a thief?
No, but if they are, in
fact, is that indicative of anything?
You asked me a question, bro. So if they did convict, if they are fraudulent, I want it to be known that they're fraudulent, because I don't want people using lies promoting the flat Earth. Because the thing is, this isn't like NASA. None of you blokes are going on a ride on a rocket, right? It doesn't matter how rich you are or how much Bezos money you got. You're not going to space. Nobody can go to space. But what you can do is you can go to the water and you can make some measurements over calm water, right? And anybody can do this. So the whole idea of Piltdown Man, right, lying to convince somebody evolution, that should be absolutely disgusting to you guys if you believe in evolution. If somebody actually commits fraud, like Hegel did with his drawings of the what do you call it, embryo, right? He drew them inaccurately to make it for proof for evolution. That should be like absolutely disgusting, and you guys should never actually use that.
And it's still in the
Yes,
textbook, even after it was admitted
any
up
form
front.
of lying,
It's in the
correct. Any
textbook
form of
today.
lying. Yeah, any form of lying. You're right. Any form of lying is shitty.
Okay, well,
within
Bible,
that,
let me ask you. Sorry, I don't know if you were interrupting or if you were done, but let me ask you this: Have you read? Have you read this particular PDF, the one I posted?
I've glossed through it many times. I've not read it word by word, all 118 pages.
Okay,
but
well, because it's
scrolled through a lot.
Okay, because they're describing the measurement procedure at Lake Issel, and right here it says measurement procedure. It's page. Let's see what page it is. It's 15, and it says once the beam was directly on the target, we took the measurement readings. We used optical visualization with cameras and a measurement board.
That's great. Do you have pictures there? Do you have the measurements? Or is it just them saying the words, did this?
Yes, there is a picture. Yes, it's page 15. It's actually the one I posted above. There's a
Right,
picture
so does it give a
and then
distance?
correctly saying that it's showing the source and the target being hit.
Right. Does it give a distance?
Yep. Let me see. For Lake Issel. Yeah. Yep.
For that observation, does it give a distance?
Yes. It's let me just look up which one it is. I have to scroll up to get the exact number. This one is 25 miles.
Great. Eggshells also tagged you in a timestamp part of the video that I made the claim that the Epicor manager or the person running that project says within those pictures that it's not part of the actual measurement test part of it.
Which picture? Does he define that it's this one that shows? It looks like Karen B is actually right in front of it.
It's been almost a year. I don't know off the top of my head. It's been almost a year, but I'm fairly certain that it's specified for that picture that you posted. Yes.
All right. Which video you said Eggshells posted it? I don't see it.
I posted it, but Eggshells tagged you with a timestamp.
750. Part 1.
Most likely, because part 2 is less than 7, so most likely, yeah.
I hope I got a timestamp because I don't want to listen to Sly Sparkane for a second longer than I have to.
Okay, so I'll try and get you a timestamp. Sorry, I was talking and I realized I'd muted myself.
If you could. I want to see where he says that photo, the one that shows the target and the laser source and the target being hit by the laser, in that particular page, the one I just read, page 15, it says measurement procedure. I want to hear if he actually says that is not legit, because right on this documentation, it clearly, that's what it's indicating.
Sure, I'll unmute myself. I'll mute myself and deafen myself and find exactly the timestamp for you and come back.
Okay, yeah, thanks. I mean, because be interested to see.
Epicor's been around for a while. I've never heard that it was fraud. This is the first time I've ever heard a Glober say it's fraud. I've heard Glober say
I highly doubt
reflection. No, I'm being serious.
Jim went on like a 2 or 3 month try to hang up by repeating this. When Sly Sparkane first posted these videos, he did like a Sunday roast, and then he went on for a while about it.
Dude, I can tell you about a random conversation about a guy that called himself Spaceman in 2015. Dude, I can tell you like a random conversation he said about getting old and turning gay. Like, I remember conversations really well.
All right. Well, it's neither here nor there.
Glover,
But there you go. The information is there.
It's all a fruitless endeavor. Just even if they do have the beam hitting the target, what do you think? They're gonna be like, oh shit, we're flat earthers now, guys. It ain't going down like that. You guys know that.
I don't trust any of the results anyways, because their equipment was broken. So part of the equipment that would be required, I would expect to be working, didn't. So no matter what the results are, even if their results showed a globe Earth, I still would not use those results because they are compromised within a compromised experiment.
Okay. I'm back. I
So-
found it.
So
I've
you're
got it
saying
teed up to
Why
the
are we
right
even
place, and
going
I've shared
over
my
it?
screen.
Why are we even going
So-
over it then, Bio? You're in
Well,
conversation.
because someone else is claiming it to be something. I'm just saying it's actually nothing.
For what?
So if
hold
I've
on.
got it teed.
What are you talking about, Bio? The FE core.
Jeremy asked, why are we even talking about it? And I said, someone said this is actually something. I'm only saying this is nothing.
Yeah.
Why are you
I'm
saying
not saying
it's
it's proof
nothing?
of globe.
It's very well detailed and photographed and documented documentation of multiple long distance laser tests that shouldn't be possible on a globe. Why would you just write all that off?
Sure thing, man. Sure. Because watch what HL is trying to present.
So
That's
I've got it teed up to 11:07 if anybody wants to watch it on their own one, but I'm just sharing my screen to make it easier. This is from FE Core Really Can't Laser, which is an 18-minute 50 video.
Wait, okay, is it only a couple seconds to where it's worth listening to now?
Hold on, I just posted the target.
Yep, that's
And
the
this is like
photo.
from, I
It's pretty
think,
much identical photo to what we've got here. And what started this whole thing, if you're interested, because they don't go into this in the video,
Just because they didn't get 26 miles to paint
So,
the target. doesn't mean
Brian,
they
you
didn't
have
get
such an
20 miles.
interrupting habit. You need to practice self-control, man. Honestly, for
Bro,
your
I've
own
been
sake,
sitting here
more than for
listening to you
mine.
for 5 minutes. I'll go to say one word, and you cry about me interrupting. I
Well, you'd
got
say
a
it in the
picture
middle of
the
me
way you're
speaking.
painting
I
the
don't.
target, bro.
I'm totally happy for you to talk, just not in the middle of me talking. That's all.
Bro, you cut me off just to freaking say I'm making one point. I just posted a picture of, my whole point is just because they didn't get 26 miles painting the target, don't mean they didn't get 20 plus. Y'all are acting like they did nothing at all, and it's grasping at straws. It's desperate, dude. It's weird listening to this kind of denial. But I just posted a picture of the target being painted. Okay,
Right. And this
You
is the
want
one
more?
I'm telling you is
What else y'all
fraudulent.
got to show, bro?
Brian, this is the one I'm telling you is fraudulent. I'm telling you you're being had. If you're thinking this is a target being
I
hit from a
posted
long
3,
distance,
bro.
All right, well, hold on, Brian.
I
we
know,
do
but-
have several. Yeah, we have several photos of them claiming that even it's in the PDF. I mean, back in the early. Hold on a second. Hold on. Back in the early days,
I seen it live, man.
Oh my gosh! Hold on, Brian. Okay, back in the early days on the 24/7, like the 1.0 server. I mean, this was like for months and months. This was the top discussion.
Yeah.
Like, meaning this PDF was released. We used to use it all the time. It was analyzed thoroughly. There were many videos made that were debunking it and calling it a fraud. And then we went through all of those discussions as well. Meaning that this was like one of the most popular things for probably at least 6 months, and then lasted on for longer. And I have never seen any legitimate debunk of the documentation or the pictures and everything in it. I was not there in person. I wasn't there in person, so obviously I can't have that. But I mean, I know people who were there and so on. But okay, so you're telling me,
So you can use your basic reckoning. Looking at Brian's thing, does that look to anybody like a laser that's 22 miles away, kilometers, whatever?
What would it look like?
It's like
What would it look like at 50 feet away? It would be a spot, right? I got a laser pointer that could put a spot at half a mile, dude.
It's not diffused.
Well, hold on. Writing. The thing is, one or more of these could be a testing sighting. One or more could be that. What I want to know is the one on the PDF, which is their official PDF, that shows the source and the one being hit. That is okay. But then there's this other one that Brian is posting. So does he define in the Slice of Arcane interview which one is the sighting and which one is the real results? Because the one that's in the PDF is the one that they're claiming is the real result.
What he's about to admit is that all of these are sighting ones or whatever, calibrating whatever ones, and that they have not yet released the target ones. And he says, when are you going to do that? And he says, very soon. And that was sometime before 2019, because this video was made in October 2019. So at that stage, he's admitting, he's about to hear on this video, admit that those photos are not the real thing. But yes,
I've
you're
seen
right.
it on
They
Dave
released a
Murphy's
bunch of
channel,
documents that allude to or suggest or straight out claim that they hit a target. But all of their footage
I've
is
seen Dave
sliced back
Murphy
and shown
right
on
there
this screen.
standing next to the target.
Okay, don't worry
lit
about it. I
up,
guess the
like,
rest of my
and it was
sentence
showing the
runs
beam
away now.
diverged.
Yeah, I'm really trying to hear what you're sharing.
Delicious.
There's a perfectly reasonable explanation for that.
Pure Jersey
Just
creme.
seeing the laser, I mean, really should be enough. But then showing the laser and the target lit up in the same picture, then showing the target. The one I seen originally, one of the better ones I seen was Dave Murphy right next to the target.
Brian, are you
You
watching
talk
this
about me
video with
interrupting.
us?
You talk about me interrupting, but you got to do it too. So if you're gonna cry, I'm gonna cry.
No, we're
Anyway,
listening
Dave
to a
Murphy was
video,
right there.
Brian.
We're listening to a
Hey
video,
guys,
Brian.
can you have respect
Oh,
for
fucking
everyone in the
tasty.
room and stop wasting everyone's time? We're
Right, but
supposed
we're
to be
midway through a
listening
video
to
and Brian
video.
started speaking over the point that Geo's been asking about for 10 minutes.
All right,
He
yeah.
says, why aren't there any photos?
Yeah,
And he says,
I
well,
heard you speaking too, bro.
well,
All
there's
right,
a
let's do
perfectly
this.
reasonable explanation for that. On the night that we went out and made the measurement, that was not intended to be an actual measurement.
All right, hold on. Writing. Hold on. Just pause the video for a second. Okay.
Sure.
I have to step away, but I will be listening, so I can't like be into. But what I want to do, I'm going to step away. I'm going to mute, and then and so on. Okay, if no one in the room could speak, that would be great for at least whatever these 10, 20 seconds. So let's try to just keep the voice channel quiet, and then rewind it to the part where it does describe which photos he's talking about, whatever your evidence is, and then if everyone can stay quiet, let's listen, and then we can discuss it afterwards.
Okay. Do you want me to go back to where it started, which is like a minute ago?
Well, I just want, I mean, if it's your full evidence, because Brian has posted
Sure.
videos of the targets being hit. I've shown their PDF and so on and so forth. So if what you're saying has substance, it has to be definitive, and I have to see the whole thing. So whatever.
So let's get the full context of it. This is the start of his chapter on target. It makes sense to show the whole lot. Okay, I'll cue it up. Everybody ready?
Go.
I can't hear nothing, man.
Open up my video stream. Can you see that I'm live streaming, Brian?
All right,
Click on my
I'm
name
opening
and
it
go
up right
watch
now.
stream.
Pause it. Yeah, all right, pause it for 1 second. I'm doing that right now.
Oh.
That's not Mike Cavanaugh, man.
Get that ad out of here.
That ain't even Mike Cavanaugh, man.
Yeah, it is. Sounds just like him.
Oh, Rick. So 15.
Sorry,
bucks.
sorry.
Shit, go back. What was that, AGL?
That's probably enough, to be honest.
Sorry?
That's probably enough, in my opinion.
There is another
actually
bit, though,
more.
when he's asked, like, when are you releasing the results? Or did he say it in that bit?
He did say in that bit soon. He's waiting for a special, or we're waiting for a special occasion.
Good. Sorry, girlfriend came in, so I was just having
Hold
a chat.
on, dude.
Yeah.
There's
So
a couple
they're
of
not
them that
releasing the
release
photos yet.
dude. Yes,
But
they have.
that's-
Dave Murphy and
that-
Decimal Z and Dave Murphy have. Hold on, man.
They've done a lot of different laser tests, so that I didn't hear anywhere in there that they're defining which one they're even talking about, because they've done multiple, and the PDF that I posted shows the pictures that would be from that one. So which one is he even talking about? He never
They're
said
talking about all 6. They're talking about all of them.
So what's this proof of writing? Why are you holding this proof? Proof of what?
Proof that FE Core didn't hit a target at a certain
So wait a minute. This was taken October 2019, and he's talking about all 6, the ones that he did after that?
That's what that just said then when, let me skip back to it. So 6 targets, sorry, not 6 countries. 6 targets in 2 countries. He's doing it from after they've released whatever that document is. And that document, I thought, at least from vague memory, covers all of their different measurements over different lakes. FE records 2 FE Core released 2 versions of their results documents checked by their board, staff, and members. 6 targets hit in 2 countries, and no target photos were shown. They're waiting for a special occasion. Apparently, 2018 it looks like is the timestamp on the photos from their thing. Looks like it is February 2018. They did the observation. I guess there hasn't been a special enough occasion in the last 4 years. They're still holding on to that important evidence, but they're still releasing, which is what the bit I think is deceptive. Photos that people like Brian and Geo are being told is a picture of proof of a flat Earth. I don't think there's evidence one way or another on the shape of the Earth, but it's evidence to me that they're liars.
So the light hit their eyes. They caught it on the shore at the other side with the cameras at about 6 feet level, I'm assuming.
I don't know. They set out to hit a target. If I missed a target, I wouldn't call it a hit.
Okay, let me say something. I'm gonna post a video of them in the boat because they couldn't find it the first night, of them traveling with the beam across the fucking lake on a target. Now, I don't know what else to show y'all, dude. I've done showed you the beam. Hold on, the beam origination and the target in the same picture. I showed you the target, which is after this ain't Mike Kavanaugh. This ain't FE Core. This is post-production shit that was posted later by people who were there. Decimal Z, Dave Murphy. Okay, I'm gonna post them in a boat with one of the lasers, just following the target because they couldn't. That was the only way they could find it, was to just trace it across the lake. I mean, even if there's not exactly what you're looking for, dude.
Can I ask you, Brian?
I mean, and to me, I mean, it's overwhelming evidence here, but it's showing flat water as they're driving across.
Can I ask you, Brian? Rather than keeping on going, can I just ask you a question you can answer? Of the picture you posted at 21 minutes past the hour, where a tight little blue beam hits a target and then disperses out, does that to you, just your gut instinct, is that like they probably shot that from 20 odd miles away? or kilometers or whatever.
No, I've seen
or does
them
that look
next to
close?
the target, bro. I've seen them measuring the fucking target diverge. I don't think they ever hit it at 26 miles, but they hit it at like 21 kilometers, dude. I mean, what
They didn't
what
show
is enough
evidence
for
of
you?
that.
What is enough for you to show flat water, man? It's just even
Just
the camera
just
picked
them
it up.
showing it hit.
The fact that I showed you, hold on, the fact that I showed you the beam origin and the target in the same picture,
Where's
and you're
that
denying it,
picture?
bro. That to me is just denial. That I don't even know how to describe that.
Do you mean
shit.
that picture at
You see
11
the-
minutes
you
past
see
the
little
hour?
tiny dot, and then you see the target lit up in the same damn picture. What else can I show you, bro?
Do you mean the one at 11 minutes past the hour?
Bro, you've seen the little dot where the beam originates way off of the distance, and then the target lit up bigger where the beam diverged and hit the target. Bro,
I'm just trying to ask you a really simple question, Brian. Do you mean the one at 11 minutes past the hour or 21 minutes past the hour?
Bro, I'm
Am I
talking
nuts?
with
Is that a simple question or not?
insanity,
Which fucking photo do you mean, Brian?
Dude, you're getting upset. The one I showed you
You're
with
just
the
so
little
frustrating
dot.
to talk to. Tell me which
You want
photo
me to
you're fucking
describe it
talking
again,
about.
bro? I know it's upsetting you, bro. The one with the little dot where the beam originated, and then the target where it's diverged and bigger in the same picture. Okay, just look.
Does anybody
You've
know what
already
he's talking
seen
about?
it. Your
Anybody
eyes
here
seen it. Your brain don't want to
know what the fuck
acknowledge
he's
it.
talking about?
All right, Brian,
Oh, God.
which picture are you talking about?
It's just look a few pictures back. It's the one with the two little purple dots in it. One's bigger than the other because one's the target.
Yeah, you were
Does
saying.
anybody see a photo that looks like what he's describing?
He's already talked about it, so he knows what I'm talking about.
Well, maybe post it again, but the one that you were referring to before, I didn't see any target in that one.
No, it looks like somebody pointing a camera at the source of a laser beam. I don't see any target anywhere in it.
So you don't see two little purple dots in the picture. You didn't talk about it.
Post the fucking photo again, Brian. Jesus.
Dude, I'm not going back.
To have a conversation with.
Dude,
I've already posted this shit and I've moved on. Now I got to hold on. I'm about to post the video of them in the boat with the target traveling across the lake, tracing the target, tracing the laser with them on the target in the fucking boat.
All of the photo.
I'm not going back. I've already posted it.
Hold on, Ryan. You're writing. You're just screaming at this point. So, Brian, hold on. Could you? I muted writing just for a second, so we could. It's okay. Could you post it again or tell us what you're referring to?
I'll go back and look at the one I've already posted. It's a picture with the beam. Hold on a second. It's the one with the beam.
Hey, Chill, can you mute
origin and then the divergent, the target in the same picture. I think it's from Dave Murphy.
Hey, Chills, we can hear your the video. It's leaking through.
Okay.
Bro, this y'all in denial, in my opinion.
I think it's this one. Right.
Yeah,
Brian, could you circle where you think the target is here? Because in all honesty, I can't tell you where a target would be in this picture. If you could circle it, that would be fantastic.
Okay, better than that, I'm gonna show you the boat crossing the lake and the target just sitting.
No, please don't. Tell us where the target is in that one first.
I'm not going back. I mean, stuff I've already posted, bro. The fact is, they can see the laser just because they didn't get it from. Just because they didn't get it from 30 miles, don't mean the water wasn't flat from fucking 21 kilometers or 19 kilometers or 16 kilometers, bro.
God damn it.
I've circled what I think you might be talking about.
Look in chat, Brian.
Is that what you're talking about, Brian?
Even then, if that was what he's talking about, I don't think I'd put $20 that that's a target.
No. I'll bet money that's not a target. That's like, look at the other photos of the target. It's got poles either side. It's the size of a person. It looks so roughly similar to the rest of the stuff. That looks to me like light diffusing through some sort of atmosphere.
That's what we don't see in any of them pictures. No earth curvature in any of them pictures. Would we all agree with that?
I said from the beginning, I think these experiments, these test experiments and measurements mean fuck all. That means fuck all for both sides. So I would say it shows nothing for this conversation.
Well, except that many, many, many flat earthers have had a con foisted on them, right? There are still many people within the community Like Gio's deeply embedded in the community, goes out and does tests, knows many of these people, and he's totally unaware that they admit that they have never released the photos of it hitting the target. Like that to me is interesting. It doesn't say anything about the shape of the Earth, but it does say something about whether people can con other people.
For test purposes.
Hold on, dude.
Oh, here we go.
Hang on, let me just say something real quick to that. I didn't see or hear in that video that he confirmed that all of the, especially the picture in the document, was not the actual test. I still didn't hear him say that.
He did
So he
say
says,
that.
when
He
are you going to
referred-
release it?
I showed Dave Murphy's picture of the target being hit.
You didn't, Brian.
He does say that the pictures that are within the document are for calibration purposes. That none of the actual results from the experiment, those pictures have not been released, and they're waiting for a special occasion. That's what they said, or he said.
Well, I just posted them. Dude, there's other videos. I seen a lot more of this back then, man. I seen more of Dave Murphy's footage, man, of him right there next to it. I don't think it was from the 26 kilometers, but he's sitting there measuring the fucking divergence on the fucking board, dude.
Does Dave Murphy say what the distance is that they were covering?
Man, I don't want to just say which one it was because I don't remember. But I remember watching Dave Murphy with the tape measure, measuring it on the board. I don't know which one it was, but I know it was one of them.
1312.
You got to remember, dude. Hold on, you got to
timestamp
remember. There was
looking for
multiple people out there, dude. Decimal Z, which was old Dr. Zach, he's out there. I got some of that was his photos. Them other two, the last one and the one before that, them were from Dave Murphy, man. There were multiple people out there. Just because Mike Cavanaugh and them didn't release shit, they all released some of their own little shit. They all had, a lot of them had cameras. And so, you know, I mean, I think y'all are in denial. One thing we don't see is Earth curve in any of these.
I don't think we see anything, then.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of, I said before writing that in no way am I supporting or pushing FE Core. I actually have my own opinions about them, which I guess I won't share at the moment, but I'm just saying that that's nothing that I'm like backing. And there's been many, many laser tests that have been done. I've done them myself and seen the laser hitting the target with my own eyes. So that it's not like I'm riding on their particular laser test. However, if they put those pictures in the document with the wording right there, but those are not the actual results, then, I mean, just on that, I wouldn't call that full-on fraud, but I would definitely call that deceptive, and it makes their entire document invalid for sure.
Yeah. So here are I've pasted bits of the transcript in the chat where he admits that. Okay, are any of these are these photos and videos, regardless of quality, ever going to be released? Yes. That there's a massive dump of media we're going to release pretty soon. And then I think right after that, he says, I hope we're waiting for a special occasion. Yeah, I hope we're waiting for a special occasion.
This is why we
he
generally
admits
just
those
ignore
aren't the
FE
real
Core.
ones. We're going to release them in a dump sometime soon. So yes, I think you're right. I don't think it's straight up fraud, but it does seem deceptive to show photos of ranging that you not in the document admit arranging photos. My understanding is they did that admission later because
that's the thing that maybe, well, it's all, I'm not saying what they're doing is childish. I'm not saying that, but it almost sounds like someone in school putting together like a book report and just putting like photos that are not the real thing and just kind of trying to make it look like a book report. I mean, it has,
No, that's like to me the same thing as they set out and said, we're going to use this high-tech equipment to do this thing. Then they did a thing and they had insufficient photos to support their position, but they had to produce something. So I think they put together what they wanted to do. They put together pictures that seemed good. Out of context, they seemed good, crisp, clear. And then they said, here's what we have. Then it came out later that Kavanaugh says, the actual testing results we will release at some point. But what we presented were part of the calibration processes. That's what it seems like.
The thing I've also said to Gio in the chat about this is, Bio in the chat about this is, My understanding of the reason they ended up admitting this is actually thanks to the Flat Earth community, because of the photo Brian posted at 21 minutes past the hour, which shows a tight little beam, and people started going, "That's a bit weird." They put all of this effort into a collimator. They spend 1/3 virtually of their video talking about the importance of a collimator, and yet when we're looking at the beam divergence, it's practically nil. Does that really look like a photo at 22 miles or meters or kilometers or what? Sorry. And it was actually a result of people in the 24/7 chat being like, hang on, come on, these are real photos, that they're like, oh, actually, no, they're not. They're the ranging ones. And that's what caused them to admit it and said, we're going to release the real ones later on. It looks like they were trying to pass these off as the real results until the way I heard the story was Flat Earthers called them on it.
It's possible. I'm not sure either way on that one.
All right, so I have a question. Can we see too far?
No.
So are we done with the FP core stuff?
Can you trust people when they say they see too far, I guess, is the new question.
Well, I've been out to the ocean.
Cool.
So
but like we're saying about these guys, I agree with BioJewel on this. I don't think these guys were like, oh shit, the Earth's a globe, let's just lie about it. I think they went out there honestly believing the Earth's flat, found some results that were inconsistent with that, but jammed it back through a set of biases and preconceptions that made them walk away thinking they'd found that the Earth was flat. So if you've walked out and you've seen the ocean, you've determined the Earth's flat, all I need to say is I think the same thing happens. I think the same thing happens to you as what you, I think.
At the very least, they have all these camera heights. They did it from multiple heights with the camera. Okay. They fucking recorded it. They recorded all the refraction. They showed that there's no bendy water at the very least. So you can say whatever you want. They fucking showed there's no bendy water.
You can hold on to whatever you'd like, Brian. The purpose of the experiment was one thing, and then they presented something that was not fulfilling of that purpose. And there's no evidence.
And I showed you some other guys. Look, you got one guy saying that. Hold on. You got one. Let me respond. You got one guy saying that. Just because he didn't have it, don't mean other guys out there. So I showed you two other guys showing the targets, okay? And no matter what I show you, it ain't enough.
So your opinion, Ryan, is being deliberately deceptive, is it? Is that your opinion? They're being deliberately deceptive.
FE core, yeah, I would.
In parts, but I don't think they're being deliberately deceptive about the shape of the Earth. I think they're being deliberately deceptive or evasive about what they got on their test results and what it really meant, because to them, they had a feeling like, wow, this confirms the shape of the Earth. But they know logically if they share the results that gave them that feeling, other people won't have that feeling. So I think that they are not sharing those results. That's the most charitable interpretation I can conceive of.
Okay. So you think Mike Kavanaugh's a liar then, basically?
Yeah, I do.
Essentially, yeah.
Okay, what did he say that was a lie?
It would be similar to when I ran my experiment. If I cut out the part where I bumped my chamber, I would feel absolutely dishonest of cutting out any portion of my experiment. When I bumped it and fucked it up, I left it in to show if I fuck it up, I'm going to repeat it and erase my results. I'm super honest in that way. So if they cut part of their evidence from what they present, yes, I think that they are being dishonest and lying. Yes.
No, what's dishonest, bro, is we're seeing a laser 20 miles away and you're not acknowledging it. You're just begging for anything you can to keep that bendy water. You're desperate, bro.
You bumping your
no matter what we show you, you won't fucking accept it, bro.
They're not
the only ones who have done laser tests, dude. It's
Please
insane.
take a breath, Brian.
You bumping your little vacuum chamber there, Bio, did that alter the results, your end results?
Yeah. It would have had I not erased all of my results.
No,
that would have. Yes. No, it would have. Yes, it would have. Yes. It had I continued without erasing my results. If I just continued, it would have fucked up my results. Yes, of course.
How would it have fucked up your results?
Because of how sensitive
when you're measuring force.
Right. As sensitive as that equipment is, any type of bump, I could have moved that chamber 1/10 of a degree. And because
Yeah.
the laser light is extended out 10 feet, that 10th of a degree could be 3 inches or something like that. So,
but from memory, Bio, you did this over a long period of time, yeah.
correct.
Exactly right. So at one particular point in that, say, that 24-hour period, for argument's sake, you bumped it, right? But for the rest of the time, you didn't bump the chamber. So for the rest of the time, that chamber is giving particular results apart from when you bumped it. So you erasing the results of when you bumped it, to me, wouldn't necessarily mean you're being dishonest or anything like that. You just bumped it, and it was irrelevant because you've got 23 hours and 55 minutes of other time when the results are completely consistent. You see what I'm saying?
No, you're totally right. If you present it in a way that, let's say you run the experiment in its entirety 2 times, you run it a 3rd time and you bump it, you don't have to erase the completed 2 other times. But if I give you 20 hours uncut, or I say is uncut, here's 20 hours, uncut footage, you get past the 2nd completed, then there's a cut, and then it continues on. It's super fucking suspicious, man.
Yeah, but it's like doing one of his Bollywood films where he's getting shot. Like when the props people are putting an arrow in his shoulder, right, and they cut all that out, that's not relevant to the actual movie itself, right? They just show the bit where the arrow's in his shoulder, and that's relevant to the actual.
It was the leg, Dan, so very close, but it was the leg. I got shot in the leg.
Yeah, but you know the analogy I'm trying to make there.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
The difference is that a film, like the audience knows that what they're seeing is fictitious. They knew that in that scene where I get shot in the leg, I'm not really getting shot in the leg, and it's not presenting itself as fact. Whereas these guys are saying we're doing a objective measurement of the Earth, same as BioJewel is with his Cavendish.
Yeah.
If he then obscures some of those results, gets a bad result because he knocks the chamber and then doesn't show that, deletes that footage, and then presents it working as if that's what actually happened. And find that and you interrogate him, you say, hey, BioJewel, what happened at this cut here? And then he eventually goes, oh, okay, there is some missing footage, but I haven't released it yet. But I honestly, seriously, it still shows what it's meant to show. You would go, that seems kind of slippery.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think it's essential to show absolutely every single part of every single experiment, right?
This isn't every single part, Bandy. This is like they set out to hit a target with a laser and they show so many photos of so many parts except the target hitting the laser hitting the target.
Yeah. Yeah,
if that's the one thing you're there to do, that's the like. If you take one photo all weekend, that's the only photo you take.
Yeah, and I am commenting from a position of ignorance because I really what you guys are talking about when it comes to this FE thing. So
you guys have been talking about this for a while.
He thinks the laser hit the camera, but wouldn't hit a target. Let's just say hypothetically, if it wasn't bright enough, okay. What would you say that one picture was from Dave Murphy, the one with the 2 dots, the small dot and the bigger dot?
The one we were trying to get clarification on. Can you circle where you think the target is, please? If we're going to go back to that picture, please circle it,
dude.
Yeah,
we're going back to this.
We're going to end up shouting at one another again. It's going to hurt.
Right. And Benpa, it'd be like if I ran my experiment without the laser light at all. I just ran it as is without the laser, and then I said, "Yes, see, I told you the mass has moved." Well,
okay, hold on. Do you know how hard
you don't know that they moved because there's no laser light showing deviation. So in this situation, they're saying that the light hit a target, but if they don't show you the target, what are they really claiming?
Let me explain. Let me explain this. Okay, let me give me a second. Okay, and if you've ever watched any of these laser tests, you'll know that it's very difficult to get the laser in the camera. There's tricks that they use where they use other lights way up higher to locate where the camera is, where the laser beam is coming from. It's very difficult to even get the laser in the camera. It's not like it's just capturing it everywhere across the shore. A lot of times they can't find it at all. and most of the time it just takes them forever, and then they finally find it.
That's what she said.
It's very so. Listen, the laser beam, even if it's let me finish. Even if it's diverged, it's not like it's just shining everywhere across the lake. It's one particular spot or one little area that the camera's got to be in to find it. Period. And if you've seen the laser test throughout, you'd know all this.
Yeah, I know, Brian.
And you'd appreciate the test a lot more.
If they said that they hit a target, but they don't show the target being hit, then what they're claiming is bullshit, at least for now. That's the entire point.
I'm referencing every laser test, though, man.
I know every laser test is hard. It's difficult. It would be easy to use GPS so you know what direction, and then you could trial and error to make sure you're still hitting it. But if you say we hit a target, but you never show the target.
I showed you a target, bro. I showed you the laser beam on the target on the short test.
Can you circle the target in your picture, please?
That's the 16-kilometer test. I showed you the laser hit the target.
I know. Can you circle the target?
No, I'm talking about the billboard, the target on the 16-kilometer, the short one. I showed a picture of the target.
In daylight?
No, I didn't post nothing in daylight. The only thing I posted in daylight was the boat, was the laser following them out in the boat.
The target, because
and guess what? If they were going out the boat, I think they followed that laser in the boat for about 7 miles before they lost the green one. And guess what? It never rose up. They kept that target right there, and mile after mile.
Please step in and figure out which one Brian's talking about, or encourage him to circle the target, because he just keeps repeating his claim. We don't know what he's talking about, and it's kind of going in circles.
Yeah, you do. You've seen the target that I posted with the laser beam on it. What are you talking about?
Just circle the fucking thing, man. It's not a big request. It's going to be much shorter than us keeping on doing this for another 2 hours.
Dude, I already
posted
less
it. Effort.
Dude.
It'll be easier. Does anybody else know what he's talking about?
Is that photo that you reposted?
Thank you so much, Randy.
Is that one?
I'm not sure. I keep asking. I keep circling things on things and posting it, going, is it this one, Brian? He just won't fucking tell me.
Because if that's...
You know what a target is, bro? The target you're asking for? I posted the picture of the target.
Hold on, buddy. That photo that you reposted at 3:01 riding, is that the photo that Brian posted? The one you're asking for a target for?
Right. Yeah, I'm circling something in red and going, is that the target? And he won't tell me.
If I'm looking at this photo honestly, I see a bright light, like it's reflecting thing, or it's the source of the actual light itself. But I can't actually see any target in that photo itself, Brian. If I'm being honest.
No. I'm not talking about that one, bro. They're playing fucking stupid, because I'm gonna repost it for them. Okay, they're gonna continue to play stupid. Watch.
Yeah, repost it, buddy. Cheers.
Oh wow. Thank you, Brandy.
Oh wow! Like you didn't already see.
None of us know what you're talking about, man.
No,
just me.
I came in late, so I'm just trying to catch.
None of us know what you're talking about.
Is it at 21 after the hour?
No, he's going to.
That's what I've been asking too. Is it 21 after the hour, or 11 after the hour? Is it this thing?
He's going to repost.
Yeah, he's going to repost it.
Don't stress. Give him time.
Okay, fair enough.
We will finally come to a conclusion. It's all good, or try to come to a conclusion.
I'm going to come in and tell you guys, we're giving him such a hard time, but I don't think you really are in this one.
It's 1:21 after the hour, and it's not daytime. It's not the shit y'all showed.
1:21 after the hour.
Repost it, Brian. Can you, mate?
He's talking about this one.
It's fucking
this one is claiming to be 20 miles away. Does anybody think that laser has traveled through?
16 kilometers, man.
Fine. Does anybody think that is 16 kilometers away? FE Core doesn't say that. Brian does. Does anybody think that?
No, Dave Murphy. Oh my God, dude.
Is that a
See, I told you.
wall?
I was gonna fucking show them which one it is, and they're just gonna fucking fucking donkey talk, dude. I'm muted.
Look how thin that laser beam is. They had a broken collimator. Look how thin that laser beam is. Do you think that's reasonable to say it's 16 kilometers?
Bro. The first day they had a broken collimator. Okay.
Even with the collimator, it would have been way bigger than that.
Yeah.
Really, use your head, Brian.
Bro,
Does that look like a laser beam that's gone for 16
misrepresenting
kilometers?
their test like they only did it one day.
Sure, they don't even claim this is the actual thing.
They did
Brian.
6 different tests, bro. Okay.
And there was
I have a
multiple
10-foot
people.
laser
Listen, just
that,
because y'all have Mike
beams
Cavanaugh
out more than
talking
that.
about his data, you didn't say nothing about Dave Murphy, and that's the shit he posted. That picture is from Dave Murphy. Okay, Dr. Zach was out there. There were multiple people out there filming and showing shit, bro. Y'all are being dishonest. Okay, I'm showing you
even
Dave Murphy's fucking shit. I just posted a video of the boat and with the laser beam painting the target on the boat as they drive across the lake, and they picked it up for like 7 miles, but no bendy water. That was also in the day. That was in the evening time.
I mean, the whole test is about whether there's bendy water. That's
Yeah, that laser looks to me to be feet away.
Yeah, like maybe.
Not,
I mean, even crucially,
not even close to,
Yeah, even to me, also just eyeballing it, the beam's coming down.
Howard, I got a laser pointer that is a dot at almost half a mile away. A little laser pointer. It was about $12. Now you're going to tell me, that fucking giant ass laser they have, my little laser pointer can keep a dot at almost a half mile, but that fucking giant laser they have.
I don't think that's even true. I don't even think that's true because I have a $20 laser pointer.
Why are y'all lying to yourself? Why are y'all lying to yourself?
And I couldn't get a point at the end either. So I don't think a $10 one at half a mile can leave a point.
No, I said almost half a mile, dude. You get a fucking little dot.
I know, but in my experiment,
$12 laser.
My $20 laser pointer went 11 feet, and I couldn't get a point.
Claim they're,
so I don't
they claim they're 3 mile lasers.
Mile, you can.
They claim they're 3 mile lasers. Okay, but they ain't. But they'll go a good half mile. Okay, but
no, I understand that they claim it. I understand they claim a lot of things. So did FE Core. But here we are.
So you think half a mile? You think their lasers spread out?
You're talking about 10 times as.
And what's your guess of the distance of that picture I showed at night? Not the one y'all showed the daytime.
This picture, I'd say less than half a mile. I'd probably say that someone was on a boat, perhaps 500 feet away, perhaps with a legitimate laser.
Here's what I think. Because that laser beam is tilted down slightly, I think that's on them on the upper deck of wherever they were aiming the laser from, because it was on like the sort of mezzanine level of a restaurant or something like that. And I think they're pointing it down at the shore in front of them.
And it's reflecting off of
this was not day one, bro. That is not day one.
Their face.
If you've got better evidence for this, maybe that would advance the conversation.
Bro, I don't know what else to show you, man. Everything you asked for, I showed you.
I know, but that's a really good point that Eggshells just made. Because what's that right thing? What's the thing on the right side with a light pole? The post. That looks to be under a hotel, perhaps a parking garage or something like that. They're not on the beach on the coastline, man. This is.
Who said they were on the fucking beach on the coastline? There's only one test they were on the fucking beach.
On where they're standing for the other targets things, it looks like just a nature strip or a national park or something. There's nothing. They're standing in a building that looks like that, that's got posts just like that.
Bro, y'all are in denial. So no matter what I show you, it won't be enough. Even when I show you the guy in the fucking boat,
we're not interested if you can keep hitting a boat. We're interested if you can hit something at 20-something.
But wait a minute. If the Earth is curving, though, ain't that target ain't the little dot supposed to keep going higher and higher?
It's meant to
as
go
he
a long
travels
way.
further and further,
unless I know where the boat is,
dictate that.
It's just a different conversation. None of us are able to gauge that.
So Earth curve is a different conversation. So the fact that they're driving away in the boat and the laser beam dot on their target doesn't get higher, that's a different conversation.
He just does this. He gets so head up that he.
It'd be a little bit more conclusive if it was a wider shot. If there was shots pointing both ways and whatnot, it's a little bit in that photo.
Well, I think it is. I think it's conclusive, Bandy, in that Mike Kavanagh, whoever he is, Kavanagh, admits this is not the photo. We have not yet released the photo. We will soon.
Right.
It's incompatible with there being photos out there that are the real thing. But he says these are photos of us doing the ranging or the sighting. We have released those photos. These are they.
Once again, that wasn't Mike Kavanagh's photo, bro. That I showed you wasn't Mike Kavanaugh's video. That wasn't Mike Kavanaugh's photo. I did show you no photos from Mike Kavanaugh.
Right. So some people in FE Core are releasing results and other ones aren't?
He's saying there was random spectators taking random pictures. But
No. I told you, man. The ones I've released were from Dr. Zach. They were way after the fact.
Right, people not involved in the experiment, just random people who are in the area.
No, they were involved in the experiment, smartass. You know who Dave Murphy is.
Members of the
if you don't know who Dave Murphy is, just go on mute, okay? He was there.
So members of FE Core, members of the experiment, did release media or no?
So what's that photo you just posted, Terry?
It's the actual image from one of the Slice one where somebody's took a different photo of the angle from not the test that Eggshell's photoed with, that's showing the one that's more darker with the post in it.
That looks it's the same post in the background. Well done.
Same light. It's the same light shade thing. Same photo.
There's the same
different angle
post in the background.
Just a different angle.
Yeah, that's probably pretty much the same photo from the other side, isn't it? And somebody's just got, there's a person standing either side of it. The beam's hitting it might not be at exactly the same time, actually.
It's just the angle that they took it on. It's just different angles.
So what's that proving? What's that proving, though?
This is the photo they
laser beam
released.
was shot onto the target that wasn't very far away from the light source, from the laser source.
Yeah, this is the one they admit that they set up close to it just to see what it looked like when it was hit, and to calibrate something. And they released these photos. In their document, they make it.
Who admitted they set up close to it? Who admitted they set up close? Why would they put the target right next to the laser?
Mike Kavanagh does. That's what we.
What did he say? He said that they hold on. He said they set the target up close to the laser beam.
Yes.
How close?
Can you play that?
I don't remember if he said that.
No, he didn't say that. Can you? But I would. You made the claim, so I'd appreciate it if you'd play that.
I'm not playing the video again. If you want to go back, it's FE Core Really Can't Laser, and it's Sly Sparkane's video where he talks directly to Mike Kavanagh about it.
Yeah, but you just made an extra claim. You just said they set the target up next to the laser. And I'm going to tell you right now that the laser they had is not going to it's going to be a dot the same way it is coming out of the damn.
Unless you had a broken collimator, I guess.
Oh, God. Dude, the one that they showed was in the daytime. The one I showed was at night, but it doesn't matter, man. It was dude, they did 6 tests, man.
Same lamppost.
Dude, the fact of the matter is, if y'all didn't hear me, if you've ever done, laser tests or just watch one, I know, I've never done one personally, from any kind of length anyway. I mean, I fucked around with my lasers locally, but hold on. The point is when you're watching these things, they're very, very, very difficult. It takes hours sometimes for them to get in the right place and fucking find and get the beam, get the camera in the right spot. The camera has to be in the path of that laser. Whatever's happening with that laser light, I'll set that aside for a minute. That camera has to get in the path of that fucker, or you're not going to see it.
I don't think this is a hill to die on, but aren't there other people, Brian, that have done flash tests, mirror tests over large distances as well? Like FE Core ain't the only ones that have done this sort of testing.
That's right, yeah.
Jaronism did one. Oh, that's interesting. I poke fun, but
I know, Bio. That's why I was silent.
No bendy water.
No,
look, anyway, y'all wanted evidence. And we showed evidence that there's no bendy water, okay?
Whatever you want to hang on to, Brian, that's fine. What's been shown has been shown.
No, whatever you want to deny, bro. I can't help it if you're hypnotized and you deny lasers from fucking 10 or 20 miles away.
You've yet to show that. But anyway.
Even through a camera, bro.
Of the experiment.
The fact you deny your own, the fact you deny these tests, bro, is fucking.
I don't deny
these
mental
fucking deficiency,
I deny the integrity behind the tests and what's presented.
No, it's not just FE Core, bro. There's multiple people who have done this shit, dude. There are mirror flash tests.
Dishonest.
Look, there's got to be bendy water for even half these tests to be able to show mirror flashes, bro. That's line of sight. Laser beams are line of sight. You think they're diverging around Earth curve? I mean, you're in denial, bro, of reality.
I think the path that the light takes can bend. That's what I think.
That's a fair argument, bro. But don't sit there and act like fucking You know that these tests ain't difficult shit to fucking to pick up a laser from that distance.
They're very difficult. We're all happy to acknowledge that they're difficult. The only
if you want to say that the laser beam is curving, we can. Yeah. Well, let me finish. If you want to say the laser beam's curving, we can have that argument.
Interrupting you.
Let me finish my interruption. I'm not done interrupting you yet.
Go ahead.
It's not in contention that we claim water curves. It's not in contention that these are very hard tests to do. I imagine it's incredibly complex. Even just aiming the damn thing, like trying to hit the target that you can barely see with a laser, super difficult. The only thing in contention is, did they release photos that they are passing off as the actual test being concluded that they later admitted was not, and that they had later admitted they have not released those results that they claim show that the Earth is flat? Do they have integrity? Like, a good way to test this for yourself, I think, would be, what if the other side were making this claim? What if somebody said, here's this conclusive measurement of curvature of Earth, and you went, show me the actual results, and they went, oh, I don't have those. What I've got is photos from us hanging around on that weekend and doing different things other than the test.
So you're okay with the lasers? You're okay with the lasers, the cameras picking up lasers and how difficult that is? You would acknowledge that the light has to hit the lens for us to see the laser, okay? So you're claiming that the water's bendy and also the light is bendy too, right?
To a degree. I mean, I think that FE cores distances, particularly the longer
ones. So what about the mirror flashes?
I'm almost finished, Brian. Take a breath, Brosephine. Even the longer tests would preclude even the possibility of refraction being something you need to account for. Like it would be outside the bounds of refraction. So if you were still hitting a target at that range, that would be good. But what wouldn't be conclusive is just seeing a beam in the sky.
I'd like to see an example, man, of something hidden and refraction bringing it back into sight. I'd love to see that.
But I mean, this is the whole debate that we're having. Like, to keep going back to that doesn't progress us.
Well, we've been asking you for that, dude. Even going back to Ranty before he fucking sold out.
Can I ask you then a question, Brian? Would you like it? Like, would you find it more convincing if in FE Core's results and their video, they had video evidence of it hitting at the longest range that they tested, which I think was about 43 kilometers.
Dude, I've seen David. I didn't. Yeah, if it would have been 26 miles, I don't think it was bright enough to do the target. The one I seen was David.
I'm midway through.
Was David Murphy standing at the target. It would have been better, but I don't think it was bright enough to take the target at that distance. But they were able to bring it in and get the target at like 16 kilometers. And to me, but they were able to get it with the cameras.
Brian, I'm going to speak to you in American real quick. Shut the fuck up and let someone finish, then respond.
He asked me a question, you fucking prick.
He wasn't done asking.
You haven't heard the question. You're responding
you
to
said,
something
would it
I'm
be
not
more
asking.
satisfying if they'd have got it on the target from the longer distance? Is that not what you asked me?
Yes. Can you answer that question?
I was answering it.
You said they hit it. They weren't able to hit it from 16, but they were able to from closer. I'm saying if you had results from 43 kilometers
like 25 miles or... Dude, you ask me again, and then you fucking start blabbing off the fucking mouth again. Okay? I didn't see the target. I didn't see the target lit at the distance. The first night, the distance they were trying to achieve, I don't think they ever achieved that.
Yeah,
okay, I think they tried that twice. I don't think they did other distances like 21 kilometers and 16 kilometers.
Cool.
I think their longest was like I forgot, but one thing I do remember is they didn't hit the distance.
That's not what I'm asking.
So yeah, if you could hit 100 miles, yeah, that would be even better.
It's almost
that is what I'm asking.
Bendy light, right?
Yeah, that is what I'm asking. Yeah, if you could hit a target from longer and you could show it like this, that would be better. We're agreed. Good.
But turbidity, I think turbidity forbids that, man.
So is it unsatisfying that you don't have that?
Bro, in a way. But in a way, dude, they've topped it and went further and further. You know, they started off with a few miles. I mean, dude, we should be able to do this at like a 3-mile little tight beam and see if the fucking light's curving or not. I think they proved that without a shadow of a doubt. They stretched it to like 7 miles, then 8 miles. And you might be able to bring up a couple that are unsatisfactory. Let's just drop Epicore. Taboo Conspiracy, Garuda 1. Okay, there are other people, Daryl Marble. There are other people who have done this from, let's just say 10 miles, 11 miles. You know, that's way far enough to demonstrate Earth curve. But to me, the best one is when Dave Murphy's in the boat driving across. I don't think he made it past about 7 kilometers, but he's actually traveling in the boat, and he keeps the target lit up, sitting on the boat for quite a while. Like, he didn't make it all the way across before he lost it, but he made it a long ways, several miles or several kilometers, with the laser just fixed at one little elevation. It was growing in size a little bit as he got like further and further. But man, I mean, let's do the math. Tell me that the refraction was exactly fucking matching a flat Earth that day. I mean,
no, of course not. No. What is the exact math on that? Because it's interesting that you say they could hit that target an X amount distance, you know, with elevations of whatever, and then they lose it. That's kind of what we would expect for a curving Earth. But do you have numbers to go along with it? That was the green laser, bro. It faded out. I know. I'm almost done. I'll say the word period when I'm at the end of the statement. Or a question mark. Do you have actual numbers to go along with this story? Question mark.
Observations and God, you just keep asking for more and more and more. The fact of the matter is there's plenty of laser beams that demonstrate water's not bending. Okay. Now I'd like you to show me. We've demonstrated all this shit we've been asking for years. You show me something behind something that can be visible due to refraction. We've shown you the can with normal atmospheric conditions or anything even close.
We've shown you the can where you can't see the red part of the bottom of something that's behind it, and then there was hot water poured onto that can. I think it was a paint can or some shit. Anyway, hot water tank, I think. Yeah, and then the red part was visibly above the object that was in front due to refraction.
You're talking about the smudge with the liquid butane? That's the best y'all got. That is, I'm asking for something
that deliberately
close.
Literally.
Let me finish now. Now let me finish. You're puking all over me now.
I'm just letting you know how it feels.
Okay, now if you have to use liquid butane to show me a smudge of a color, that is not what we see in reality, bro. I want to see something that at least kind of matches normal atmospheric conditions. At least something kind of the way we've demonstrated it 7 ways from Sunday.
Right. You said refraction, being able to see something behind another object. That's exactly what's demonstrated there.
I said with normal I didn't even, it ain't got to be perfectly normal, just something similar to normal atmospheric
it's similar.
conditions.
Liquid
butane, bro. Have you seen that video?
Changing the
liquid butane. It's negative 120 degrees.
That's what they've done.
Quite a cool demonstration, I think.
I think it's the most basic that anybody can do. Anyone can do.
So if you think that's insufficient, Brian, in what is different about this butane, hot water, red can business that is meaningfully different?
We can show you all day long.
I was almost finished. That is different to the atmosphere.
We can show you shit getting hidden with normal fucking atmosphere up close. Okay, on a micro scale. We can show you with just fucking air, the air we fucking breathe, a little bit colder or a little warmer. We can show different refraction phenomenon. We never can show you with normal air something that is hidden behind something popping up. It takes a crazy extreme to even get a smudge of a color. It takes a negative 120 wrapped around a fucking metal tank. That's not normal, bro.
With that crazy extreme, you're agreeing that can happen, provided it's a crazy extreme.
With liquid butane, yeah, we can get a fucking reflection off of a fucking metal container. Yeah.
Okay, so if it's less
nothing
extreme
more than a
crazy,
reflection.
I was almost finished, Brian. If it's less extreme and crazy, could we get a lesser result?
He just started and said he was, but dude, that's nothing more than a reflection with 120 below zero fucking liquid butane. I mean, call it what you want, bro. It's not. You don't see an object. You see a smudge of a color from a reflection.
An object that's red. We now see the red part of an object. So with less extreme refraction, could we get a less extreme result?
So show me with the atmosphere. Why? If this happens in real life, bro, you should be able to show me in real life.
I'll do what Eggshells did with Hank. I'll show you the 2 pictures of the black swan
the typical black swan, and then what we would call normal conditions. That's what I would do.
Feature.
Right. So that's what I would do because
why don't you block something?
Because in one picture the cranes that in reality are straight. In one picture they're bent to fuck, and in another picture they are relatively as straight as I would expect. Therefore, the one that closely matches reality experiences less refraction. I don't think that's a dishonest statement or position to take.
No.
Because
you don't know nothing about surveying, bro. You don't know nothing about surveying. They talk to you about geodetic survey. That's not how they fucking do elevations. They add earth curvature to horizontal plane references, bro. So if you understood anything about going along a shoreline, if you understood anything about surveying for elevations, you'd know that the water, it's fucking or land right next to the water that's level with the water measures flat. You can calculate it all day long, bro. If you knew anything about it in real life, you'd know it measures flat.
Brian, what do you think we're talking about right now?
Dude, you're desperate, bro. Everything you're just puking out excuses at me, dude. Everything I asked for, you're just giving me crap excuses.
What do you think we're talking about right now, Brian?
You're talking about flat water hiding something all of a sudden, just because you could see further that day. Okay.
What
you want to say that that it's fucking normally behind Earth curve? I want to see something we know for a fact is hidden. So build something.
Yes, the black swan, eggshells picture, oil rigs. They're hidden by Earth curve.
What you don't
anyway, dude, y'all are, dude. Listen, y'all can deny y'all senses, man. But
I'll stop engaging Brian until he's done, and then you can go.
I'm gonna have to back off for a minute. I'm all ears and listen to y'all puking fucking excuses all over the place, not acknowledging the proof. But we've gave you the proof, and give us something in return in real life with real.
Yeah, when you're done, Bandy's gonna continue.
What you don't see in that GIF that Writing posted, that little bit of I presume it's plasticine or Play-Doh, what they've got there, and half of it's green and half of it's red, and you see a little bit of red popping up. You don't see the green portion of that plasticine moving at all. It stays exactly the same.
You're absolutely right. Because the amounts of the refraction is not at that level, at that altitude, but it's occurring very close to the surface. You're 100% right there.
I imagine if you had a bigger band of that temperature change, you would see the top grow and shrink again.
And what you're demonstrating there is such extreme circumstances. I don't know if you'd even get those sort of extremes in reality.
Yeah, I don't think you would. I think that's bending light by probably like 2-3 degrees. I think in reality, with less extreme refraction, with less extreme conditions, you would get less extreme refraction. It would definitely be slower.
Nowhere near 2 to 3 degrees.
So I think what's happening here, and when you bring up extremes, I do agree with you that in this scenario there is an extreme temperature change, and then it's at a very, very short distance. So something has to be extreme. I think when we're looking at reality, that temperature or pressure change doesn't have to be extreme, but the distance needs to be extreme. Then you can have the same effect.
Yeah, I would agree 100%. But with over distance, you're definitely going to get those extremes when you're looking through the atmosphere. I agree there. Yeah.
Something has to be extreme. In this scenario, if we do it in a lab, we can't make the distance extreme and have full control. So if our distance is reasonable, let's make the temperature change extreme. If we look at reality, let's not make the temperature change extreme. Let's make the distance extreme. And, same principle.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But
it is interesting how only the bottom half of it pops up and the top half doesn't. Yeah. It doesn't change one iota.
Would you say that's actually kind of similar though to the black swan in that like the tops of the rigs don't move a whole lot while what's happening underneath them does?
Look, I haven't really studied the black swan riding it to be fair, so I can't. I've seen photos. Now those two photos that you're showing side by side, I don't know if I was to run a ruler across those two images, one looks a little bit higher than the other. like the one on the left hand side compared to the right hand side, the oil rig on the far right in the left photo looks slightly higher than the oil rig in the right hand photo.
Yeah,
on the right
probably,
hand
actually.
side. It looks slightly higher.
Sure. I don't think that we're claiming refraction does just one thing. I think this is just an example of there's an object with a particular color that is covered by a physical object in front of it. We cannot see that particular color. All we do, we don't change our position. We don't move the objects. We just change the atmospheric conditions. Now we can see what was once behind that physical object. I think that's all it's trying to show.
I think when it comes to optics, Bio, you probably agree that there are way too many variables to be conclusive on anything. Like, you know, we can say that we see too far, and you guys will, and we'll say this, that, and the other. We see too far. But because there are so many different variables, and not all variables account, because you can't take all the variables into account. We can take somewhat averages,
right?
How accurate those averages are. Like I was saying yesterday, you know, we're looking across the ocean. Right now, I've actually done this myself. I've walked along the beach with one of those infrared thermometers, and every 5 steps, I pointed the infrared thermometer at the water, and every 5 steps, I can tell you now, the reading is not the same. It always changes. It always shallow. Now, when you're looking over vast distances and underneath the water surface, you've got different water levels, and you've got trenches, and you've got, you know, seaweed drift, and as I say, quite often whale farts and all this other sort of that isn't taken into consideration. You can get vast water temperature differences over a short period of time of up to 3-4 degrees at times, depending on the depth of the trench or the channel that you're looking across. And this is going to happen to the amount of evaporation, all this sort of stuff, what's going up in the atmosphere at any one particular time. And I don't think these are ever taken into account adequately. And that's just my personal opinion.
Sure. I would agree. As far as the pedantic level, no, we could never ever be perfect. How far from perfect, that will just depend on the observation itself and the measurements that you take, and how many measurements, because you could take 1,000,000 measurements between you and an object a mile away, and that's better than taking 1,000 measurements. But it is one of those things that if you take 1,000 measurements, that should be good enough, even though you say 1,000,000 would be better. But we'll never be perfect. And I think these types of observations, especially miles and miles over water, and especially the ocean, I think both sides should not rely on it or die on that hill. I think it should be land-based observations, and then it's still a general kind of calculation.
Like this famous black swan image. Like how many measurements were taken? Were there half a dozen measurements between the shore and the oil? You know, half a dozen.
I would say zero. I would say zero. No, I would say you have the perhaps observer height on the beach, then you have the height of the oil rigs, then you have the distance between that, and I think that's literally it as far as measurements.
There you go. So,
I think somebody did something to try to correlate what time of year BMSLB 69 or whatever he was uploaded the photos to try to figure out what sort of season he was in to get average temperatures. I think somebody also tried to get that as to add it for data.
Which would be good, but still averages rather than actual. So how pedantic do we want to get? Yeah.
Well, I think if you're trying to be conclusive on any sort of measure, you've got to be somewhat pedantic and just taking the shore temperature and just say you had access to the temperature on the oil rig itself. Well, that's only 2 temperatures at 2 particular heights, right? Now you'd want to be taking temperature at say 1 foot above the water, 10 foot above the water, 20 foot, 30 foot, 40 and 50 foot, and at varying intervals. You know, one starting at 0.0, 250 meters, half a kilometer, 3/4 of a kilometer, or a kilometer, to give you a fair indication of what's happening right in front of your eyes.
Yeah, no, all those things are good, but I don't want to be negative Nancy about it. But even if we had all of those things, you know what someone like Jeremy will say. Well, we don't know what light does in the atmosphere. So then all of that will be for naught.
Well, light does change depending on the medium. If it's going through several different layers of medium at different temperatures and different, light is going to do some crazy things at times. We know this. We know that light does change depending on the medium it is in, up and down, left and right, back to front, and all over the place.
I agree. I agree that we know these things. Just some people say that we don't. But I would agree we do know.
I'm just trying to be fair and reasonable.
No. I think it's totally cordial, and there's some give and take. No, I appreciate all that. But no. I think we generally agree that what we have so far as long distance observations, are not really good enough, except that we're just interpreting them with separate knowledge than the observation itself.
Yeah, I think that's a point that often I think is the most reasonable point to get to go long distance observations are a bad way to determine this. They appear to, virtually regardless of who's doing the measurement, show different things to different people. Sometimes with the same measurement, sometimes with different ones, so throw them all out.
I think generally over land, get above the surface. I think you're more reliable. I think over water, that's when, I guess you could say, your margin of error, you have more chance of fucking it up over water. But over land,
did I send you my?
I think closer to the surface, where the atmosphere is the thickest, and probably going to vary the most. You are going to get crazy things. So you really want to get above. You want to get above all that interference.
Yeah,
correct banding. In fact, I've analysed a shitload of weather balloon data. Once you get above 100 meters, 7/6 is a really good approximation.
So then, how do you explain then, Rui, when you're talking about long distance photography? The 270.
Exactly what I was going to ask. The Pic Gaspard one. When I punched the Pic Gaspard one in, it still needed a bit of refraction to bring the Pic Gaspard into view.
Yeah, and I presume that from one mountain top to the other type of thing. Where I can't remember off the top of my head, Rui, but those mountains are supposed to be well below the horizon, if memory correctly.
Yeah, without refraction, right?
Yeah, I wound up refraction to like 0.1 something. 0.1 something, and then it suddenly pops into
0.14.
Yeah.
So 0.1 something is a big difference. Yeah, 0.14 is pretty much average.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think it was 0.13, 0.14, and suddenly the peak's in view.
Yeah, that's basically equivalent to 7/6.
Right.
So yes, once you get above the surface, you can pretty safely apply 7/6.
But I think the reason I say throw it out is like if that's in contention from them, and there's two reasons. Partly it's to be fair. If that's in contention, like we would say refraction, take into account refraction, they would say no, don't, or yes, take into account refraction, but only when it causes bottom-up obstruction. So if there's that, just throw all of those out because that's fair. But my second reason for doing so is, by my estimation, that leaves flat nothing on the flat Earth side. It leaves Bandsaw your thing where when I observe water, it appears to be flat locally.
Yeah.
But still requires, in order for us to test that, long distance observations over water.
Let me just post something in the chat. One sec.
For the globe Earth, you still have things like Coriolis, gyroscopes, gyrocompasses, da.
I think anything done over water is you're playing with fire.
Yeah. So how do we test that water's flat, not locally? over vaster distances.
Yeah, how do you get? Just say we went down to our local dam and we worked out exactly how far above that water do you have to shoot a laser, right? From one shore to another. Just say you're able to get, say, 50 meters from one shoreline to another, and you were able to put a target right in the center on a boat or a pontoon or something that was 50 meters high as well. And you could hit that target, and it measures exactly 50 meters there, and then 50 meters on the opposite shoreline. Like, is that high enough, or is a contention of refraction still going to come to it? Like,
there's always refraction, right? But it's my opinion is that these "can we see the laser" tests are pointless, right? Because you have to get close to the surface to do them, and once you get close to the surface, you're going to get hyper variable refraction. So see the graph that I posted in the chat.
Yeah. Was that the one from the States?
Oh, I've only done this the other day, like a couple of days ago.
Okay.
There's it'd be similar. So Pablo's dog does some observations of the same oil rigs that BMLSB 69 does as well. Right. And what I've done here, so the nearest weather station is Point Mugu, whatever it's called, and they release 2 weather balloons a day, and as they're released, they take measurements of the atmosphere on the way up every couple of seconds or whatever.
Yep.
So they take the temperature, pressure, humidity, and you can turn those measurements into a refractive index. So you can measure the refractive index all the way up.
Yep.
And that's basically what this graph is. So the x-axis is the gradient. So you can see 0. So 0 is the, to the left of 0, where it's negative, that's light bending down, right? That's a typical density gradient.
Yeah.
And to the right of 0 is light bending upwards, right? So, inferior mirages, that sort of shit. So you can see, in the y-axis is the height above the surface.
Yep.
Cool. So this is just like a scatter plot of all these, hundreds of balloon launches. Like, I think I did it for a year or something, a year's worth of data.
Yeah.
And you can see that once you get above the surface, so once you get above, 80 something meters or whatever, you can see that spike, the spike lifting up.
Yes. Yeah.
Right? That spike, if you look on the x-axis, that spike is around about minus 0.00002 or thereabouts.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, if you apply that number to the globe, that's how you get 7/6R.
Okay then.
So 0.0002249 is 7/6R.
Now, I presume, like I was saying before, this weather balloon is being launched from the same spot every single day over a period. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Now, okay. So if you're looking at something that's 10 kilometers away, right, that doesn't take into account, like I was saying before, if you've got a trench underwater or channel where the ships are sailing through, where the water is deeper and the water is going to be warmer, so you're going to get different readings there. So this is done from the same spot every single day, multiple times during the day, and I accept that. And there's a lot of data there that on that thing, but it's not done at different intervals either. We can use it maybe as an average for that one particular spot, but we can't use it as an average for something that's a kilometre further away, because it might vary even more.
Except that there are hundreds of these weather stations over the United States and Canada, and I have analysed all of them.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I'm not
put a link.
saying that you haven't analysed all of them, but what we're talking about, Rui, is looking at an object that is X amount of distance away, and we want to get as much data as what we can between yourself and that target. That's what I'm saying. Now, it might the data might work out very, very similar, all right? But is it very, very similar through the whole corridor? Is my point. It might vary. It might vary just slightly because we know it varies. We know it varies because every single day when you're looking at an object, and when I'm looking at Kangaroo Island, every single day it looks different depending on the weather conditions and the corridor that I'm looking through. Right. So we know it does. We know it does vary. At times just slightly, and at other times quite dramatically. I'm just trying to be fair and balanced with my opinion. That's all.
But when I said that I've analysed hundreds of these across the United States,
yes.
Yeah, I'm waiting. Yeah, you cut out, Rui, just as the punchline. I think 6G has dropped out on him. You've dropped out, Rui, if you can hear us.
Rui, no.
And Gio, if you're listening, I've sent you when you got time.
I've decided I have to fix my stupid meme slightly.
Do you have a whole that's all calibrated and put in order of all these things that you drop all the time, writing?
Once I got in the conversation for a bit of time, I did start just like I made a folder that's called Flat Earth Picks Memes, and I try to save them all in with names that I can search.
stationary plane, that's gold, Eric.
Thank you very much. Nobody else has appreciated. Everybody else has told me I'm dumb, which is clearly incorrect.
I had to drop out. I don't know whether you guys heard my point about if the
You got right to the good bit and then went. No.
All right. So if I'm on a mountain at a certain elevation and I look across to another mountain at the same elevation, because I know that light is 99.9% of the time going to be bending downwards, if I ever see that mountain below eye level, the Earth is a globe.
Yes.
Yeah.
As I think you also once put the point, I've fixed it slightly. As you also once put the point, if I'm on a mountaintop and I'm looking at the ocean and the sun is setting, then the sun is either below me or below me on a flat plane elevationally, or we live on a globe.
Yes. Yeah, because refraction lifts up the sun. So that's celestial refraction, right? Different to terrestrial refraction.
I'm not even invoking refraction. I just mean if I know my elevation is 2,000 meters off the Earth, and I can see the sun sink into the ocean without any refraction, I go, the elevation of that sun has to be below me. It's got to be at zero because it's going to the ocean, which is zero.
Yeah, without refraction. Yeah, correct. But then what flat earthers will do is they'll say light bends upwards. And that's the distinction between celestial refraction and terrestrial refraction, right? With terrestrial refraction, you are looking through, a very short amount of atmosphere to something on the Earth. When you're looking at the sun, you're looking at a huge amount of atmosphere, like 1,000 kilometers worth, right? And because that, because the atmosphere past the objects on the Earth will bend it downwards, then that the overall it has to be bending downwards, and therefore you're on a globe as well, or the sun is like 100 feet in the air. So that's the two options. I like how Nathan and you know, all these fucking parrots just go, oh, terrestrial refraction requires a radius of 7/6R. It's just, yeah, it's pretty pathetic.
Careful, I think we were hearing a bit of that earlier. Might be firing shots at somebody in the room.
Who was it?
Rui's gearing up for an argument.
Who was it, though?
I think it could have been Jeremy.
Oh, he's not here, so, yeah. Brian's here, though. Brian's listening in. Oh, dear. Dearie me. I haven't been in for a while. Probably close to a week, I think.
Where have you been?
Yeah, where's your late night?
I have actually been to the gym at 6 a.m. 14 times this year.
Holy crap.
Which I'm pretty happy about.
14 times this year that's only had 19 days in it.
Yes.
He's going to be jacked sometime.
Well, I'll be strong, but I don't know about jacked. I've got to eat fucking shitloads of protein to put some muscle on, but yeah, getting pretty strong. Good. Where's Chad? Chad's a fucking weapon.
Is Chad a big meat axe?
Oh, he may have some chemical assistance,
right.
But yeah, he's a bit of a weapon.
So he's
I think he is. Yeah.
Crack villain from 24/7. He once sent me a photo of himself, and I was like, "Wow, you are a beast."
Yeah,
huge.
Let me find some more of my graphs.
So I missed out on the end of the conversation, Shell, so I had to duck out.
Oh, good. I don't think it got resolved with Brian, but I think it was interesting because I assumed everybody within the Flat Earth stuff knew that the FE Core had sort of backed down from their position that these are the results. So it's
that was
interesting after Slice Barcane.
Yeah, that was a big thing back in the day when Sly did it.
Yeah. Let me post another graph there. So this is not a scatter graph; it's a frequency graph. So it kind of looks the same anyway. And there are two series in this one. This is Albuquerque, New Mexico, and the blue lines are the refractivity gradient for the two measurements of the weather balloon above 100 meters. So as soon as you get above 100 meters, it goes, oh, what is the next band that the weather balloon took data for, and measures the refractivity gradient for that band. Whereas the red lines are the first pair of measurements that it takes. So the surface and whatever the next measurement is. So as you can see, the red lines. Well, this one's actually not a great one to show this, but usually the red lines are relatively equally spaced on the left and the right. So when you get close to the surface, then light bends up or down, can be anything, right?
Right.
But when you get above the surface, look at those two twin towers.
Yeah.
That's actually a little bit less than 7/6R. So 7/6R is
stationary plane into those twin towers.
Yeah, good. Yeah, so that one's a little bit less than 7/6R. Probably, I don't know.
This is interesting. I'd always been saying, without really ever checking on it, that I thought refraction got less or sort of became virtually non-existent above the surface. What you're saying is it becomes reliably still 7/6R.
Correct. Yes. It does get a little bit less when you get up to, like, you know, the top of the troposphere kind of stuff. Like it gets back to 1.1 rather than 1.17 or so. But that's, right. You know, we're going to be making observations from no more than, you know, a kilometre above.
Right.
But once you get up to like 10 Ks, if you're 10 Ks above the surface, then it gets around 1.1, 1.12 or something like that. But yeah, 1.17 or 7/6R is a very good approximation for pretty much everywhere. Let me find a nice. There's one in the Bahamas, I think it is, and I was like, "Holy shit, that's just 7/6R." Let's have a look at this one. Yeah, this is Annette Island in Alaska. Let me just check out this one. Save image. Oops. There you go.
Wow.
See how the red ones, are just all over the place, right?
Yeah.
And that's the close to the surface. Refraction can do anything. But you'll see that the peaks in the blue ones, in fact, the tallest peak there is slightly more than 7/6R.
So the side is, frequency.
Yeah, so it's a histogram kind of thing.
Right,
so these are
how often we got that result.
Yes, yeah. There's one that's like the perfect freaking 7/6R. Basically at all times. I've got to find it. Here we go. Okay. Seawell APT. I don't know where that is. Seawell Airport. I have no idea where
How
that
long
is.
does it take you to do one of these? Like, I'm just like,
oh no, I wrote
I'll
code.
sit around while tinkering and doing other things at home. But I imagine you got to you can't be on Discord chatting to people while plotting one of these. I don't think.
No, these are all generated by code.
Okay.
So it doesn't take really any time. There you go. And also, if you go, where's the alert one? You know, the alert station, which is like the northernmost thing in Canada. Let me find alert. Alert's really interesting. 1 second. I think it's CYLT or something. CYLT. Come on. Alert, there we go. Alert airport. Give me a sec. All right. So this one, hold on. This one is obviously the northernmost one I could find, and it's looking over ice, right? What does that tell you?
See? That ice means that things refract down or up.
A lot, yes, a lot. And I've cut the x-axis off, right? The furthest the x-axis goes is minus 60. I should run some stats on how often you get black swan conditions, both below 100 meters and above. But this alert place, you get black swan a shitload of times. You get it pretty.
For you to. Sorry, go ahead.
There you go.
No, I just didn't mean to interrupt, but I just had something to say. But what you're talking about, sorry if I interrupted.
No, you're right. You may speak, Geo. What do you want to say?
Well, it's just that I was gonna say it before, and then I didn't, and then I finally got to my mic, so I kind of. What I was gonna say is, all of these that you're describing are what you're calling a 7/6R. So the R is a radius value, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So what I would just say from my perspective is I have never seen any valid or legitimate measurement of a radius, which of course requires a sphere Earth, to be valid. Right. Therefore, that entire thing, that would sort of be like if I said 7/6W and W meant the Wonka Wonka force, and I'm just going to apply that and then say that the world's a Wonka Wonka because I applied this thing to it.
Right. So you'll notice on the x-axis is not. Oh, hang on. Wifey wants some dinner, surely. All right. So you'll notice on the x-axis that I'm not implying a radius in any of that. This is a vertical refractivity gradient, right? It's just measurements purely vertically, nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Cool?
No, I don't know what these are. These looks like some graphics.
I'm telling you that there's nothing to do with the shape of the Earth in these graphs.
What does this claim to even be, though?
Say again?
What are these claimed to be?
This is weather balloon data from, I've got like hundreds of stations across the US and Canada, and I've analysed about a year's worth of data for each one. Cool.
No. I mean, I've been listening, but I haven't really looked at this because I wasn't able to look at the chat before. So
okay.
So what he's saying is we've found how much it refracts, and this is how much it refracts based on a bunch of different launches, and this is what it looks like once you get off the ground. And if you look at that number that is 0.00000 something 2, where you get a lot of that graph, where those big towers are in the middle of many of the graphs, that equates to 7/6R. So not we found these towers with 7/6R. We found these towers, and then we also found that they correlate or they support the idea of 7/6R. Is that accurate, Ruhiv?
Pretty much, yeah. Yep. This has nothing. These graphs have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, right? It's purely vertical density gradient. The number at the bottom of the graph, you'll see that there's peaks around -2. All right, those peaks, if you were to translate that into a radius multiplier and apply it to like a curve calculator, that's where 7/6R comes from. This is why we use 7/6R. And this is why the curve calculator says get above the surface as well. Or at least Metabunks does. And I can show you in fact, I'll just post the freaking Dropbox link to the folder. If I can, somehow. Shit.
So, I mean, I'm seeing bars on a graph. What are you saying that this correlates to? Do you have any evidence of what this actually correlates to, or is it just some guy that made a graph?
No, I made the graph. So I've downloaded almost a gigabyte of weather balloon data and converted those readings into refractive indices.
All right, hold on. Who did you get these weather balloon data from?
Where was it? I think it was Iowa State University, I think.
So you just randomly went on the internet and found a college that stated that they have this data?
Yeah. I'm sure there are other places to get it as well.
Okay, so you took that, which you have not verified, right?
Well, it's weather balloon data. It takes measurements of temperature, pressure, and humidity on the way up. I mean, you can doubt it all you like, but
so I'm just confirming, though, you haven't verified this, right?
And how is it telling you anything about refraction?
Well, let's get to that.
Well, let's just get past the. Okay, you admit you have not fully verified it, but you do think it's legit, right?
Yeah, of course. Why do you doubt it?
So,
do you doubt it?
Well, I mean, I would for sure hold a skeptical eye on anything. Yeah, I would never just blindly believe something. That's for me. That's never worked as a way to get to truth. So no, I would not just assume that it's accurate. But I'm just more trying to get. It's not really about what I'm doing. I'm more just asking what it is from your perspective. So you got this data, like you haven't fully verified, but you do think it's legit. And then what do you think, or how have you taken that data and turned it into these charts?
Okay, so there are formulas, so lab-derived empirical formulas to convert temperature, pressure, humidity, blah, 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 into a refractive index. All right?
Okay, let's stop there. Explain that more. You're going to use the radius value. What do we got here? Go ahead.
No, I'm not using a radius value at all.
Well, you said a bunch of words. You said a laboratory, this and that, map calculation.
So in a lab, nowhere outside, nothing to do with the radius or shape of the Earth, there are experiments to kind of reverse engineer formulas to work out the refractive index of air with certain parameters. And those parameters are temperature, pressure, humidity, CO2 content, wavelength, that sort of thing, right? Plug all those in and it will give you a refractive index.
Plug all those into what?
Into the formulas.
Which involve what?
What do you mean?
Reverse engineered. I heard you. Yep. You reverse engineered.
Yep.
It was okay.
Yep.
So I would like to.
When you said that, I was like, "Oh, Jay's going to pick up on you saying reverse engineered."
Yeah, of course he will. I said it on purpose.
Well, I'd like to see those.
Okay, so Google. Actually, I'll put a link to
because I mean, this whole thing is the whole thing's dependent on it, right? So it'd be key. This is the foundation of the whole thing.
Yep.
I mean, the bars on graphs are not, you know.
Yeah. I mean, how do you take temperature and pressure information and turn it into a refractive index? I mean,
yes, and this refractive index. Yeah, Rams.
Yeah.
This whole thing is that Ruhif has these charts with these big, tall buildings, and he's trying to say that it picked up, believe it or not, 7/6R.
Hang on a second. Hold on. Let me post a link to. All right, there's a link to my Dropbox with the actual paper. Right, so this paper itself didn't do any
PDF. I don't really want to link to your Dropbox. Can you just post the PDF?
Oh, fuck.
Well, I don't
know if I can on my phone.
If you just do
Dropbox is safe, Dropbox will lead you just to the PDF.
Yeah, it's not.
That's all right.
I don't own Dropbox.
Just help us understand how. I mean, you said it yourself. You're backward engineering.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
I mean, that's the problem right there.
But it sounds like what he's saying. It sounds to me like what Ruhif's saying is, you see what you do to the air up the CO2 level, for example, and then you go, right, the light's now bending in this way. Okay, right down.
Where are you getting light
bending? Now it's doing that at that temperature. Okay, write down that number. Now we've got this scatter of numbers. How can we turn that into a formula so you can plug in those variables and get the correct result?
Correct.
Where are you getting light? Where are you getting light bending? You just made a whole bunch of assumptions in a row. What they said they're missing is humidity, temperature. None of that's talking about light bending and warping over the Earth.
Yeah, just hold on, right? So this Sidor paper,
they make up the refractive index to. So that's what's on trial is the refractive index. But sorry, go ahead.
Yep, hold on one second. Show you. All right. So this Sidor paper that I posted, that paper itself doesn't do any experiments. It's kind of an aggregation paper where it takes previous papers which did do empirical experiments and sort of merge the formulas from those into a more accurate formula for refractive index. Cool? Can anyone hear me or did I drop out then?
No, I'm with you. Makes sense.
Oh, good. Cool. All right, so this Sidor paper has some very accurate formulas for refractive index, and basically how they get them is they use these devices called interferometric refractometers or refractometers, or whatever. So they send light through. Well, there are two paths for the light. One path goes through the air that you are trying to test with the.
We've lost you again, Ruhif.
Oh, you did cut out.
If you can hear us, we can't hear you. Oh my God. I love items that are posted in like for sale groups. I don't know if this is around the world or if this is a particular Sydney thing because I haven't seen it in the UK, but fuck. I'm in this like inner west buy and sell group and the only ones that shoot to the top are just stacked full of like funny messages. This one is like somebody selling this bed and some girl underneath it's commented, imagine how moist you'd get when you rock up there and you're shown that that's where the magic happens. I love it. Sorry, we lost you again, Ruhif, so I filled the space for something dirty.
Yeah, did I talk about interferometric refractometers and how they work out?
Yes, you got that far, yeah.
Okay. Well, basically, they tested a whole bunch of samples and then derived formulas so that they could predict what the refractive index would be under whatever conditions. That's what I meant by reverse engineering. So apologies for triggering you guys a little bit, but yeah, these formulas calculate the refractive index to a very high precision, given the temperature, pressure, humidity, wavelength, CO2 content.
The refractive index being the amount that light will curve through a medium.
We're not there yet. By the amount it slows down, basically.
Can I ask another one? Like, do you have to keep doing that formula? Like, because I imagine if you're like, well, we're here, but I'm looking over a city and there's the urban heat island effect, so it's going to be a little bit warmer over the city, so I need to do the equation again. Or do you like average it across the entire path of the light? Or
yeah, again, we're not there again yet.
Okay.
So eventually I'll say that I've analyzed, over 200 of these things all across the United States. They all have a peak, somewhere around 7/6R or slightly above that. So once you get above the surface, refraction is really predictable. Cool. So we understand we're past step one. We know what the refractive index of air is given the conditions. Step two.
I don't agree with that at all. That is not. But if you want to jump ahead, that's fine. I mean, I'm just saying.
Why don't you agree with that?
Oh, there's all kinds of problems with that. We got to break down. I mean, we need to see it all because I'll show you where the assumptions are and where you're plugging in values to get a desired conclusion.
Do you think it would be possible, Gio, for people who are smart, who are like unaffiliated with any kind of power structure or something, to notice, like I posted that GIF of the person putting an iron next to a laser, for a couple of smart people to get in a room and go, we want to be able to describe this with a formula and get pretty close? Do you think it would be possible for people to do it?
Yeah, there's all kinds of formulas that represent reality on multiple levels. Yeah, there are, because there's like an infinite fractal energy to all of matter, which all has formulaic mathematical correlations to it.
Okay,
so there is a threshold here.
You do think you could turn it into a formula? You just don't think that they have?
No, there are formulas that do represent parts of reality. I think what they're doing is plugging in an assumed one that they want that fits the globe Earth model they want to sell.
Listen, we're nowhere near shape of the Earth yet. Nowhere near it.
The refractive index is what you're using to indicate the shape of the Earth in your what?
Yeah, but these experiments that they've done have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. They're in a lab.
All those it sounds like, are just readings of humidity, temperature, very basic readings on a balloon that's going up in the air.
We haven't even got to balloons yet.
You're using those to create. Well, you're adding refractive index to those to then claim that those prove 7/6R refraction.
We haven't got to the balloons yet. Step one is just the refractive index with no regard to the shape of the Earth.
But I mean, define refractive index. Is that just the amount that light will curve over a...
No, change in speed. We will get to white curves.
So that will be a change in direction as well?
Yes, it will, yeah.
Okay, will that change of direction be, a linear or I mean, will you get a curve or will you just get a straight line?
You'll get on a macro scale, you'll get a curve. But I mean, down at the molecular level, you'll get various.
You need a change in direction every so often to get a curve.
Yep. Like I said, at a molecular level,
I don't see how that would.
At a molecular level, you'll get lots of straight lines at a molecular level. But if you zoom out, you get a curve.
But there would be need to be a change in direction every so often.
Every few nanometers or whatever, yeah, sure.
So it changes the speed of light.
Yes, and then George is the expert on Maxwell's equations and how it changes the direction.
Greek.
He said, sorry, George Natchuk.
Right.
I think you're gonna like the conclusion of all this, Ruhif. I feel like at the end of it, you're gonna be like, they got me, and you're gonna be like pleasantly surprised that it was able to happen that way.
No, I think what will happen at the end is I don't understand your threshold for what is compelling evidence. Right? For me, it's so far reached my threshold of what's compelling. Basic scientific experiments, applying them to the atmosphere, therefore it will bend, and it will bend this much. Right? There's no doubt in my mind. The fact that you doubt the measurements themselves, the formulas, says a lot about where your threshold is and how unreasonable it is.
Well, I don't like to leave any stone unturned, and I want to know. I want to know the entire logical string that unfolds in something like that, and every part of it, and to be aware.
I've given you the
how much of it is primary knowledge versus secondary knowledge versus tertiary knowledge.
Yeah, but you're not in a position to go and replicate all of this stuff. So there has to be a position where you go, oh, you know, I don't have any reason to distrust these experts in what they do. I'll accept their measurements and their data, and I accept that this SIDOR paper is like an aggregate of various experiments done by various people.
Meta-analysis.
Yeah, whatever that is. Yeah, well, it's a refinement basically.
Well, there's a lot of factors. You mentioned an interferometer device. You mentioned which involves light and a whole bunch of other factors, and then the calculations of the refractive index. I mean, even if I were just to say, you know what, I want to trust these guys. I really think they're honest, and I'm going to put them in the highest light. Like, treat them as if somebody who has never lied to me, and they're always solid. Even if I were to do that, I still would want to know all of those factors, exactly how those devices are working, and the exact formulations, because I've seen a lot of the formulations used in various refractive indexes, 7/6R. I don't want to speak without knowing for sure the one you're referring to. So if you link it, or I can look at it and see
I've linked you to the SIDOR paper.
But I'm just saying that even if I were to want to blindly just trust people in that way, I still would want to know all of the factors and how it led to that for me to even get to a point where I could make a conclusion. Where it sounds like you're actually ready just to make a conclusion on a bunch of things you haven't fully verified.
Yeah, one of the papers that is referenced in the SIDOR paper is actually a competition between various countries to have the most accurate refractometer. It's awesome. Like, a bunch of countries got together and said, "Oh, who can calculate the refractive index most accurately?"
Who can lie about the globe most convincingly, you mean?
Yes, pretty much.
Well, yeah, they've been doing that. They've been refining that for decades.
Well, can they demonstrate this refractive index? Can they actually show it?
That's what these machines do, is they have an interference pattern at the end, and from that you can derive how much it was slowed down. Therefore, the refractive index.
But how do they know how much it's going to slow down, or
they're testing
is going to be the?
It's like saying how does a speedometer already know how fast my car's going? It doesn't. That's what it's trying to read.
That's a perfect analogy. Yeah, they're calibrating. Calibrating is a good word, isn't it? They're calibrating their formulas. Anyway, I've got to go in a second, so I'll sort of jump through the rest. So once you know what the refractive index is given a set of conditions, you can then take the weather balloon data, which is temperature, humidity, pressure, blah, 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 work out the refractive index at those points as it measures on the way up, and then you can take any of those 2 points and measure the gradient or calculate the gradient between them. Once you know the gradient, you can work out how much it's going to bend. That's pretty much it. And on those graphs, the gradient that maps to 7/6R is minus 0.0002249.
Okay, so for you,
where you see the peaks.
For you, Ruhif, are you saying that what you just said right there all means Earth globe definitive, and that's what you think for yourself?
Yes, absolutely. The fact that you see these peaks, where they are,
definitive that there's a globe.
Never.
That's what he said.
Because once you use this data, you know that if you take a measurement, if you're above the surface by a decent amount, you know how much light bending you should incorporate into that measurement, and therefore you know if you're at one location looking across to another one, you can predict an angle with a reasonable amount of certainty.
Can I just jump in here for 10 seconds? I've got to be quick. Is that okay?
Yeah. I've got to be quick as well. I'm going to make some dumplings.
Yeah, okay. So, Harry, that picture you put on with the guy with it could have been you, I don't know, with the iron the iron and the laser. He was moving the iron and the dot moves on the wall. So it appears from that little video that the dot is kind of, or the light, whatever you want to call it, is repelled from the source of the heat. As the iron gets closer, the light moves away from it. So with the Earth,
bends towards the cold.
So the warmest place on the Earth is right next to the Earth, and as you get further up in the atmosphere, it's colder. So as I look out into the distance, as if the Earth's curving away, to the downward direction, the light being reflected from, if I'm the image being looked at, as it travels towards the observer, it's going to be drawn in the upward direction, isn't it?
Well, where are you
ignore
warmer?
pressure.
When you go to the beach, where are you
ignore
warmer?
pressure.
On the beach or in the ocean? You're warmer on the beach, right? So the air above the beach, the water, is cooler.
This is a question about
if
pressure.
I look? Hang on. What if I look over a 200-mile salt flat? There's no water there. It's just earth. So the air nearer the. I'm not trying to make a point. It's just an observation. When I looked at that little video, I thought, oh, that's interesting. Like if you're just traveling over the Earth, which is curving a 100-mile salt flat, then as the Earth curves away in the distance, that image should be attracted upwards towards the colder air above, I would have thought, just on the basis of that little bit of evidence.
If you ignore
maybe,
pressure,
I don't know.
right? Hang on.
Go on, Ruth.
Yeah, hang on, am I being heard or what's it go?
Yeah,
buddy. Yeah,
right. Okay. So that the iron moving the laser away from it. So all other things being equal, yes, it will bend upwards, right? But in our atmosphere, there's a pressure gradient as well, and that is a very, very strong influence on the direction of light bending. So generally, even close to the surface, generally it will bend downwards. But as you can see from the graphs, sometimes it bends up as well.
Okay, so pressure's the next variable we'll introduce into it. I just want to make sure that I wasn't losing my mind in the train of thought that I had. That
No,
so
I
you're
think it was
saying
a
that
good
yes,
question. I don't get it.
yeah, theoretically
I think it was
yes,
a
what
great
I'm saying would be kind of correct, but you're then saying pressure comes into it and that has an effect on the light.
Yeah,
okay,
pressure.
Cool.
Pressure is the biggest factor actually. So temperature.
Is it?
If the temperature. No, well, there's a little bit of subjectivity into it. Let's say, to offset the amount. Oh, hang on 1 second. I'll go down 2 minutes. To offset the effect that the pressure gradient has, the temperature has to change by 34 degrees per kilometer. So at the surface, it might be 30 degrees. If you go up a kilometer and it's -4, then light doesn't bend. All right, but obviously that's an extreme temperature gradient. Cool. Pressure's the biggest factor. All right, I have to go. Oh crap. Yeah. Catch you guys later. See ya.
All right. Yeah.
Well, that was a very
That was a very what, Bandy?
convenient conclusion for Rui.
Yeah, I'm in three different. My head's in three different places at once at the moment, Bandy. So I couldn't be bothered getting into it. I just wanted to make a statement, maybe to be continued later. But I'm trying to pack up my office and go home, so I've just let it go.
But he does have a skill of collecting data. Now, what that data means is up to interpretation, which he has interpreted to his own benefit. I would put forth.
I think that's a good summary. Yep. That pretty much bottles it up and just sends it on its way.
Hey, Joe, I sent you a DM, mate, that I'd like to address, if you can, mate.
Oh yeah, I saw that, and then I was gonna respond. You know, sometimes I find it's like I need to just respond right away because I actually had already something to say in my mind, you know, but I just didn't end up sending it. So yeah, in the future, I just need to remember, like, just if I respond right away, then because otherwise sometimes it gets delayed.
Too easy, buddy.
But yeah, I'll respond to it now.
Cheers,
So,
mate.
so in the Black Swan image, is all of the horizon beyond the geometric limited horizon, is all of that being projected up and over the curve to me?
Yeah, kind of. Like the way I would look at it is, we would agree that like refraction and reflection are similar. They're definitely different, but they're somewhat similar. And I don't think we'd ever say like, oh, like I'm holding a pocket mirror, and when I reflect my fat friend in it, it's harder to move the pocket mirror. Like the light just reflects whatever's there. It doesn't matter how heavy or massive or something it is. So yeah, it's just reflected. Whatever image you would have seen if you were a little bit higher up gets presented to you a little bit lower down.
I think all these graphs and stuff are ambiguous at best. At best, they're ambiguous.
Yeah, I mean, I think I wouldn't read that to go as far as Ruhif does to say that this is proof of a globe or something. But what interpreting vast amounts of data from different places says that if you get pictures like Peak Gaspard or what's the other one? Mountain starts with an R. Previous world record. Canigou. Canigou,
Yeah,
I think it is.
yeah.
Not an R. And you apply exactly what you would expect from these things, everything is exactly how it should look.
Yeah, but
I think
like
the secondary thing he says, go on.
You know, like I was saying though, writing, and Rui did admit, like these weather balloons, like with the black swan image for argument's sake, and they've let off one weather balloon that it is taking hundreds of measurements going up, right? But it's only in one spot between yourself and the black swan, right? So throughout that whole corridor, you're going to get varying different results. So you need to set off 100 different weather balloons between yourself and the black swan to have any data that is going to be a true representation of exactly what you see. Because just to take it in one particular spot, that's all you're doing. You're just working out what that data should be at that one particular spot.
I think it goes the other way from that. Like the red bars he's showing show that you could get inferior or superior looming and stooping, whichever one they are, like the high and low refraction near the ground. See how the thing he was pointing out was the red bars are scattered up and down from zero.
Yeah.
Near the surface, when it comes to black swan, it doesn't tell you anything. There's no reliable measure you could get from that. But if you go off the surface, then those error bars narrow quite a bit. And if you've got hundreds and hundreds of different weather balloons that all say when you get off the surface, this is what happens. Sure, thousands would be better, millions would be better than that, quintillions would be better than that.
Exactly right. But you'd have to concede, though, you know, if there was a big trench, for argument's sake, a big shipping canal between yourself and the black swan, like that water temperature there alone is going to vary by 3 or 4 different degrees just in that one particular spot. And having such a varying water difference just in the one spot can make a dramatic difference to exactly how the white light is going to behave in that particular medium. Not not to say what's happening before and what's happening after it. So
that's why I'm saying you would, if you were following this data, you would throw out anything close to the surface. But as you can see from those graphs, if you're getting above the surface anywhere except in a super cold region, which is his bottom graph, then you can fairly reliably go the error is going to be diminished and far more predictable.
And what is going to happen closer to the surface is going to be way more dramatic than happen, say 10 meters above or 20 meters above, or 30, the effect is going to lessen the higher you get up. But we can have all these 22 million gigabytes of data that Rui's downloaded and put in graphs and all that sort of stuff, but I don't actually really think it says one thing or another. I just think it says at that particular point, this is what refraction is going to be. It doesn't say what the refraction is going to be a half a kilometre further on, or half a kilometre further on, or closer. It's just at that one particular point there.
So if you were laying a drainage pipe for somebody, and isn't it called the run on a pipe? How much it drops over distance? And you were to go, well, what I've measured is I've measured the end of it and the start of it.
Yeah.
And somewhere in the middle of it. And so I'm going to conclude that the run is X.
Yeah.
Would it still be reasonable to say, well, if we're talking down to the nanometer, shouldn't you be doing more than 3 measurements? And wouldn't your measurement of the run from meter to meter, let's say it's a really long pipe, it's 100 meters long or something, wouldn't your measurement meter to meter be more accurate if you did 100 measurements?
Yeah. Well, yes.
There's a certain point at which you'd get, I think, and you'd go, 3's enough, Harry.
Well, I see what you're saying, but I don't think that is a representation of what we are looking at. We are actually measuring a physical thing if we're laying pipe. So if I'm starting off at point A and my grade or my drop or whatever you want to call it at point B has to be X amount, I can be pretty confident that because I have something physical that I only just have to eyeball it generally, and I can get it on. But there is something physical there. Now we're not dealing with something physical here. Writing, you can't compare the two things at all, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I know we're going from physical to optical, but my point being, you could always there is no point you could ever get to that you would say more measurements won't yield better results. And in almost everything you could ever measure, you could always ask for more. But my point was just that there's a reasonable point you can get to where you go, the amount of improvement on our last measurement it's a law of diminishing returns, right? Measure once, you'll get no result. Measure twice, you get some result. Third line to check the line. And then every point after that, you're gonna for 90% of them be like, I was 99.99% there with my third measurement. Why am I doing 200?
Yeah, if I've got a run and I've got an allowable tolerance, just say that tolerance, right, and I have to make sure that pipe gets to that riser at a certain point, right? Now I know that I can do that. Now if I'm a quarter of an inch out or eighth of an inch out, it's not going to make a great deal of difference because I can lift that little pipe, pop it in the riser, and everything is going to be a-okay. So it'll be generally fine. But if I was to measure every single pipe and make sure that it is dead on, 7 degrees grade or 3% grade or whatever the case may be, I wouldn't have to worry about that tolerance. I would get it spot on every single time. So yeah, sure, 100%. The more measurements you take, the more accurate you're going to be, and that's the point. Obviously, I was making, but I think when we're looking through atmosphere and stuff, just taking one measurement from one particular spot is pretty inconclusive, I think.
Yeah, let me just tuck in to add on to top of that. I'm sorry, I'm in the car, so the sound's probably rubbish, but out of Rui's own mouth, he said, pressure is, what did he say, the biggest factor or the major factor, more so than temperature? Okay, so if we're making a long distance observation, then God only knows you can have enormous variances in atmospheric pressure. Like if you have these 100-mile observations of Canigou, or even that Blackpool Tower where you're looking at something 30, 40 miles away, the hectopascal or whatever the reading, whatever that is, you see on the weather map, some of those lines, they're close together, far apart. You can have enormous variations in atmospheric pressure over long distance. So to apply a refractive index, all I'd say is, on some days you'll see it, and on some days you won't, depending on all of those things put together in an equation, and the light will either reach or it won't. That's the reality of it. There's no all applicable index that you can put to anything.
Exactly.
The only counter I would have for many of these points, because I think I agree with you, Fe, I agree with you, Bandy, is if we are going to quibble this much about the behavior of light, which I think they're good quibbles, doesn't this get rid of 99.99% of flat Earth evidence? Because we just came off the back of talking about FE core. That's about light's behavior over water, in these funny territories. Black swans are over water in these funny territories. I struggle to think of a single bit of flat Earth evidence that isn't in this funny territory we're quibbling about.
Well, Bandy will back me up that for over a year now, I've been saying at every chance I get, optics are a waste of time to prove anything from anybody because both sides claim refraction. It's a silver bullet that puts every argument down, and none of us have got millimetre readings of humidity, temperature.
I agree. I think there's too many variables.
But then if we go right, the globe would still have gyro compasses, right?
Well, I don't necessarily agree with what was just said about light and about visual. I don't agree with that. I think it can be very, very telling and revealing to the nature of reality, looking over the Earth long distance. I think that refraction does occur in the way that, when heat kind of causes things to become wavery, bendy, warpy in that way. But that's only something getting between you and that object. So in my viewpoint, so in physical reality, there's a real physical, let's say I'm standing, and then there's the real physical Earth going out. And yes, I think that there can be a little bit of wavering because of the way that the environment causes that to occur. But all it's doing is it's wavering what you already have access to. So whatever's geometrically in front of you, it might make that waver or that have that effect. But it never will create a situation where it will somehow your vision will shoot out and then curve around a ball to make something look like it's up on a planar surface. It's just a planar surface as it looks.
Yeah, I just don't think that there's anything really concretely definitive that we can show with this sort of thing. That's the only problem with it. Between you and the observation, without knowing what every square meter of air or gas or whatever is between you and the observation, there's so many different variables. Just one small patch of area between you and the target could have a gust of cold air or something, or hot air passing through it, and we just can never know all the information.
Exactly, Rams. Exactly. That's what I think too.
Sorry, I gave myself a beautiful speech there for a minute, but then I realised if I have Discord on and my phone plugged into the charger, it just overheats and shuts down all the applications. So, anyway, optics are pointless. That was the point of my 30-second speech, but sorry for interrupting.
And the trouble is too, if you're measuring distances, you're also too relying on optics. Now you need to be able to measure something physically or over short distances and being able to transpose your starting data point over short distances, and then leapfrog that down whatever length you're you're going to be accurate at all, because there's not a surveyor on the planet that doesn't use that method at all. They don't shoot over long distances at all because of optics. They shoot over small distances, transpose that initial datum point from point to point, and they keep on referencing off that, which takes you back. And even then, you've got small margins of error, even over a short distance, but it's more accurate.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've had many observations I've done myself and also seen in all of the footage and that's over the years. To me, is incredibly striking, and for me, very, very revealing. I'm not saying this 100% proof. I actually don't think pictures are proof of anything at the end of the day, so I would never claim that. But I do think that they are representative of reality. They indicate what reality is. They can indicate what reality is.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if they're done well. And so I'm just saying, for me, it is very, very useful. And
Definitely.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Like that black swan thing. Yeah, you're right, Geo. It will show you the reality of what was seen on that day. Now that reality may change from today to tomorrow and the day after based on atmospheric conditions. But yeah, it is a representation of what that particular reality was at that particular moment.
Yeah, and I mean, with the black swan, I just personally just don't believe that all of the surface of the ocean beyond the 3 miles or whatever the geometric limit should have been, which should have been like halfway between the observer and the first tower, that all of the horizon beyond that is all perfectly loomed up, perfectly to scale, all the way across the image, so perfectly that it doesn't even look like a mirage would. It's not shimmering or wavering or anything. It's all perfectly to scale. I mean, it's unbelievable refraction. If that's really what it is, then that is an extraordinary case of refraction. For all of that horizon to be loomed up so perfectly to scale that it looks like a perfectly continuous flat ocean, that's extraordinary.
And I agree with you. It is extraordinary, but you know, to play devil's advocate, the unfortunate reality is it's not impossible. Extraordinarily unlikely, I agree, but it's not impossible that is what happened on that day. Who knows? Because lots of, you go out there lots of other days, you won't get that same picture. You won't get that same visibility and imagery if you photograph it. So which one is the anomaly? Oh, I don't know.
Well, I feel like to me that
Sorry,
I was just gonna say, to me, that photo, and many others like that show the extended Earth, the extended planar nature of the Earth. To me, those are almost like Mother Earth revealing itself. It's showing what's behind the curtain.
But that requires the assumption that we have this ability to see around a curve so perfectly to scale, and yeah, I just don't believe that light's curving around in that way.
Yeah, look, I agree with you, but it's a bit like winning Powerball, isn't it? But somebody does win it. So yeah, is that particular image impossible? given, as unlikely as we think it is, well, I guess theoretically, no, it's not impossible.
Well, for me, the easiest explanation is that it's a flat plane, and often the atmosphere can affect our ability to view very far.
Yeah. I guess, not to sound like I'm going too weak at the knees, boys, but this is what I say. I just think the whole topic of optics is really rubbery, and I could easily argue the other side of it to you, and we'll backwards and forwards for an hour, and we won't.
Yeah,
we won't
totally.
be further apart. It's just a rubbery subject.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, but I mean, I would say that the observations in a whole is there's no question that we see too far, and there's no question that the horizon is showing up where it shouldn't be. So it's either that is what it is, and that all these observations are just showing what it is, or that the Earth is a globe and there's some absolute wild form of bending and warping going on to make the Earth look like an extended plane. It's really one or the other, in my viewpoint. Because it does make the Earth view that way, as an extended plane with no visible curvature, like the horizon showing up where it would if you had further visibility for that day.
And what you said, that's right. Those two things, we'll call it a dichotomy, but and that's where the tension lies, isn't it, between those two things? Which one is it? I don't know. I can't prove either way, can you?
Well, Gio, the only time you could trust your senses is when you see the sun go under the horizon.
Yeah,
and when you see the moon go under the horizon, then you could trust your senses. Every other time, everything's optical illusion.
Right, so you can trust your senses that it's going under the curve of the Earth, but you can't trust your senses that you're falling backwards at over 1,000 miles an hour as the sun is falling under the Earth.
Exactly. And
that's a contradiction.
And when there's a solar eclipse and the moon looks almost exactly the same size as the sun, you can't trust your senses then either.
Okay, so we need like a checklist. When you can trust your senses and when you can't, so that it all applies to a model.
Yeah, so see, well, you can trust your sense. Like I'm trusting mine right now driving my car. So I can trust them for that. But then there's a whole raft of things you can't trust. I can trust them when I'm running a bathtub for my child, that I'm not going to burn them. Yeah, I can trust my senses then. But once again, there's a whole lot of things I can't trust for. So if you guys could make a list, that'd probably be helpful for just anyone who's not so good at life.
I don't trust bands or bandit.
They can't
Look at that profile
senses,
picture.
and then they tell you that evolution perfected your senses through natural selection.
Well, at the end of the day, don't we all choose how and when we trust our senses and what way? At the end of the day,
that's fair.
Like, for example, there's times where I might be out in the world and I see somebody from very far away, and maybe at first glance, it looks like someone that I know. So I'm like, oh, it reminds me of them or whatever. But, so there is a sense involved in that. Like I did see them, and then I thought, But that doesn't mean that I'm 100% sure that it is that person. I might need more information. I need to get closer or whatever it may be. So in that scenario, you know, it's just like it's inconclusive until proven to be for sure. And there are certain visual illusion type things that look like they're floating when they're not really floating, like that little coin that with the mirrors, like there's things like that. So, and
the dragon head thingy that looks like it's convex, but it's concave.
Yeah, so there's a couple of those funny little warping things that do exist as well. So, but at the end of the day, though, when I'm on the Earth, like living on the Earth as a human, when it comes to my senses of am I moving at 1.5 million miles per hour with this incredibly bizarre magical force that makes everything seem like it's stationary, that one's not even in the ballpark for me. I'm stationary. I'm not spinning.
Or how about like the
stationary or stationary? You know,
for your analogy with the person that you think you know, you wouldn't be like, I wonder if that's just a really small version of them, really close, or is it a really big version of them, very far away?
And also when it comes to like in that idea where you're seeing something, I've done enough observations looking over the Earth in person and seen enough footage to see that those senses of my eyes that are showing me what I'm seeing, I have no reason in any way to, for myself, it's very easy for me to realize what I'm looking at, if I could put it that way. Like it's just clear. It's clear to me of what I'm actually seeing.
See, Harry, the first time I think I ever interacted with you was on Gems, and you were sharing, or we were involved in a discussion where you were sharing your thoughts on degrees of certainty, because I was listening to you talk, but you seem to be coming from a bit of a different perspective to some of those other guys. So when we drill down into degrees of certainty, and I agree with you on that for the most part. So if I just found you out of the blue, and you had no formal education whatsoever, and I asked you, what do you think you're standing on a stationary place, or do you think you're spinning and spiraling on 8 different vectors at 1,000,000 miles an hour and rotating 1,000? If I pose those two options to you, you would say that your level of certainty that you were just on a stationary platform, or whatever you want to call it, would have been, I'd imagine, 99.99%, because you got
it would have been. Yeah, you mean
close,
so? If nobody had ever got to me and described the heliocentric model, and I'd never seen photos from space and any of that kind of stuff, and you said, hey, by the way, you know how fast you've ever been in a car? Well, you're actually traveling at 4 times that speed in one direction and 20 times that speed in another way of thinking about things, actually in a kind of different direction, and another way in it, as it struck me intuitively, immediately, I would disregard. I would give it a very low probability of being correct.
Yeah, so let's say it's 99.5% that you would say I'm standing on still place. So that assessment would have been based on your own human organism, that vehicle that you travel around in every day and conduct life in perfectly well and at a high level of function. But then someone or something has come along with some external information and convinced you that everything that makes absolute sense to you about your everyday reality is actually a falsehood. But you've got no first person experience of that, other than perhaps seeing the heavenly bodies move. Right? You can reconcile that. Oh, okay. Well, they're traveling across the sky because of that movement that's been explained to me. But
I agree with all of that.
Yeah, I'm not trying to corral you.
None of that would I even quibble with. I mean, I think that
it's an
if
interesting
you
position
just
that you're now in,
mm,
where you kind of everything you now hold fast to is kind of counterintuitive, isn't it?
Yeah, because I was going to say before writing, like I'll say this: when I was a child, multiple times in my childhood, I specifically remember, of course, being told the Earth was a globe and the spinning and the sticking to the bottom, and people in Australia are upside down and all of that. And I had multiple times that I have memories of having very deep thoughts of thinking to myself, okay, that doesn't resonate as being true. And why does that seem
remember that too.
like that? Yeah, like I definitely questioned it and it didn't make sense. And I remember one time in particular, I don't know why, but I was in the bathroom. I wasn't even going to the bathroom. I just remember being in there in the house I grew up in. And I just remember being in there and thinking to myself, they tell me that I'm whirling and spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, upside down, right side up, right now. And I just remember having a very visceral sense of how that just didn't compute logically, logically and just in general, like it just didn't compute. But I would say that those were all just thoughts within my head. I never really brought it up, not that I remember, to anyone. Like I never brought it up to a teacher, or I think I just sort of. What I did, I think at that time, is I just assumed the people were correct. Like I assumed that the Copernicus and the NASA and all that. I mean, at that time, I would have assumed, okay, well, that must be correct. But I did question it. So later, when I started looking into all this, I was able to tap back into that and remember, oh yeah, like I always felt like there was something off about this. So then I was able to look into it and start to get to the root of that. I've heard a lot of people say they questioned it as a child as well. Like, I don't know what the percentage is, but you're saying you did too, writing?
Yeah, I remember just being like sitting there looking at the teacher like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, this is just, it's funny, it reminds me a bit of Aaron, who I spoke to, who said he was brought up by some people who had some pretty interesting beliefs. And I was like, oh, did you ever believe it for a bit? And do you remember stopping believing? And he's like, no, my first memory is just, even as a really young kid, is looking around me going, these people are idiots. And I remember, like, I never felt that about other things. I actually had way, I was so credulous as a kid. I would just believe anything. I struggled watching TV shows, like obviously like kids or adults horror or anything like that. Because not only did they scare me, but if I saw it, I was like, that thing is true. I remember getting really bothered by the song, How Can We Sleep While Our Beds Are Burning? And is that the same one where they talk about dancing on the ceiling? Yes. And I was like, we need to help these people. Some people are stuck on the roof and other people's beds are on fire. Like, we need to, and then my parents would be like, it's just a song. And I'm like, well, but they're going to just sing about false things. So I do remember at some point, and I think it was probably around hearing that I think that probably because my parents started telling me, like, Harry, not everything here is true. And I remember when they were telling me that, I was like, well, that can't be right. And going, that would mean like for my down is opposite to somebody else's down. And yeah, it's not what you initially think.
What fucked me up was the song. I saw mommy kissing Santa Claus. That fucking
gone. That did it for you. That did you in.
Yeah, that screwed me up because I couldn't imagine my mom with somebody else and picturing her kissing Santa, and it screwed me up, man.
So you had the same thing where you took it as like the song was true and you thought that mum had been kissing Santa.
Yeah.
Now I get it. That's quite funny. Yeah. I remember another one was also, I was watching my parents like, you need to watch this. This is important. It was like a documentary about how humans are destroying the environment. And while the documentary was playing, they chose for the backing audio the song "Every Breath You Take," and I linked the two together far more like literally than was intended. And I thought that the documentary was literally telling me like, "Hey, little kid, you are killing the earth by breathing all that oxygen up, like slow down with all the breathing. And I remember trying to breathe less, like for a significant amount of time. I kept trying to hold my breath and then being upset that I could hold it for a bit, but then I needed to take extra deep breaths right after that to catch up. Yeah.
Well, it is a pretty bizarre thing. I mean, at the end of the day, don't you think? I mean, okay, if it's true, it is bizarre. Even let's just say, but there's the concept that you're spinning and whirling in like 10 different vectors at 1.5 million miles per hour right now. That doesn't come off to you as being a little bit far fetched.
Well, velocity is relative, isn't it? You know, you compare velocity against another thing.
I find it puzzling how.
No, I don't think it's. I don't think velocity is velocity.
Different vectors, speeds don't have any. We don't feel any acceleration. We don't feel any movement, anything. It's just also. It's either also insignificantly small, or it's also perfectly balanced that we don't sense any of it. That's the thing that I find just.
But you don't feel speed, do you? You feel change in speed.
Correct, but if we're going in 7 different vectors at different speeds, you really think you'd feel something, wouldn't you?
Well, you think if you're doing 1 RPM per year, which is our orbit around the sun, wow, aren't you going to feel that? If you're talking about one orbit of, the galaxy every how many hundreds or millions of years that it takes?
180 million years.
Thank you very much. Wow, 1 RPM per 1 revolution per 180 million years. You're really going to feel that. What you feel is the frequency of that change, and the longer that change is, the harder it is to detect. Obviously, speed is the other factor you figure into that shit, but that's the basics.
Yeah. No. I'm very, very familiar with that side of the argument, and I'm not even here to argue the counter. I just, in all of everything, there's never been a hiccup. There's never been anything. Just nobody ever feels anything, and I do get what you're saying, Russ. I do. It just, once again, it's counterintuitive. Yes, mathematically or scientifically, somebody can explain it to me, but it is counterintuitive.
I would agree with that. Like I did that. I tried to crunch the maths on it. And I probably got it wrong, but I tried to crunch the maths on it because, intuitively, when I think it might have been you first said that to me, I was like, it kind of makes sense that like the way I was thinking about it was like if you add the two, so you go sometimes we're towards the sun, right? So midday, shouldn't I weigh more than I do at midnight if we think that I'm spinning around the Earth nearish the equator? And then there's also an orbit around the sun. On the outside of my spin per day, wouldn't you be adding the two together so that I'm on the outside of the overall orbit, but I'm also on the outside of the daily spin? So shouldn't I be subtly lighter at night? So I started trying to crunch the statistics, and it was like in newtons, it had like 4 or 5 zeros in front of it. It was like, yes, this is an effect. But if you work it out by the radius of the Earth plus the radius of the orbit plus, I forget how you do the maths, but I forget if I got walked through it or used a calculator online, but it was like 0.00000046789 newtons or something like that. And when I tried to go, how much is that? It's like very, very little. Even like, do you feel heavier when you are closer to the poles? Like I've been up to Cairns. I didn't get to Cairns and get off the plane and go, oh, I feel light here.
It wouldn't do that. In your model, it wouldn't do that.
Yes, it would. Wolfie 6020 has tested this.
They've said that essentially gravity, other than your little Coriolis thing, but gravity just accounts for all of it and just makes it all. Like I said, I mean, at the end of the day, if you're spinning at those rates, you can make explanations about atmospheres clinging along with the Earth. But at the end of the day, what we're being told is that we're actually spinning at 1.5 million miles an hour, but everything is observably and measurably stationary.
We're not spinning at 1 million 1.5 million miles an hour. Again, velocity is relative to another object. So when you're talking about that, you're talking in relativity to another position in space. We do see a difference in weight when you move north and south of the equator, which is why it's taken into account when people assay gold. It's a big enough difference that it matters to the gold industry.
In fact, Wolf, I'm finding the video from Wolfie6020 that does it, where he gets a set 500 gram weight and a like scale that drug dealers use, you know, those super accurate scales. And he sets it in his home port of, I think it's Perth or something. I'm going to find it for you. Then goes north to a northern latitude and finds that it weighs less. Then goes back home and finds that it weighs 500 grams again. And what he even finds is in the user manual for the scale, it says you will need to calibrate this. If you want to be super accurate, you will need to calibrate this against a known weight at your latitude because the Earth's spin will affect the effective like weight.
Yeah, I get that there's
cool
that
video.
very minor, there's that minor thing. I think it's connected to the electric field of the Earth, of the stationary Earth. I do understand there's that, but if there wasn't the atmosphere and gravity clinging everything to the ball, we know everything would fly off the ball.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah,
so
if
it's
you've got
that
a spinning
so
thing
it's
without
that
a downward
thing.
force. Yeah, you have an outward force with no equal or greater downward force.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about a tiny bit of difference of weight at different areas. I'm talking about if you didn't have the gravity thing that was not only clinging everything to the ball, but that's what I was saying. That gravity thing is making everything seem stationary. Like when I look at a tree outside my window, if there's no wind blowing or very little wind, that tree is more or less stationary. So if there wasn't this thing of gravity, that tree would fly off the earth or whatever. It would be wavering all over the place. It was just a ball. So it's the gravity thing that is making everything all stay in place, and the trees and the leaves that are falling off, whatever, that everything is perfectly clung to the ball to make it all going in sync at 1.5 million miles an hour. That's what you guys are claiming. Or what's that?
Going at 1.5 million miles and 1.5 million miles an hour, Geo.
I should say what that model claims ultimately.
Yeah, what's that in comparison to? What's that in relation to?
That's in relation to what 1 mile per hour is?
No, as I say, speed is against something. So it's got to be in relationship to something. You don't just move at a speed. It's the speed compared to something.
I would say it's compared to 1 mile per hour. And it's compared to if movement and what we know is being
that's
movement.
not what our model says.
We've had this I don't think you were there last time, but we've had this conversation before with Geo.
Okay,
the standard physics model is that, is what Druss says, which is displacement, sheer speed cannot be measured. Only acceleration can. No, I'm not saying don't have the conversation. I'm just sort of catching you up, Druss. Geo believes that that displacement, i.e. speed, can be detected. That he feels that if he's on a plane that's moving forwards, even regardless of the tilt of the plane body, and if you blindfolded him, he feels that he would be confident that he could determine whether he was moving forwards or backwards.
I mean, the simplest one I'd use is blindfold him, put him in a rotating restaurant. You wouldn't have a clue. And for me, I mean, the problem I've got, I mean, if I get on a train and I look at a tree in the distance, okay, so I know I'm on a train, so I know it's the train that's moving, but the tree in the distance looks like it's moving as well. Speed is always measured against something else, like the ground. So we're talking when we're on the Earth, we're talking about the speed in relation to the ground speed.
Yeah, relative.
When we're orbiting the center of the galaxy, that's what we're comparing that rotational value to. Speed is always compared to something, related to something. Yeah, Rams, I agree.
Apparently, I found out that with relativity, general relativity specifically, because this is Galilean relativity that you're referring to with the train moving forward. But in terms of Galilean relativity, the rotation of, not rotation, but the orbits of planets around the sun is more objective rather than relative. And I don't know how that works, but it's interesting.
I would have thought that's still in reference to its the barycenter of the solar system, the sun, or pretty near the sun.
I honestly don't know how it works. I asked in Physics Stack Exchange. You know that website, Physics Stack
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, and because I was wondering, I was in the toilet once, just sitting and thinking about it. And yeah, it's very weird and interesting. The kind of stuff you come up with in the toilet, usually the best ideas.
Yeah.
Or when you're having a shower. You know those shower thoughts? There's actually a video about that. An entire video just about shower thoughts.
You know why?
There's
There's a couple of reasons for that. One is that your brain is in a different brainwave state when you're relaxed. Then the other thing is that the water is actually grounding you to the earth. And grounding,
Really?
Yep, and grounding to the earth will actually increase intuitive capacities and insight, and increases mind function because you're actually getting electrons from the earth rather than being disconnected from it.
Because there's a bathtub, and that's I think ceramic.
Well, it could depend on what type of shower head and all those factors in terms of what you're going to get in terms of how good of a ground. But in general, the drain is metal going all down with metal pipes. So if your feet are in the water, standing water that's connected to the drain, of course, it depends on the type of shower and how far you are from the drain and all that. That's one way you can get grounded. Another way is if you have a shower that's made of something that is conductive, that ultimately is touching the ground, depending on the kind of type of building you have. You could have a shower that has like a stone floor that actually is connected to the earth. And then the other way would be through the shower head, depending on how it's spraying. If it's one of those mister shower heads, maybe not, or not as much. But if it's one that's giving a good flow, there will be a connection through that, which then goes from your head or from your body, up the water stream into the pipes. And then of course the metal pipes are all connected through the earth. They're going to ground you.
I would imagine they would have to be conductive.
I mean, one of the most potent ways to do it is to get in a bathtub and fill it with water and then empty it while you're in the bathtub and just sit there while it drains. You're literally getting the full connection of the water going through all the pipes and directly into the earth. I mean, depending on where your pipes go, but it's a very deep ground. It's almost as good as just being in the actual water of the earth is best, like oceans or lakes, because then you're completely grounded through the water.
I think I'd agree with the different brain state. I just think, when you're in the shower, it's quite meditative, isn't it? It's the same. I tend to get a lot of good ideas when I'm riding. Because, the action of focusing on the road, what's around me, what's going on, that's sort of automated.
But even on a globe Earth, you should have acceleration and deceleration every time the thing spins. You should have that.
Yeah, you're right. And we have that change in angular momentum. You're dead right, and it's measurable.
I actually calculated the centrifugal force, and we wouldn't feel it. It was something like 0.05 newtons or something like that. And compare that to gravity. The centripetal acceleration due to gravity. That's, let's say you weigh 70 kilograms. So that's roughly around 700 newtons. Compare like 700 newtons to 0.05 newtons.
It's what's
so
called
if gravity didn't exist, you would fly off the ball, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you would fly off the ball versus the fact that we're not flying off the ball, that's the difference we're talking about. That's what your claim is, that the gravity thing is doing to cling it all, to basically eradicate 99% of that centrifugal and centripetal forces.
Yeah, the difference in the two forces is very large. It's what I call, it's one of the things that I've coined a nice phrase for. It's called the square root of fuck all effect.
Yeah, that's what's in contention, though. It's not like if the model is that gravity clings everything to the center and does everything you guys are saying. I understand what you're saying about the very small amount of newtons that would be due to similar like the Coriolis effect, where the atmosphere is spinning along with the Earth, but it's slightly off just a little bit. I get that idea, but the thing is that what you're what's ultimately being claimed is that it's the force of gravity that is actually making it to where the massive amount of forces that should be flinging everything off the ball are not doing that.
Well, they're not massive amount of forces, which is what theoretical Button has just sort of told you. It's, you know, when I calculated, it was 0.0046 and a few more decimal points.
Right, if gravity didn't exist, what would it be?
Tiny amount.
What would it be if gravity didn't exist?
Well, if gravity didn't exist, there would be nothing to keep us relative to the mass that we're standing on.
I think blood cells.
It's not that,
it's the fact that we wouldn't have a planet.
Well, it's not that if gravity didn't exist. If you calculate the force, that's the force. What you need to do is go, is that force greater than or less than the force of gravity? But the like 0.00 something newtons to fling us off the ball is like, okay, you've got a downward acceleration of 9.8 per second, and an upwards of 0.00 something. It's if you delete the normal 0.0, like if you delete the 9.8, you're left with the 0.00 something. The number doesn't change. It's just vector addition. You average out the directions and the numbers of the vector, and the outward flinging force obviously is virtually along the same line but in the opposite direction to the downward gravity force.
Right, but that's what's on trial.
Right.
At the end of the day,
but it sounded like the question was what would that upward force be minus, like if you ignore gravity. I'm saying the upward force is the upward force. It already is ignoring gravity. If it wasn't ignoring gravity, you would say the upward force is negative 9.7999 something, whatever.
And in reality, what's on trial is the counter explanation of flat Earth, not the globe. The globe is the established position. The flat Earth is,
that's what's on trial.
Like the novel. No, the flat Earth is the one on trial because it's got to prove its case.
Both have to prove their case. Like both.
Well,
there's no reason why one would have a greater burden than another.
Well, because the default is stationary and planar in terms of what
that's just a claim, right? That's just yet another claim that requires more evidence.
Stationary and planar doesn't require any magical evidence because there's nothing that is observed that isn't stationary and planar.
Does that not seem convenient to you, though? Like, couldn't I say the opposite?
No, because I'll prove it to you in this way, or I'll suggest this as a proof. All of us in here would agree that if we were never, I can't say all of it, but Riding, you were saying you would probably many people, where if you were never taught the globe and, this is what's happening in the gravity and all that, you would have absolutely no reason, meaning the default for you would be stationary planar Earth. There would be no reason for you to think you're on a ball. Therefore, the ball thing is an additional claim into your consciousness, into your life that makes me think, oh, I'm on a ball and spinning and whirling. That's why it's an additional thing, and that's why it's on trial. And that's why, in my viewpoint, a planar stationary surface is the default because literally as we're born into this world, that is the default, unless you're told otherwise.
If
that's just a claim to say to try to avoid the burden.
Very, very quickly, Riding. If you've got decent critical thinking skills, the default position is always, I don't know.
I mean, the spin of Earth has been proven. There's, for example, Foucault's pendulum. I'm sure you've heard of it, Gio.
But there's going to be argument about that. What I'm trying to establish is wouldn't you find it convenient though, Gio, if I said because nature has many spheres in it, and all of the other celestial bodies we observe as spheres, and because boats go over the horizon, the globe is the default claim. The flat that requires an edge that we've never seen is the one that isn't. And you would go, well, you're just picking the things. You're going into the argument, already engaging in the argument and presenting evidence for your side while claiming your side doesn't require evidence.
What do you mean?
A logical fallacy called affirming the consequence.
Spheres. You can't say that, Riding, that they're all spheres. All we see above our head are light. We see a moon that looks like it's got texture, and at best with the human eye, on a full moon, it looks like a hemisphere. To say that all our celestial objects are spheres, that is a leap of faith, because all they are points of light in the sky.
But, so here's another way to test it. I have never observed or measured or experienced the sun to be hotter than something around the region of 40-something degrees, right, Celsius. So I could use the same logic to say it is the default position that the sun is somewhere around at its hottest 40 degrees Celsius. And that would fit with what I'm saying. That would fit with observation. But we would say, well, hang on. If you apply logic and you say other hot things are hot in proportion to your distance from them, so you can get about 40 odd degrees from a campfire, but you stick your fucking hand in the thing, it'll burn it to a crisp. So we use other logic to determine things. So there's like the null hypothesis would be there is no Earth.
Are you trying to
if
tell
we're presenting any cosmology, we need to present evidence for that cosmology.
Honestly, writing that when you look up the sky and look at stars, that you actually see spheres?
When I look at Jupiter, when I look at the moon, I honestly, yes. And the sun, honestly, yes. I think that the most reasonable, they look to me, particularly the moon, 100% that thing looks like a sphere.
And Saturn is a good one.
With your naked eye, when you're all you see, you don't see any spherical shape when you're looking at those at all. Not
the
at
moon,
all.
You don't see a sphere when you look at the moon, honestly?
No. Go back to originally what I said, because what I originally said is, with the exception of the moon on a full moon, when it looks like it's got some texture, at best it may look like maybe a hemisphere, right? At best, right? And then maybe you can draw a conclusion, but you're not seeing a sphere, and you're definitely not seeing spheres with stars or planets at all. All you're seeing are points of light.
Right. So yeah, I'm not trying to say because this argument, therefore that is the case. When I'm presenting that argument, I'm saying what it sounds like somebody is doing is saying, because of the following reasons, I shouldn't have to present any reasons. Because I observe flat, because it doesn't feel like I'm spinning around, therefore it is flat and I'm not spinning around, and I don't need to present any more evidence for that. You need to disprove me.
I don't think anyone said that. What I was saying is what's on trial, in my viewpoint. I wasn't really claiming. I mean, anyone could provide evidence or proof for anything they want if they want to prove something to someone else, but that's not required. Nobody has to prove anything to anybody at the end of the day. But what I was saying is that in my viewpoint, what's on trial is the thing that isn't the default. And clearly,
what makes flat default?
We are questioning the mainstream narrative that is being told. That is what we're being told.
Well, is that the positive claim?
The debate is about whether there is a default position and whether that default position needs to be justified. I think it does. And even if it matches with your dead reckoning about the scenario, I still think it's worth supporting any position.
Well, the default position when you're measuring something should be starting from a plane, and then you go from there. You don't start from a curve and then work way up to a plane.
But that's begging the question, right? Why?
Because you start off the datum point, right? And that's how you measure.
Datum point's a point. It's not a plane or a line yet. It's just one.
And you can transpose those datum points further along the line, and then from that datum point,
what are you transposing them to?
Then you can to other datum points, right? To other datum points, right? And then from there,
I don't understand how that would give me flat or round or globe or a dodecahedron.
Yeah. That's assuming the surface at the beginning. So again, it's affirming the consequent. So the default position on anything is your starting position is always going to be I don't know.
Yeah,
that's what I think. Yeah,
I don't know with a single point, and you work from there. That's what I was saying. Bullish, right?
Yeah.
But your datum point, you're working in a horizontal plane, and you're taking measurements than that datum point, right? Yes, you start off with the I don't know, right? But you're not.
I would say for myself, I'm just speaking for myself. When I was born into this world, the default position was that the Earth is a stationary surface. I suppose when I was that old, I wasn't able to really do long distance observations or anything like that. So I would say planar unless proven otherwise, in a sense. Like there would be no way for me to know the entire Earth. But in general, my default position was definitely stationary and some sort of a plane of existence of some sort, meaning that there's a ceiling, there's the ground, up is up, down is down. That was the default. And then I was told, no, actually you're on a ball and the gravity and everything. So for me, that has been on trial, as it were. When I say on trial, I just mean being Well, that's a harsh word, but yeah, I mean,
challenged or something.
Even trial is maybe a harsh word too, or just not quite the right word. But what was the right word?
I think they're fair things. I think it's fair and reasonable to interrogate something, particularly something that goes against your dead reckoning, goes against your experience, or something like that.
Yeah,
I mean, would you say, let's say if we flip this around, would you think it was fair? If I was saying I don't have to present evidence for the globe is the default position because everything I've observed says globe and spin, you have to prove flat. Would you go, it seems kind of slippery there, eggshells?
No, if you want to say that, that's fine, man. I accept. I don't hold any prejudgment of some presupposed battle or debate that you have to do things. Like I don't get into all that like burden of proof, and I love to discuss this stuff. But no, if you feel like the globe's a default and you want proof of things or whatever, you're free to do that.
Okay, because that to me seems more default. Like, when I started thinking about the default question, I was like, globe's a simple one-sided object, meets itself in all directions. And I see many, many other instances of globes in nature, be it both in biology and in non-biological things. So it seems to me to be the default.
Here's an interesting thought experiment. Say, for instance, you grew up, you had everybody around you was mute. You had no language. Yeah, that there is no language. You managed to survive. You've got no one around you. You got no language. There is no default language for you because you haven't.
I'm not sure that's even possible. I think all humans have always had language. So, but if we want
to, if no one's taught you English, how would you know it?
Well, that's like saying if you weren't born on the Earth, how would you even know you're on the Earth, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying because the default position is the null position.
I mean, I think humans have always had language, and I think we've always been on the Earth too. So it's a
little... no. It's a thought. You know, you're the child in the forest that has grown up with wolves. So the only language that you can relate to maybe is some body language from wolves.
Yeah, I think there's some defaults to being a human. I think there's our general lived experience, which is that the Earth is still under our feet. Trees blow in the wind. The clouds move in the sky. The sun, moon, and stars move at night. It gets cold. It gets warm. And then you could get into the ideas of like natural law, like how to treat others, or love, or hugging someone, or a mother, a father. I mean, there's all those factors that are inherent as well in terms of.
But if you've never had that social interaction with other humans, I mean, the interesting thing I always think about that is what language would you think in? I mean, it's kind of a bit freaky when you get down to this, and because language is something that we learn. We learn as a child. We pick it up from the people around us. If we've never had humans around us, if we grew up with wolves, classic wolf child thing, what language would you be speaking? What language would you be thinking in?
I think you would think in like pictures and like experience, and like you wouldn't be thinking of words. You would just think of images and pictures in your head.
I mean, honestly, Druss, I would go. I like that idea, like archetypes and concepts and symbols and things. But I would go as far as to say that in this discussion, language is so inherent. Because before we were talking about like the default of like what the Earth is and if it's moving and all that. But if you talk about this, I would say that language is so inherent to being human that I would go as far as to say that even if you did that, I mean, wow, you'd have to, I guess, raise a baby. You have to raise a baby, and you couldn't even do it in the woods because you can't just leave a 6-month-old in the woods. It'll just get eaten by a wolf, or it'll die. So you actually have to like raise a child in an environment where you specifically give it no language. And what I think would happen, I think the child would come up with their own words and or drawings on the ground with sticks or whatever, or even more so, they would just like channel a language. One would just through the ether, one would come to them, or parts of them. Parts of ones would come in terms of expressing different kinds of emotions. I mean, that's a deep question. Would they even invent their own new language or something? I
mean, again, that's it. I think that is a possible outcome. But it's one of the ones, from the language, the words we use, the constructs that we have in language. it's a fairly systemic system. Grammar is a rule system. The way we order our words, the way we describe things. The thing that I find interesting is, would we come up with metaphor? Because that to me is what makes us very, very different to any other animal that we see that we can understand. Is our ability to speak in metaphor, to be abstract, to talk about things in the past and the future, the possibility. We don't.
It seems like the one thing we would. It seems like the one thing we would. It seems like the one thing we would not do is assume that we're spinning on a globe, because even the story we're told about the globe, it took some men, in the later years of humanity, compared to however many thousands of years we've been here. It took, if you really want to go to the Greeks, 2000, that's still a tiny little time period, even if you want to go that far. But really, like the Copernicus, 1500s, whatever, it took some dude to just conjure it up, and then for them to start pushing it, meaning that it was never the default to think that it was a spinning globe or that it was moving or curving.
I agree, and I think that's down to limitations of how much of it they saw. The thing that I think is a very old piece of knowledge is the knowledge of precession, precession of the equinox.
So you think that in all those ancient times, well, yeah, that's something that's observed in the sky, part of the sky clock. But you're saying that in ancient times, in your view, for however many thousands of years, Aztecs and all these peoples, and so on, you think that the whole time they were spinning and whirling on a globe, but it just took Copernicus coming along to blow all of our minds?
I think that we come up with ideas that are novel. Whether someone's come up with that idea before and it just didn't catch on, I don't know. And that's, again, my default position. It's the same way as, we talk about Pythagoras and Pythagoras' theorem, but there's very, very good evidence that Pythagoras' theorem is older than Pythagoras. Maybe he was the one that wrote it down, and that's, out of the tiny fraction of recorded knowledge that we have of humanity, that's the bit that survived.
So what percentage, let's say the last 2,000 years roughly, what is the percentage of that in relation to the rest of humanity? Of course, that's a huge question because it depends on what model you might use or whatever. But should we just say, just for fun, let's say it's only 1%. Would you somewhat agree with that? Just as a general thing, that from 2000 BC, from 2,000 years ago, it's 1%.
I think 200,000, 300,000, 400,000 years. That we humans in some sort of modern form have been around. Yeah.
Yeah. So 1% is way too much. That's way less. It's like a
no, that's about right. 1% is about right for the lower end of the barrier.
That's all I just wanted to say for this idea. So let's just say it's 1, even if it's 0.1, it doesn't matter for this idea. So if for all that time humans thought the Earth was a stationary plane, like a plane, and there was the sky and the cosmologies of that going back since the dawn, and then if it's only in this, let's be less than even a percent, a fraction of a percent, that there's been this quote unquote Copernican revolution where Copernicus came along and then blew our minds, and oh my God, it's a revolution. And then, okay, that's the idea. The NASA is now at the front of it, whatever, Earth's a globe, men landed on the moon. So if that's only a teeny tiny little portion, then for me saying that the default for humanity is the stationary plane would completely make sense. The fact that it's over 99%, wouldn't you think?
Cool. And let's run with that scenario. Every single ancient culture talks about the setting of the sun and the rising of the moon and the setting of the moon and how it goes dark and how it has to travel under the earth to come back to the east to rise again.
Okay, I'm going to have to call you out on that one because you just said that every single one, and that's not the case. You have brought up one.
Okay, I can think of Hebraic.
You've brought up one Egyptian one where that actually had to do with going into the underworld. Didn't have to do with the sun actually going under the earth. If you look at all these cosmologies, they all involve the planar Earth with the sun and the moon above the Earth, and they're cycling above.
So if you talk about Mayan culture, Aztec culture, Incan culture, they all talk about the sun going under the earth to rise back in. If you talk about the Hebraic culture, the sun and the moon go outside of the dome to then go over the top of the dome to come back into the dome to then come in. The concept of night was universal.
All right, can you give any references for those? Because that's not my understanding of their cosmologies whatsoever. The only one I'm aware of is they claim in Egyptian, of course, there's so much manipulation and all that anyway, since that's a more recent one and God only knows. But there is one particular archetypal story of the sun going into the underworld through a process of transformation. And it's not talking about the actual physical sun going under your feet. It's talking about a symbolic representation of the son of God, as it were, going into the underworld and going through that process and then rising again. In my understanding, I'm not aware of any ancient cosmologies. If you have any resources, please show them any ancient cosmologies that actually said that the physical sun goes underneath their feet.
Sure, I will go and dig that. I'll dig that up. I don't have time. I'm going to go to work in a second. I'm actually going to the office today. But yeah, I'll dig that out for you.
Because on the contrary, they always show these different archetypal structures of, the heavens above. That's why it's called the heavens above, and the sun, moon, all being part of the heavens and the celestial field and everything being above them.
But pretty much every diagram that I've seen that's been produced is either modern or medieval.
Right. That's not really what I'm referring to. That's some twisted, weird shit from this recent, But if you have any references,
you know the meme I'm talking about, Gio.
I don't know in terms of the Egyptian one.
Oh, in terms of, you normally have the Norse one, the Egyptian one, the Christian Hebraic sort of model, which is really just a reflection of the Sumerian model. Except in the Sumerian model, it doesn't go outside of the dome; it goes under. But you kind of get this concept of the fact that night is for everybody, and I think that's one of the big discoveries, that as we started communicating better and we were traveling a bit quicker, we suddenly realized, actually, hold on a second, our days and nights are different as we travel around. Because you've got to go a fair distance to realize that. You've got to have reasonably good communication to realize that. And that's one of the big changes that kind of happened. And if you look at most,
I just don't buy that. I think that the ancient peoples had a very, very deep interconnectedness to the cosmos, to Mother Earth, on multiple levels, spiritually and in multiple ways, shapes, and forms. I truly don't think in any way, shape, or form that they could have just been deceived that whole time, and then the Mr. Copernicus had to come along or whatever. I don't buy that for a second.
Well, again, I agree with the spiritual connection to the Earth, but it tends to be locale based. It's in a small region. You don't see, through recorded history.
Yeah, but their cosmologies for the entire universe was a planar system where you have the upper world, the middle world, and the lower world, and those all linked spiritually and they linked physically to the layers of the cosmos, and they linked in very specific ways that had to do with their spiritualities and the nature of Earth on multiple levels. So they weren't just describing, I live in this little town or this little area and here's my little, they were describing the entire cosmos, the whole of the heavens, the sky clock, the zodiac, all of that.
They were describing their world as they saw it. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, a zodiac is a circle and the sun moves through the zodiac. So of course the zodiac, there's no sun going under any Earth in that model. It's a circle and it's circling above. That's how it's always worked, because it's in constellation with the stars. The stars are in their, let's just call it a disk for a moment. They're in their 12 sections, the main constellations, and then the sun is, so it's always above.
Didn't Euclid also say that the sun goes below the surface of the Earth?
Sorry.
This is why I think that they thought the sun went below the surface of the Earth. That image there.
Didn't Euclid write in his works that the sun goes actually below the surface of the Earth?
Yeah, the Greeks were a bit fun of that.
Yeah.
Actually, didn't they say that the sun was eaten by the darkness, right?
Well, night in most cosmologies, as I understand it, seemed to be implied to be universal for everybody. So it was night for everybody, it was day for everybody.
Right. Isn't there even the whole issue of the term hours comes from the term Horus?
Not sure about that. I mean, we get our time sort of system from the Sumerians, which is really old, so it's sort of 3000-ish BC, because they kind of worked in base 6, base 60.
Are you familiar with the story of Horus?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Horus
like, because
is the
I just feel
son
like, you know,
of
you're talking about like,
Osiris,
yes,
who's
and like
the
and like,
falcon-headed god.
right, and you have Nut and all that, and
Yeah.
and but I find it interesting that like they didn't look at it like the sun went under the fucking earth. They looked at it like it was eaten. Like that's why, you know what, the idea that's been tripping me out, like, I don't know, for people who are interested in different ideas, is like, imagine the idea that every day is a new sun, and the strength or weakness of that sun dictates the weather.
For sure. I definitely think there's electromagnetic variations that affect the ether and affect the weather. Yeah.
Well, I mean, imagine like, take like a pulse of light that goes across the, like, you know, a line or something like that. I'm sure we could talk about electricity or whatever in a lot of different ways, but like the idea is like, if you were to see like a pulse of light go from left to right, and then, you know, 5 minutes later, or, you know, right after it, another pulse of light goes across in front of you, would you say that those two pulses of light are the same pulse of light?
Well, not necessarily. It's always new. Yeah, I like that idea.
And that's
I agree.
what I'm saying. It's like so what if, like, you know, you're witnessing this pulse of light go across the sky? I mean, you know, does it have to be the same one?
I don't think it is, because I think the sun is like it's like a constantly emitting thing. Like whatever it is, that circle. That's interesting to think about. Yeah, like to me, like,
you know what I mean?
It
Like,
always
it's
is
like,
new. It's always new in a way. Kind of like in a video game, you have to render the sun, and the sun has to keep lighting up the pixels or whatever to make it be in the game like that. In the same way, like the sun is always new. It's always, because it's always creating its own.
well, I mean, locally. Well, I mean, and it's weird because locally it appears like that. It's like, you know, I just, you know, I took a nap or whatever, and it's like, you know, I saw like, you know, what is it? What's the fucking Orion? I saw Orion, and he was in the sky right there, right? And then, like, you know, I get up and I go outside, walk the dogs, and fucking, it's beautiful outside right now too. It's freezing, but it's beautiful, and it's like, you know, I wonder where's the moon at by any way? Is it full tonight? I don't know, but it's close. But like, you know, it's all the way across the sky, Orion. You know what I mean? And I just, like, you know, just, I started thinking to myself, like, okay, like, I woke, you know, I see it over here. Now it's over here. I don't feel like I'm spinning. You know what I mean? Like, so all, like, you know, empirical evidence would tell me that that thing up there is moving across the sky. I just thought, like, how simple and sweet. You know what I mean? Like, you know, in that regard. And in the same sense with the sun, it's like you only experience it locally. Like, you only have your experience. It's crazy. To try to then, like, you know, I don't know. It's just interesting.
I mean, the general theme is it travels through the underworld, it goes through some caverns, or it dies and it's reborn. It dies in the west and is reborn in the east. Those are the three compelling ones. And what you're talking about there, that was actually quite interesting, because that's a very old Egyptian mythology, because obviously over sort of 2,500, 3,000 years, the ideas and cultural beliefs of the Egyptians changed quite a lot.
Well, yo, you know what really tripped me out was, you know, I happened to be talking to someone who was just a wild person, but it, like, you know, and this was years ago when I was young, and it always tripped me out with the idea of, like, I don't even want to get into it. It's too loaded. It's so weird. Like, you know, just how, like, the Sumerians, right? You know, like, 'cause, I mean, even like I found it in law. You know, you find it in law. It goes all the way back to the Hammurabi Code, man. Like, our tax
That's
law has a
Assyrian.
law. Allegedly, it's called Stat 19. I can't seem to fucking. You can find. I've found it on occasion, but it's like I can't seem to. I should just archive it or something. But like, Stat 19 goes all the way back to the Hammurabi Code, which is by the Sumerians. And I always just
No,
thought,
it's
how,
by the Assyrians.
what is it?
It's by the Assyrians. The Hammurabi was an Assyrian king, not not a Sumerian king. Sumerian's quite a bit earlier, so you're about 1,000 years out.
I don't question that at all. I could be totally off.
I'm going to go and double check myself just to make sure I'm not talking bollocks.
Yeah, no. That's yeah. I mean, we're not like, it's not like you could be off or anything, right?
Oh.
I mean, this shit is crazy. I'm of the first Babylonian.
Babylonian, sorry, not Assyrian.
Yeah, Babylonian. And what was there? I don't know why I could connect that to the Sumerian.
Because Sumerian culture was kind of around Eridu, with their two main cities. There's a third one which I can't remember off the top of my head because it's early in the morning here. And then a bit further north you have the Babylonians. The Babylonians kind of went south towards the Red Sea and ended up conquering that part of the world. So they inherited some of those cities.
Right.
So you tend to find, so you kind of go Sumerian, Babylonian, Neo-Babylonian, and then you've got other sort of cultural groups like the Assyrians, the Mitanni, etc., all within that region. It's a mixed up, but he's mid-Bronze Age, so about 1750, and you go back to Sumerians, that's sort of 2200-ish.
Let's see.
Doesn't the Sumerians go back 6,000 years or so?
Well, you have what's the people before the Sumerians? Ubaid culture.
They're some of the first cultures that we know about, right?
Well, we normally put Sumer from about 4,500 BC up to about 1900, and then Ubaid culture is 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 BC up until about 4,000. But that's more of a culture rather than a civilization, because we don't have the writing. So writing is one of the criteria that we put in to have what we classify as civilization.
Yeah, and the Sumerians, I mean, they've got like their list of firsts is pretty amazing, isn't it? Like the first to do what was it? The mathematical.
Some of the earliest writings we have, basically because we've got some writing from them, they get a lot of attributions.
Yeah,
and that's the other thing that you got to remember. But people love claiming shit that other people thought up, so I always put that with
yeah, of course.
I was kind of always intrigued. I don't know if you guys ever looked into like the concept of like the Sumerian culture, like Sumerian, right? And then you have the term Aryan, right? And like this idea that this culture has lived in the backdrop of history for like time immemorial kind of thing.
Well, Aryan culture comes from a guy called Sir John Mortimer Wheeler, who thought when he found sort of the Indus Valley culture in Pakistan, he attributed the destruction to the influx of these wild people called the Aryans, because he noticed there was a lot of similarity. This is where we started to figure out the Indo-European language groups. And he thought, it would make sense that, these European-y type people would come over here and kill everybody and be much more superior, and that's why they do all this stuff. Where what we think now is it's more the other way around, that the Aryan culture came from that part of the world and actually proliferated east, mainly because mainly because most of the things that we see in Europe come from the east and go west. We're kind of like on the edge of shit. So that was a little bit of a cultural bias, shall we say, in sort of.
And also even like about the whole like Queen of Skoda story. You're familiar?
Yeah,
with
so you're talking about Gaelish and Scotia. Scotia was supposed to be the daughter of Akhenaten.
Yes, sir. Right on. How does that go? I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, it's such a beautiful.
So the idea is,
a lot of people don't know it.
Yeah, so the idea is Akhenaten had a daughter, and when Akhenaten was taken down and obviously Tutankhamun was put in to replace him, that his daughter Scotia ran with her husband, who was a prince called Gaelish. They were supposed to have then travelled until they landed in Ireland.
Well,
and that's
and what
where we
she
get the
defined as her
concept of the
homeland,
Gaels and the Scots from.
what she defined as her original homeland is the idea, like the idea being that the real counter idea to modern history in this is the idea that the homeland of the people who ran Egypt was actually up north in Ireland.
No, it's the other way around. It's the fact that she's one of the influxes, like the Millicents or the Fulboil or the Tuatha De Dan. So she's related to the Tuatha De Dan or the children of Dan.
The children of what was it?
The Tuatha De Dan, or the children of Danann. Danann was a Celtic god, or a proto-West European goddess. Sorry. And then they kind of stretched that to say, aha, one of the 12 tribes, therefore Dan, therefore tribe of Dan, therefore we can create this big, huge link. That's where some of that stuff goes. I think it's a hell of a stretch, but yeah, I like reading some of the fringe stuff as well as main stuff. Anyway, I've got to rock and roll because I should have left about 10 minutes ago.
Hey, good talk, sir.
No,
be good, brother. That's a cool idea with that pulses of light shit. Got me thinking, Geo.
I made an executive decision. I'm going to work from home.
What happened? I went away for 2 seconds and then you stopped talking.
Oh, I was going to go into the office today. I made an executive decision to work from home.
So I was starting to try, we're listening to that conversation, I was starting to try to Google what cultures thought the Earth was spherical. ball shaped.
Mm.
Not doing too well at it just yet. I do think there's interesting stuff to suggest the Polynesians thought it was a globe because they've found evidence of coconut shell sextants to find latitude, which is a frankly ingenious device.
Polynesians were very cool, and the problem is because of fucking colonization, we've lost an awful lot, and plus they didn't have much of a written culture. Which is why, I mean, the point is, the stuff that we inherit today is such a small fraction of the stuff that's come before.
Fascinating, because it's basically a bubble sextant. It doesn't use a view of the horizon. It uses filling it with water to keep it level. So it's creating an artificial horizon. Don't. Oh, he's just been voice verified. And he's got the right to talk, but not the gumption.
Yeah, I just gave it to him. I saw his name in here before.
But you got to, this is the thing, you've got to have both the right to talk and the desire.
Yeah, that's very important.
We can give you one of those, don't, but we can't do the other.
It's GB, by the way.
Two?
GB.
GB.
Yeah. Was I muted for a reason, or?
People are muted automatically on coming in. They have to be unmuted.
Oh, okay. Okay, I don't understand what you said, like, that I have to have the desire. Well, I mean, I like to listen a couple times, but sometimes I talk, but yeah.
Okay. I think that suffices. I think that's acceptable.
How are you guys doing?
Good, how are you?
Not too bad. Man, I can't talk about this sort of shit. I can't talk about my problems.
Why can't you talk about your problems?
Because I talk about it all the time.
What are your problems related to cosmology or deeper
No,
than
but
that?
cosmology is actually an interesting subject. I don't know much about it.
Deeper then.
Do you know about quantum theory? I saw a documentary where they were trying to create a CPU that is based off quantum theory, where it would crack the
encryption
codes. Yeah, it would crack encryptions.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
Yeah. Now, if you can actually come up with something that they're trying to create something that would crack encryptions, right? Which is like the dumbest thing to do, I think. But they're doing it just so they can figure out a way to find the greatest defense against it. Which is like finding quantum encryption against it, like, or something beyond that. Maybe there's something beyond quantum theory, something that's beyond based off quantum theory, if you know what I mean. In terms of computing and all that stuff. But yeah, is it okay if I stream my trucking simulator in the server?
That'd be a good one for a mod.
Is there a mod around that I can ask?
You could give it a shot. I don't have.
It's blanked
that
out
high
on my end right now. It says I can't.
I don't have any objection to it, but I think if people start to squawk about bandwidth or something, they might ask you to shut it down.
Oh, it does mess with bandwidth?
Sometimes. I think sometimes it then puts a room limit up or something.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't care either way. It's fine. If it messes with people's bandwidth, no, I won't do it. I mean, if someone were to say, hey, it's messing up my bandwidth, like, let's say if I was allowed, I'd probably like, okay, I'll stop, Yeah,
good so far.
Yeah. Yeah, why is it so quiet on both servers that I was in just now? Like, the Debate Flat Earth and this server. Why is it so quiet? Is it because I feel so talkative or just talking?
I think the whole. Go on, Jerry.
I think what happens is a lot of the same people talk to each other, and kind of like two magicians who already know the other's tricks. So, kind of like a stalemate. So we need some new people, and you sound new, so.
I've kind of been here in my previous account, but I'm known as GB Pilot. or gray fox. Yeah, sorry about that. I might be acting a little weird right now.
Why are you acting weird?
Not even gonna explain. I just have anxiety thinking that I'm acting weird. I just don't want to be known as a drunk, and I'm actually known, and I'll possibly, I don't know, tried going to a group, and I got a lot of anxiety because of the people there, their faces and everything, and I just didn't want to. I left. I'm like, fuck this, I'm drinking. Sorry, I didn't mean to open that out. Kind of, yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm working on a rough translation of the article.
What are you translating?
I actually posted it just a while ago in the midst of your scale posts.
Oh yeah, today's to be translated. Oh yes, I saw this pop up and I didn't click on it. The Leaf Chapel.
Yeah.
Located on the grounds of the... Tell us about it.
Yeah, that article kind of tells about this wedding ceremonial building in Japan. It's actually a quite neat design. I can post a second, maybe better picture of it. It's sort of shaped like an eye, and it has this kind of leaf-like structure that rotates. So it's actually like meant to be a metaphor for how the yeah, there we go. Yeah, that whole structure, it kind of rotates up, and it's meant to be a metaphor for how the like groom lifts the veil up of the bride. So it's kind of a neat design.
Peek at his
Yeah.
princess.
Yeah. Yeah, and also that's kind of good architecture because it looks nice. It's a cool idea, and then it also serves a functional purpose because when that opens up, one group can come out of it, and then another group, when it closes down again, can come in from the other side. So you can kind of switch people, and you can have many ceremonies back to back to back without there being sort of uncomfortable.
Yeah, cross mingling of guests or something. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
I used to do weddings, and yeah, it would be super awkward sometimes if you had one couple would book the wedding book the hall for the wedding, which would be like morning time to maybe like lunch, early afternoon, and then the other group would go for the reception, because sometimes if you had stragglers and early arrivals, there'd be this awkward crossover.
Yeah.
Quite cool idea.
Yeah, I like that. It's both a neat idea technically to do it. It looks cool, and then it serves a functional purpose. Yeah, but that article has many like challenging phrases. For example, a vending machine for rapid fire nuptials. And that just some phrases, for example, a vending machine. It's if you just use the first word that it like is the closest approximant. That's myyntiautomaatti, and it just doesn't sound poetic at all, and it won't work. Like you just can't do just direct translation, so you have to figure out some way. I was thinking of maybe using like now I have problems translating my my replacement for it back to English.
Yeah, what do you say for that? Like,
guys, I'm sorry. You probably don't want a guy that's a little bit buzzed around right now. You probably dealt with a guy that was a excuse my language, drunk right now. Drunk at the time in the past, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a dime a dozen in here.
Oh, okay. So it's like not a unusual occurrence.
No, not really.
Is that your turn signal?
Just, I hope I'm not causing any problems or anything,
Dude, is that your turn signal?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sorry.
So you're drunk driving?
And speaking on Discord.
It's safe playing it in a video game. I actually make a joke about it because, like, there's people in the video game that I play with, and then I'm like, you guys are smoking and driving? Smoking weed and driving? Oh, what? You'd get pulled over for that. And, you're at your own comfort of your own home, right? I'm not actually driving, by the way.
Well, that's good. I always hate when some people I don't like it when people like do stuff on Discord and drive at the same time. Of course, if they want to do it, it's everyone's like personal decision. I don't get into that, but there was one situation where I was like having this huge fight with a person on Discord, and then he was like, yeah, I'm by the way driving, so if I bump into anyone and there's a huge accident, it's your fault.
And that's just so
that sounds like
that's so pathetic.
That's stupid because, look, they shouldn't even be talking on their Discord while driving, really.
Exactly. The only response I could come up with, well, are you retarded enough to blame someone else on the other side of the globe if you get into an accident? Like, how the hell am I supposed to know that he's driving?
GP, what simulator are you on? GP, what simulator are you on?
I'm on American Truck Simulator.
Oh, okay. I got the Euro Truck Simulator for free some time ago. I'm just testing it now.
Oh, I have that. Do you want to play a game together, or?
No, I got some mods, so I can't. And I bought the game already. I'm gonna play something else soon.
I can't. What sucks is, like, I got the K100E, the flat front, the
cab over. Cab over.
Yeah, the cab over, and it's what do you call it? Please bear with me. It's a cab over, and then it's a Kenworth, and it used to have certain custom sounds to it, and I don't remember what I installed to have that custom sound, but now it's like when I'm driving the truck, it sounds like the same truck that came with the game, and it's like, crap. It sounded a lot more badass with the sounds that it sort of came with, right? Unless I installed sounds with it.
That's the thing when modding a game. When an update comes, all your mods are shit.
Yeah, so I kind of more so just play with this W900 Kenworth here, the one that came with the game.
I had an issue with the Microsoft Flight Simulator because somehow Steam thought that it was a good idea to install all my games into the folder of Microsoft Flight Simulator. So now every time I start the game, it'll crash.
It'll crash?
Yeah, the game will crash.
Hmm.
I tried to unload everything from the folder, but that didn't help. So I guess I have to uninstall the sim and just reinstall it, but it'll take a long time.
So you basically made your Microsoft Flight Sim folder your default Steam folder.
Oh, well, Steam actually did it. I don't know why.
User blame tools. I think there's a saying around that.
Yeah, I just put the because I have a HDD, like 1 terabyte HDD, and it's titled F, and I put that to Steam, and then suddenly one day I checked, it's like F/MSFS, and I'm like, what? When did this happen? I'm noob when it comes to when I.
You didn't think there's you can move your Steam folder to another drive. Steam will actually do that for you.
Yeah, I know, but there's some residue folders over there. I don't have any games from Steam in the F.
Do you actually want it
HDD.
from a physical spinny hard drive or an SSD?
It's an HDD. I have an SSD, which is my C, but it's full.
Wow, I didn't think anybody used those anymore.
Yeah, I got it for X-Plane because my X-Plane took 800 gigabytes. So.
I got to install European Truck Simulator 2 because, it's like they got add-ons where you're traveling to Russia or like many other parts of the country. And, I never been to the States. To me, it's North America, right? Whatever. But like over in Europe.
Yeah, if you get the Pro mods, you get from Longyearbyen, Iceland, Iraq. It's a lot of that's a big map, but boring as fuck.
What do you do in a truck simulator? You just drive a truck around, or like an 18-wheeler, or what is this?
Exactly. You just drive a truck. You do assignments and just transport stuff.
The fan base actually has people that were once truck drivers at some stage in their life.
Yeah, I got this because I wanted to test it because I was a truck driver, so I would like to see how realistic it is.
And how did it compare?
It sort of compares. I mean, you can't turn your head like you can in real life and things like that, but it's sort of the same, yeah. Like you can sort of feel the mass of the vehicle when you're stopping, and when you're turning, you have to take the right route or you'll cut into the lane.
That's cool.
I really want to start that game at some point as well. I've actually been looking for games that I can play while listening to podcasts because I listen to hell of a lot of podcasts. But the only game I've been able to find that's actually good for that is Minecraft, because it needs to be something that you don't have to focus too much on. Like it's something just to do. Like obviously you cannot, for example, play Dota or StarCraft and listen to podcasts. You either focus on the podcast or the game. It cannot be both.
I played the Microsoft. I played this trucking game for a few times, but Microsoft Flight Simulator is good. If you have like a 3-hour flight, you can just
sure, yeah. I'm not sure if that runs on my computer, my PC. I tested it and it really didn't run well. I installed some more RAM, so it could maybe, but it's just on the limit of maybe working, maybe not.
I'm GPU bound. I have 6 gigabyte 1060.
Yep.
That's still a pretty good GPU. I'll be surprised if you have much problems with that. I mean, I'm running a GTX 970, and I run Elite on that, and that's absolutely fine. High def, and I run it on a big fucking monitor at high res.
Yeah, and it's like I think the most problems with the simulators come like if I'm flying, say the Airbus A320 in my flight simulator, you have all the all the screens in the cockpit also have a high refreshing rate. So that'll take a lot from your GPU, like the artificial horizon and shit like that.
You know what I find kind of meditative is when you're sitting in a car and you hear that blinker going off and you're like laying your head against the window as a passenger. I'm sorry to be random here, but you know, just somehow it's calming when you hear that blinker going off. Signal light.
I was one day playing the EDS, or the Euro Truck Simulator, and it was like a long transport, and I also fell asleep playing it.
Dude, I found like when I was playing this game, going on like 10-hour trips in this game, I'd be like, okay, I'm getting tired, I gotta take a break. Not only that you have the fatigue meter in the game, but it's like you end up actually feeling tired from playing the game. It's fun, but also it gets like where you start, like you're focusing on a straight road and like you're going, oh, I'm tired, okay, I gotta go to bed, you know?
And the feeling that I got is the same that I got from real driving. It's like when you're driving on a freeway and you just get tired. It's the same feeling that I got in this game once.
The only thing I think of when you say that is about driving like a truck like that in a game, because I guess I haven't seen those exact simulators, but is do you know the guy he does the Angry Video Game Nerd?
I heard of him.
He's hilarious.
Yes.
He does these videos. Well, we can get on a real topic. It's just sort of pointless, but well, it's just he's just a hilarious guy. He's got like a lot of subscribers and stuff. He's pretty popular. He's done all these episodes, but he basically like he's this character, like this angry video game nerd. He's trying to review like just the worst games possible and just rip them apart, and just like it's very funny, and he does all kinds of different like skits and all kinds of routines and stuff. But he does this one game that it was actually released as a real game. What is it called? It's like 18-wheeler or something, but it's basically this trucking game, and it's just, I'll see if I could actually I'll just find it and post it because it's hilarious. Like this game is like the most poorly designed game ever, and his analysis of it is just hilarious.
They simulate traffic jams in Truck Simulator.
In this truck simulator, they have like construction zones. I don't know about traffic jams.
I was just thinking, if you're driving into sort of LA or San Diego, do you get the big sort of traffic jams?
You get a lot of traffic at certain points.
All right, I know this is completely off topic, but it's called Over the Road Racing. It's just hilarious. This guy's just funny. But anyways, I was just thinking of that while you guys were saying that. This big rig. There's so many mistakes. Like it's unbelievable that anybody actually released this as a game. It's just comedic on that level.
There was some high-level artists playing the Euro Truck Simulator. They have like thousands of mods, and it's fucking mental.
Monumental.
Well, I'll throw out a question there, get on a topic. It's kind of an intense one, but Mailman, I was just wondering, like, I've kind of forgot. Do you like, in terms of your thought of a creator, like, are you atheist, or do you think there's a possibility there's a creator? I just wanted to ask again.
I think I am atheist, so there is a possibility of a creator, but I'm not saying that there is or there isn't. I don't see the need for one, but
isn't atheist specifically that there is not a God?
Not necessarily. I mean, you're then getting into the agnosticism of the position.
Yeah, so we'll just be agnostic?
Well, I just don't accept the God claims. That's my position. I call it atheist.
In terms of like, there's true agnostic, and then there is like the well, I guess it depends what you say. There's like the strict definition of what agnosticism is, and the more colloquial definition. Colloquial is like, I don't know, maybe there's a God. The true strict definition of agnostic is to essentially say it is an unanswerable question. It is not I don't have knowledge. It is impossible to have knowledge.
Yeah.
Which is like, if you say, is there a God? The way I put it is you need to define what that God is, and particularly to me also what that God isn't, in order that I can answer that question. Because if you say, do you think there's a life force that runs through all things that makes us be nice to one another? Yeah, absolutely. Do I think that it is a particular guy who sent his son to die on a cross, who doesn't like mixed fabrics and shellfish? No, I don't. I'm not convinced of that.
I mean, the way that it's generally discussed in a lot of philosophy is you have the position of theism and atheism, which is a belief position, and then you have the knowledge claim that goes along with it. So that's where you get into sort of hard theism, hard atheism. And then you have soft atheism and soft theism, which is kind of the recognition that you hold that position on faith rather than the claim of knowledge.
Okay, so one thing I actually find that gets on my nerves is that someone who believes they are a god.
Really loud background music.
Yeah, it is a bit.
Yeah, I'll shut that off. It's kind of annoying, you know. Sorry about that.
Somebody, I didn't know. I assumed that they were taking the piss or something. Somebody said that to me once about you, Gio, that you said you were invited to be a god and declined.
No, I would never say anything like that.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. Somebody like some random I don't think I'd even talked to sent me a message saying Gio's got some weird beliefs, including that he was invited to be a god and he declined them.
I think I got that.
There we go.
No, I've never said anything like that.
Sounds legit.
What I have said is that people have reached a state in their spiritual journey where they report and claim as though when they reach the completion of their spiritual journey, their identity became one with everything, and therefore with the Creator, and that they sort of remembered that they were the Creator, essentially. So not that they are God or anything, but that they have remembered that their identity encompasses all of creation. And that the Creator is one particular, like the most high, as it were, like the state of consciousness that encompasses all.
Some gay shit, basically. Sounds gay. Yo,
you know, what I'm saying is for one to believe that they are a god and that they say I can be one is. I kind of wonder what their logic is, you know, like you can never, you're not immortal, so why can you think that you're a god?
Because not everybody defines gods as immortal. For some people, a god might mean something that is mortal. In fact, many peoples had gods that were killed. Gods went to battle with one another, or for whatever reason, they were killed.
Yeah. So, Issa, you're saying what I said in terms of like people having mystical experiences or coming to the completion of their spiritual journey and connecting with the identity, and that that their identity encompasses all of creation. You think that was homosexual when you said it was gay?
No, what I mean is, I always make light of like anyone or anything that sounds remotely spiritual, and I kind of take that position based on I love the way the Tao Te Ching looks at it. You know, it says the wise scholar, here's the Tao and adheres to it diligently. You know, the mediocre scholar hears the Tao and studies it sometimes. And and then the fool hears the Tao and he laughs at it. And he goes, but the Tao would not be the Tao if somebody didn't laugh at it. And and I've always felt like anytime anyone gets too spiritual, and I say it to make light of it, really. Not that I don't accept some of what a lot of what you're saying, but I think it sounds gay when people try to say that and be serious. You know what I mean? Because it's that real to me. You know what I mean, brother? I don't mean to. I hope you don't think it's like an offense, in a certain way. I'm just because I joke probably way more than I should, but at the same time, it's funny to me. Like I've always felt like that. It's like, oh, you're karate, kung fu, whatever. Okay, cool. Let's fucking fight. Let's see it work, bud. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I just don't like, because like, and again, it's kind of funny. We rehashed over this the other night about like calling oneself God, how it's almost blasphemous. You know what I mean? And I know you were in line. You and I think, are in line with a lot of ideas from what that I heard you speak of things. But I do reserve the right to, as soon as anyone gets a little too spiritual, label it. You know what I mean? I hope you don't mind.
Well, is Taoism really a religion, or is it a philosophy?
Well, I mean, I don't really know. It's up for the Chinese, I suppose. But I suppose,
Well, I got what you're saying. Like, I was just gonna say real quick, like, yeah, like I didn't mean to interrupt, but I was just saying, like, respond to what you said. Like, I do kind of get it. I think what you're saying from the perspective that trying to put into words certain things that are so like ineffable in their nature is such a task to where by you saying that it's almost like just instantly grounding it into something very kind of
right.
just earthly and sort of like I know what you're saying, like practicalizing
like,
it in a way that
there's something in like, I love even the Bible, like even talks about how there's something in the twinkling of the eye, right? You know what I mean? Like there's that knowledge amongst people that like, it's like, even I can't make fun of your God. Like you can't make fun of my God. Do you know what I mean, dude? Like, you know what I mean? Like you can't do something that offends my creator to me. Like you can't tell me something that's going to offend me about my career. Like, you know what I mean? Like, to me, it's like, he's closer to you than your jugular vein, dude. Like, act right, dude. Like, but I don't feel like anytime anyone gets to, it's like, I don't know, man, you walk a thin line of where, like, wait a minute, your ego's involved? I thought you were fucking spiritual, bruh. You know what I mean? Like, I even thought this, like, even early on with the flat earth debate. It's like, I always welcome the other side into the debate. As much as I might crack jokes and have a laugh, fucking, they got to be able to be in the conversation. Because, like, you can't do that. And, like, people get all raged out and pissed off. And I'd be like, oh, where's your fucking, I thought you were one with the earth, with your Kundalini awakened fucking soul. And you fucking knew the earth was flat. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Getting worked up because somebody's calling out your ego?
Yeah.
Go for a fucking jog. Go join an MMA gym. Go fucking go test yourself in the real world, not on some fucking. I don't know, dude. Because that's what I feel like. You gotta have that.
But are those people claiming that they are Kundalini awakened, souls that don't get triggered by ego and all that? Like, is anyone claiming that and then freaking out and swearing and yelling in a debate about the shape of the earth?
No, you'll catch people get on these musings about how fucking awakened and divine and fucking they drink their pee and all the rest of it, and then fucking freak out when somebody says that gravity's real. You know what I'm saying?
I think you're talking about the sort of the QE kind of end of the spectrum.
What is it?
The sort of QE Peach A end of the spectrum.
Well, you know what I mean, but those are my boys. I don't necessarily lump myself in with everybody, but you know what I mean. Like I don't know, like PJ and them. It's like it's PJ, motherfucker. Like you know what I mean. I don't know. It's like, do you take it seriously? If you do, are you getting played? Are you getting victimized by a fucking genius troll? Or is it somebody who's insane? Or is it whatever? It's the point is it doesn't fucking matter because nobody's a guru in this shit.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's not a bad position. I mean, I always think that we all have different bits of things we think we know, but the one thing I've learned from looking at philosophy and theology is the problem of pride and hubris. Which one of my favorite questions is, could you be wrong about that?
Right on. And it's fucking right. Dude. Well, dude, I always love this line too, and I always used to use it in debate, and I still use it. Is I'll just say, "Are you sure?" Yeah. And if somebody's going to go and say yes, then there's a great quote that I just love, and I think I've heard it said. It's by this guy, this judge, J. Staples White. This is who I heard said it, but I can't fucking find who said it. Really, and he goes, many a man has lost his life or fortune for not knowing what he thought he was sure of.
I like that.
Fucking brilliant.
In fact, somewhat for me, the idea of like enlightenment was like, what if perhaps it's the opposite of what it purports to be? Like, it's always, at least to me, come across like an idea of a comfort in certainty, and I always found that confusing because I like of the people who I know who are more certain, they seem less comfortable. They seem more likely to sort of shout and berate and get really angry. So, like, what if that space of uncertainty and being comfortable with it and being comfortable in a space where, like, maybe the Buddhists are right, maybe the Jews are right, maybe the atheists are right, maybe we're all right and we're all wrong, would be a difficult space to hold, but as such, a more enlightened, actually reasonable space to be in.
You know, I wish you would have been around when my boy Cathexis was around, because he used to, the way he put it was, you know, that he was a flat Earth apologist, and he would debate. And he was he is brilliant. I fucking love this kid, dude. And it just, but the way you're putting it, it's like, you know, and we used to always say, never attribute to malice what could easily be attributed to ignorance. I mean, just brilliance, man. So, like, you know, and a lot of these ideas, and we used to always, you know, you're always getting hit when you're over the target. And we were over the target at the time. And we came under a lot of heat from a lot of people because they couldn't understand the position of no position.
Yeah.
And, like, you know, and that's the whole, even like I get into that about law. Like, it's the position of no position. You can't capture, I don't know. It's the position of no position. But the point is that also in this, as I've looked at it, is like, you know, and I've always looked at it, is like, but I'll be your flat earther, bitch. You know what I mean? Like, call me whatever you want. You know what I mean? Come up against me, bro. You know what I mean? Like, in that regard. And, like, you know, but at the same token, like, you know, I did, you know, you do that in light of what we know. You know what I mean? In light of that, you can't know anything, and you fucking, you know, really.
Yeah.
But, you know,
I think you can know things. I just think you can be wrong about what you think you know.
You could be right. You could, but you know what though? It's this thing. It's like that line of what's chaos to the spiders, you know, or what's chaos to the fly is like, you know, home to the spider. What's normal to the spider is chaos.
You've got a bunch of really good quotes.
You know what I'm saying? Right, man. I you know, I live and die by them because they've intrigued me throughout my life to think enough.
Yeah.
Where I can't.
Because my idea was, if you want to be right, like if the idea of enlightenment is like, I've found the truth, but everywhere around you, including all of the other quote unquote enlightened people who think different things, are possibly wrong. Like, isn't the enlightened position, I'm possibly wrong? And in accepting that every position might be right, you kind of are right. Like, if somebody goes, the Earth's flat, and you go, maybe it is, I don't think it is, but maybe it is, then you've got your foot in both camps. You're not going to get proven wrong, and you can be calm and at peace in a conversation.
Well, I love
one of my favorite phrases from Buddhism is there are 43,000 ways to enlightenment. This is but one.
I like that.
You know, which is a great recognition. And my other favorite sort of theological view is, you know, we're the universe made conscious trying to understand itself.
Yeah, I like that one too.
Yeah, man. I dig that.
Where atoms studying atom. It's similar to that one of like a physicist is a collection of atoms studying the behavior of atoms or something like that.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And you know, it's the you know, and again, you know, from what we were saying about people calling themselves gods, I think, you know, this view of the, you know, as our matter, we're kind of eternal. You know, it's just our state that changes. And I think, you know, the desire to have that anthropomorphic continuation is part of that fear of changing state.
Well, I think what's intriguing, even like you guys were bringing up Gnosticism, and a kind of a shade that is thrown on Gnosticism is the kind of Promethean version, if you will.
What's that?
It's the idea that, like, okay, so like Jehovah, like, you know, what this common system of like religion is, people think of as like God created man, all the rest of it. And it's this idea that the serpent in the garden was actually like the voice of wisdom.
Yeah, I like that.
And that the idea that you were actually in a fucking prison, and that of course they're going to demonize the one entity that's going to tell you the fucking truth.
Yeah. Well,
And
not
so,
even
like,
tell you the truth.
Crazy, you know, but then
Sorry,
a lot of
go
people,
ahead.
or just to finish the thought, a lot of literalists they really reject this idea as though it were actually from Satan himself, etc. But intellectually, it's just like, I don't know. For me, it's like, I look at it like, it's like even like Christ was like that in a certain way, because like society hated the Christ, and like the Christ was antithetical to what society thought it was supposed to be.
Yeah,
I always
and
find it interesting.
the only thing I wanted to adjust.
Next one.
Sorry, it was a very short thought. The only thing that I'd heard different about the serpent was not even that the serpent was saying, "Don't follow him; he's wrong. I'm right. Follow me." This is much more Anton LaVey stuff. Is the serpent was just saying, "Hey, ask for yourself. You can work this stuff out. You don't need to listen to one person. I'm not even telling up to tell you to listen to me. I'm saying don't listen to anybody. Figure it out for yourself." And that was hubris. And
that's the story of Prometheus. Taking the fire from the gods or whatever and bringing it down to mankind so we could be fucking warm. It's about you being warm, dude.
Is I always find interesting about the snake symbolism and sort of Hebraic sort of view of the world is pretty much every other society around them saw the snake as actually part of wisdom, part of enlightenment, part of learning. And it's really only the Hebrews that kind of saw it the other way around.
I don't know. Have you seen many snakes though? Like,
well, it's interesting too. Just on topic,
but go on.
Yo, check it. It's like the way that the apple is the representation of the brain. So, like, the idea being that, like, okay, there's like this theory that like food that grows in the ground is good for your lower body, and then when it gets to the mid range, like cucumbers are good for a man's functioning, and it looks like it. The walnut has fats that's good for the brain, right? And it looks like a brain, this kind of shit. And like this idea that like as you go up further into the allegory of plants and man, the apple is the symbol of the brain.
Well, the apple was never part of the Genesis story. You don't find the apple in that story at all. So you can look at things like symbolism, like the apples of Hesperides, or the apples of Adun, or the apples of Discord, which are three apple symbolisms that you can take from sort of various mythology. And well, obviously Adun is Norse, and that's talking about that's what kept the gods alive. That's what gave them immortality, kept them young and fit and vital. With the apples of Hesperides, that was more about knowledge, a bit like the fish is in Celtic mythology, the salmon of knowledge. And then obviously you have the apples of Discord, which is designed to bring strife and competition because they're objects of desire.
It would be interesting to know because even if the apple is not in the original Genesis story, would be interesting to know, like you could sort of still attach some symbolical value to that, because after all it's we that put it there afterwards.
It's nobody likes the undetermined fruit, do they?
Yeah. Exactly.
Personally, I think more likely for the area, it's more likely to be a fig, but that's just my point of view. But yeah, it's just determined as the fruit. And the interesting thing that I always find is the fact that it was the knowledge of good and evil that Eve was the apple. She disobeyed. She did an evil act by eating it that she didn't know was evil because she didn't have the tool set to know that what she was doing was wrong. That's the contradiction in that story that I find fascinating.
Well, I would say in like, let's say the standard traditional thing is that, and you would have to, you didn't know, so therefore you would have to come back and, in forgiveness. You know what I mean? But they go all through the blood ritual of drinking the blood and eating Jesus. A little weird, but
I want to know who the fuck did Cain and Abel marry?
well, yeah, that's where I get the literalism. The literalism has a lot of issues, You know, I think, but the allegorical side of some of this stuff is just fucking mind blowing.
So I've always viewed the Genesis, the sort of Garden of Eden story as a kind of growing up story. You kind of start off a little bit naive. You don't realize about the world around you. You see everything in very simplistic views, but as you start to gain age, you start to realize the issues and the problems in this world, and the fact that there are good actors and bad actors in it. So it's like, for me, I've always viewed it more of a coming of age story.
Yeah, see, I'm of we used to, or I don't know, like, the idea they say that millionaires don't use astrology or astrology and astronomy, right? To invest, like billionaires do, and this idea that how, like, imagine like the story of the stars is like was written down in their day, say by King James, and like it's ultimately like a coded story of the progression of history.
Well, I'd say King James was more the sponsor rather than the writer. If you want to do that, you want to go back to Walter Tyndale.
Right. Well, he's right. Yeah, I'm not gonna. But that society that put together those things, you know what I mean? Like, it's really intriguing. And then you look to, like, that's why it's interesting. Like, if you look into, that's why I was so interested with even like, and I don't know, some people may not want to broach this topic because it's so far out there, especially in flat Earth circles. But this idea of what the QAnon shit was and is, like. It's kind of interesting. You had like a fucking solar eclipse 33 days later, fucking Q posts, fucking, there's an alignment of these planets, that's like biblical alignment. And like, it's this concept that, and then you got this weird ritual going on with the mass and the fucking, taking the baptism, the fucking vax, and fucking, it's like this new age is this concept of like where we're going in from like a darker age to a golden age, and I don't know if you guys are into any of that shit, but like this idea that it's written in this throughout these books, but in a coded way, and through the stars, through the following of the stars, because through the story of the stars, like take for instance, like about that dam. There's a dam. What's the big fucking dam out there that's got the solar positioning of the stars? Like the concrete will never set because they had to have it finished by a day that the stars were in this alignment. So that if anyone wanted to know about its construction, they could look to that alignment of the stars and roll back the clock and find out when they did it.
Hoover?
Yes, the Hoover Dam.
That was the one big concrete dam I could think of in America.
Yeah, I believe it's that one, and they have like a star chart thing of it replicates the position of the stars the day that it was, like given over to the public.
But I think there's always been this kind of view in humanity that the grass is always greener on the other side. It's why you sort of, whether you look at the Sumerians or the Babylonians or the Greeks, they always start off with this like golden age. The Greeks kind of put it really nice and concisely. You had the golden age, which was, everything was kind of really cool and funky. Then you had the silver age, then you had the bronze age, then you had, the age of men and the heroes. And then, we move into modern times, and they always look back and see how better people were in those times. And I always find that kind of funny. It's kind of like that, the 60s was the perfect decade kind of thing.
Rosy, they call that in psychology rosy retrospection.
Yeah.
And it even happens, and there's also, interestingly, there's also a kind of Goldilocks zone that most people have. I forget what age it is, but it is steady for most people across most cultures, and it hovers, I think, somewhere between like 18 to 25. So, like, you can dig up a quote, I think it's of Aristotle going, oh, kids these days, essentially going, they're lazy and disrespectful and they don't respect adults and da-da-da-da-da-da. And if you ask people questions, that make America great again. If you ask people when was great, quite often that answer will correlate with roughly around when they were 18 to 25, and that will be is presumed to be fairly solid throughout history.
Kind of when you're first sort of getting some.
I think that's some of it, yeah. And then I also wouldn't be surprised if people have
That's
a similar
an interesting
idea
quote.
about like
That's an interesting
when
quote.
culture was great. If they're going to pick a time before they were born, if some of it is going to be like, yeah, when they think they would have been coolest or something, or getting some.
No, but I think the problem now is you can literally point to the stark contrast of what would be quote unquote then to quote unquote now in a lot of regards. Like, I mean, take football, take the NFL. I don't know if you're familiar with it at all like that or whatever, but like growing up or whatever, it was a rough game. Like, I mean, it still was a rough fucking game, but like now there's like so many penalties. I guess none of you guys watch NFL, but I'm trying to think of some.
There are a lot of things, you're not allowed to celebrate a touchdown the way you used to.
Right, dude.
There's a lot of type of tackling now that you used to be able to do that you can't because it's considered dangerous.
The counter to this is
Rugby.
You were in an area where that was you were in an age when that was acceptable, and because you saw it as acceptable, you see it as good. Whereas like kids whereas we don't so much think about CTE.
Well, no,
Like
the point is this.
chronic traumatic encephalopathy or whatever the fuck it's called is like, the kids nowadays are like, yeah, back in grandpa's day, it didn't matter if you gave yourself permanent brain injury so long as the college got its money.
The point is don't fucking play them. The point is you weren't cut out for this, kid. And the point is get off the field. And the point is like, don't fucking play. Like, you know what I mean? The point is that there's fucking people that fucking want to play this shit. It's like me. Like, I love jujitsu. I love fighting and shit like that. Like, if somebody were to come and tell me you can't do that anymore because of that, I'd be like, dude, we're too, you know what I mean? Like, we want to do this. Like, we want to learn how to do this. And so, like, you can't tell people what they can or cannot do in these fucking ways and make shit boring as fuck. Like, NFL is like go watch Crunch Course from fucking like '88 with like Lawrence Taylor. I don't know, dude. I just feel like there is a stark difference, like, as opposed to your quote of like Aristotle, which I do accept as true, is the idea that most people are going to be like, oh, this was the time when everything was right in the world, and from 18 to 25 or whatever. But at the same time, like in our society, like that, I think there's a stark difference between, like I said, quote unquote now and quote unquote then. But I hear you. There's CTE. There's all kinds of things. Fair enough. But I don't think it's also like the boys back then. It's like how far are you gonna baby cake everybody in society? Like, most people love steak, have never killed a fucking thing in their life.
Right. Wouldn't you also think the Spartans, who used to, like, as a rite of passage as a young Spartan boy, you were expected to go out and kill a helot? Don't you think that, like, as that tradition was dying, I'm not sure if it did before the Spartans sort of winked out of existence, but let's say that
Very
tradition
much
goes
so.
away, that you would have adult Spartan men going, these fucking pussies, they haven't even murdered a man.
No doubt.
Until you've watched a man breathe his last breath, are you even a man? And his wife sitting there nodding next to him going, oh, you might be right. I did think it was a bit gruesome that he went out and murdered people, and he kind of developed a bit of a bloodlust for it. But, maybe society is destroying itself because we don't practice ritualistic slaughter anymore.
Well, I think about that as far as like, like bullying. Like, too many people get away with, like, the reason is that people, like, the reason, society can come as far as some pencil neck fucking idiot can open his mouth to somebody who would kill him is fucking because that, because we accept law and morality, and these are fine and honorable things. And just like CTE in the NFL, you know what I mean? And like, and being aware of it, even those are the ways we get away from it, is to be aware from certain things. But the point is, you don't penalize everybody for fucking wanting to participate in something. I think there's a medium.
Yeah,
I think
it's a balance.
I don't necessarily think you have to, I don't think you necessarily have to, like hover over the ashes of your enemies' fucking homes or anything to like be considered a fucking a man. But I mean, like, in the same stroke, it's like you also can't be like, I don't know, a limp-wristed person who's offended by flat Earth. You know what I mean? That's the other thing too. Is it's like, oh my god, like people can't even think of it like this, bro. Some people get triggered and they're like, "Oh my god, you can't say it." They can't say something to somebody like an idea, not even a personal attack.
Yeah, I do think there are people that are sooks, and I do wonder how that happens. I presume it is there is a kind of pendulum that swings. That the general trend over time is towards being more progressive, being more inclusive. That, like, you know, back in the day of Genghis Khan, you had to have murdered a couple of hundred people before even people had listened to what you had to say. Whereas nowadays, you know, you can have a politician who hasn't murdered anybody, and we'll still listen to him. And then I think the trend goes
Yeah, but you want
towards
to know what?
progressivism.
You want to know what though?
But I think let me just finish the thought.
The politicians that have murdered motherfuckers get way
I'll
more
say
respect.
he was trying to finish the thought.
Oh, forgive me.
That progressivism probably, I think, always swings too far. That it just goes to this sort of extreme that society may get to, but not quite ready for yet. Like all of this stuff about like trans issues and stuff, where it's like, look, we might get there. We might completely restructure our language to do away with genders and not really recognize the difference in biology, but we're not there yet. So it swings a bit, and then it comes back to find a more reasonable equilibrium.
Yes, I agree. It's, you know, but that's the thing, is that you've got literal people trying to deny fucking science over this shit. Like if I look up Google, can men get pregnant? It'll say yes, bro. What the fuck are we doing, dude?
Yeah,
like
and that's what I mean. That's how I think
what the fuck is going on?
is swinging too far, and you're gonna have a few kids coming out and going, "Does this make sense? What does man actually mean?" And maybe
like seriously, what the fuck is going on? What the fuck? I can Google it. Google anyone right now. Can a man get pregnant? And they're gonna say fucking yes. I mean, what the fuck has happened, bro?
Oh, that's super interesting.
And this is where I'm at. Like, you know, look, dude, this is a completely different world. There is a then in that regards to, like, you know what I mean, like a state of mind of our society. You know what I mean? And I think we've also evolved. A lot of the problem is that these dipshits who hate Trump so much because he took out their, like, you know, the reason I like Trump, because he took out the pharmaceutical opioid motherfuckers who are putting fucking fentanyl and heroin throughout all of Americans' communities. You know what? My enemy's enemy is my friend. Fuck the big pharma fuckers. And the point is that that's why we like Trump. That's why people love Trump, because he's slaying those dickheads, regardless of whether or not how he looks, how he talks, whatever the fuck it is. And the problem is these bitches try to paint it in the light of like fucking, oh, he wants to go back to the era of Jim Crow laws. Yeah, you know what? And I'm going to remind everybody, the Democrats created the KKK. Those are the fuckheads who fucking actually fucking instituted the Jim Crow laws and didn't want to give people promoted segregation. Like, and they're going to now throw that back on Trump. Like, you want to go back to then when da-da-da-da-da? It's like, are you fucking nuts? Like, the first black fucking freedom fighters and abolitionists were all Republicans. Like, you know what I mean? That's why that's the only reason I've sent, and I live in, I live over here, you know what I mean? I live in my body, but you know what I mean? I got shit going on in the States. So fucking, I want everything to fucking be all right. And I think it will be, because if I can go on Google and he says that men can get pregnant, go fuck yourself.
It doesn't say that really, does it?
What does it say?
I just put up a couple of quotes for you. A person who is born male and living as a man.
What do you mean it doesn't fucking say that? It says yes, right? It's the first
Some
fucking word.
transgender men and more binary people and non-binary.
Why does it say yes? Why does it say yes?
I don't object to that. So I don't object to it saying yes, men can get pregnant as much. But when I typed in the same question saying males, it said yes, and that I kind of do object to, because if you say there's a difference between sex and gender, gender, I say one answer. Then I ask
no, dude, they
sex,
just want,
as
soon as you'll accept fucking men, and men isn't that offensive, but male is. As soon as you give any ground to these fuckheads, they fucking want it all, dude. And that's what these people. This problem is that we're too nice. I'm too polite. We're all too polite if we fucking don't like that shit. And like, you know, and
I mean,
that's and there's
I don't have a problem being a bit polite to people. I do agree with you. I have a problem with like going, we have reality that surrounds us in which there are males and females, and except for extraordinarily bizarre circumstances, the answer is no. While men, fine, we can have a bit of a debate about whether it's a social role. Males cannot get pregnant. Definitionally, they cannot.
If I wanted to be a real dick right now in a certain way, I could be like, dude, this is the same group that says they went to the moon, bro. Why would I believe anything these fucking people say, dude?
Well, I don't
they
think
also
it's
say that
people that
it's
went to the
Tuesday.
moon are the ones that saying that you can get pregnant, men can get pregnant. I think that's a very, I think if you went to most of the people who sent people to the moon and you asked them back in the late 1960s, can men get pregnant? And pretty much, I reckon every single one of them would have said no.
I would like to actually ask that though. Like, go and find like Buzz Aldrin or someone, and be like, "Hey, what do you think about this trans issue?" I googled the other day, "Can men get pregnant?" and it said yes. I imagine he'd be like, "Oh, fucking bullshit."
I would shift very rapidly to the left or the right as he tried to punch me, probably.
Yes.
Well, yeah, you know what it is? It's like, dude, I've always defended that one guy who punched Bart Sabrell.
Yeah. That was Buzz, wasn't it?
Like, if you're gonna fucking walk up to somebody's, like, I always felt, I hate Bart Sabrell. Fucking, he would walk up in their face and be like, "Swear on the Bible that you went to the moon." I thought, you know what? When that guy punched him, I was like, fucking right. You know what I mean? Like, get the fuck out of that dude's face.
Harass somebody and chase him down the street and accuse him of being a lifelong liar, and then get surprised when you get punched in the face and use that as evidence, not that you're a dickhead, but that he's a liar, is so weird.
Like, and I always thought, I don't know, because I've always had this position. Like, I used to hold this position. I'd be like, look, if we're all Americans in here, it's like we could talk about flat Earth, but it's like, if you're Chinese and the rest of it, like, you're damn fucking right we went to the moon, bitch. You know what I mean? Like, you're damn fuck, yeah, we went to the moon. Fuck off,
Well, then you should be happy when we had the conversation like yesterday about lunar rovers. I saw the lunar rovers, and the Chinese ones like broke down like pretty much right outside their module. Their lunar rovers, both versions, didn't make it more than 0.1 kilometers, 100 meters. And the American ones are making it like doing full proper mission, 34K round trip. So we're smashing. Like, if it's fictitious, we're still smashing them in fiction. For some reason, China is lying and saying they did pathetic ones.
Well, like, between us, because we're Americans or whatever. I know you're not American. Look at it's the idea that fucking, like, to me, it's like, it's like, wow, did you see my one flea jumped higher than the other flea in my flea circus? This guy's a star. It's like, yeah, look, you just look closer. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, to me, it's the biggest flea circus in the fucking world. It's like, oh, wow, he did a double back fucking flipper. I don't know. I just fucking find it all so hilarious to me. Like, all of it, the Chinese part, the U.S. part. But as far as, yeah, you're right, though. But as far as the Chinese, I just feel Christopher Columbus discovered America. We landed on the moon. It's all good.
Well, I'm exploring the galaxy again.
See, that's the other thing that gets me is like people can handle the idea of infinite space, but they can't handle the idea of infinite land underneath it. Or on, in it, on it. Because I can't see space as real anymore.
Well, infinite space doesn't make sense to me. Infinite space, like, I know that sometimes is in the model, and I think it was when I was a kid and updated, so it's not now. That's ludicrous. I'm not going to swallow a model with that just because it doesn't make sense to me. Every time you compute it mathematically, it just comes to silly answers.
So then, is there an edge to space?
To me, there has to be. To me, just sort of. But that's based on my dead reckoning and my idea of what infinite means. But it reminds me somewhat of the question when people say all powerful when it comes to God, and I try to ask them the question: could you tell the difference between very, very, very powerful and all powerful? Would it be possible to discern one from the other? Like, if you imagined an ant trying to describe a human's abilities, where we could torch them in an instant, we could build an ant farm. They live for like a couple of days. We live for eons to them. We exist in 3D. We can fly, whereas they're stuck on flattish surfaces, and they try to describe to their other anti-friends what a human is. They would end up just going, "Oh, he's all powerful. He's everywhere. He can film us sometimes while he goes off to work, so he's pretty much omnipresent."
I'm totally lost in what you're saying, right? I don't even know what's going on. What you said
as a god? So the question, so to go back to the simple question, could you tell the difference between a god that was very, very powerful versus a god that was all powerful? Could you tell the difference between a very, very, very large universe and an infinite one? No.
Okay, that was your point. Okay.
Yeah, I got a bit distracted there.
See, you know what though? I will add this. I've always thought this about any kind of polytheism in that regard. In any sense, is the idea of like in any one of the polytheist religions or any of it, there always is and goes back to that one supreme creator. You know what I mean? So it nullifies.
Yeah.
It nullifies any of I've always felt like any of those. You know, I don't know. I'm against any kind of I don't know. I'm of the opinion that there is no God but God. And there is only one God worthy of worship, right? And I don't know. I don't see it's like the relevance of the topic. Do you know what I mean? Like it disregards all of that in that sense of like a more powerful God or this powerful. You know what I mean? Like, but it's an interesting question. I don't want to belittle it, I suppose.
Yeah. So like, if you had a god that created the universe, but let's say he was still bound linearly in time, because that's another question I ask people. If you go the problem of evil, but we've got to have free will, go, well, what about if God could rewind and speed up time? So couldn't he give you free will and still let you not sin by picking the timeline that you went through where you never sinned? Oh God, I'm going to get shot.
You're going to get shot? You all right?
Yeah, I'm about to get shot. I thought I requested docking.
You all good?
I think so, yeah.
This is
Shoot a heat sink out and hopefully that'll get rid of
kind
it.
of a funny moment trying to explain God while playing a sci-fi video game.
Well, God could still exist out here. A lot of the like Dune and all of that. Even in this game, they have Okay.
So Don, do you think that the creator is, or God, whatever word you would want to use, do you think it's within you or outside of you, or both?
Both. My point was just normally if you're discussing philosophy of God, you'd have a cigar and a whiskey and an armchair. You wouldn't be playing a game in VR at the same time.
I've still got my drink down here. You can't see it because it's in reality. It's not in my little androgynous crotch or my Crocs.
Free will, bro. Free will.
It's fine, Charles. I don't mind you playing a game. It's just funny that you won't be able to fully understand or explain the mystery of the divine while playing a game. It can't work.
Oh, what about if the divine, like, I struggle to conceive a world and the divine didn't see us make computer games and enjoy them and go, oh, you legends. You gave up on killing actual people and doing all of that nasty stuff because you figured out how to simulate it and get your jollies without causing any suffering. You fucking little legends. You go, you.
I just mean it's a distraction. You play your war games and then you do philosophy separately.
You know what though, man? I gotta say, I don't know if you guys heard my analogy on this, but it's like, people think of God as like some Thor figure. You know what I mean? Some like serious whatever, And I think of it as more like Mr. Bean. You know? It's like
What?
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not as serious as you thought,
Yeah. I cannot conceive of a God that didn't find joy in humor.
I think of God as
I look at
troll.
animals and I'm like, they can tell what funny is. You know, they're not able to laugh. Most other animals aren't able to laugh. I think there is something like social about humans and how we choose to something about. I think that is quite important actually about why we laugh verbally so that other people can hear it. But I'm convinced other animals find things funny and play pranks and are funny and silly and see discrepancies and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I think God finds things funny.
I mean, Imagine a god going to a Catholic sermon and being like, "Oh yes, this is what I wanted for my creation.
Yeah.
I wanted to go inside, away from nature, and listen to boring people tell irrelevant stories and then sing dull songs. That's what I most need them to do."
Thing is, we don't really understand what a higher power really understands themselves.
Sure, yeah, that's what we're muddling over.
Yeah, we don't.
I mean, the knowledge of that higher power, we don't have any capability of having that knowledge.
Yo, what if like there's more land, right? And like there was supposed to be more land, and he's like, "Oh fuck, they found flat Earth. I gotta make this fucking shit right now." They're gonna start looking for this shit. I gotta have it done by fucking.
Yeah.
Nah, who knows, man?
It's like, oh fuck, this guy made a prayer to like save him from.
Not even like the guy's like actually like on the boat trying to get out to the Antarctic, and he's like, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta tell you this joke. Can I tell you this joke? Okay, so there was like a guy that stranded in the ocean, right? There's a ship that comes by, says, "Hey, do you need any help?" "No, God will save me." And then that ship passes by. The second ship that passes by, "Hey, do you need any help?" "No, God will save me." All right, that ship passes by. The third ship passes by and goes, "Hey, do you need any help?" The guy goes, "No, God will save me." Well, he ends up drowning in the ocean. He dies, and he meets his maker, he talks to God. And he goes, "God, why didn't you save me? I sent 3 ships to save your life, and you refused it."
Yeah, I like that story.
Yeah, man.
I mean, I was hoping for a laugh, but...
That's an awesome one, man.
I have another better version of that story.
It's actually an interesting, kind of point of way of looking at it. Is actually, it's like a philosophy in a way. Like, why should you always count on someone else to save your life? Like, being naive. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, no, like even like creation is helping you. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, like keep an eye out, man. Open your ears up to what God's sending to you, man.
I was expecting
like
the ship to be a pirate ship.
That's like the footprints
turn
in
it
the
into the
sand
Ooga
thing.
Booga joke. Turn it into the Ooga Booga joke. Death by Ooga Booga and shit.
Oh, you're a big boy. You are a big boy.
That's funny.
Or like some disaster happened to the 3 boats previous, so that the guy that was stranded actually survived, but at the result of everyone else dying.
Yo, I like what's that? There's the story about like the farmer who has a son, and his son, as he's growing up, like breaks his leg, and it's like, oh no, da 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 da, and he was going to be off and be a soldier, but turns out the people that he would have been off to be a soldier with all ended up dying before they got there. So it's actually like his broken leg saved him from death, and like that
Kind of
idea.
reminds me of like. Sorry, I'm interrupting.
Oh no, go on.
There's like this is again not a joke, but there's this story of Arjuna in the Bhagavad Gita, who goes and like he has this dialogue. The first like part of the book is him having a dialogue with God before the eve of a battle, and the God's telling him like you need to go and kill these people because they are bad people. And Arjuna's like, okay, why are they bad people? And he's like, well, they behave in bad ways and da 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 da. And what I think is quite cool about it is like Arjuna's straight up debating with God, and he's like, yeah, but if these people, if we have this idea of incarnation and get cast into bad wombs by doing bad things, weren't these people that were just cast into bad wombs, so they didn't really make this choice? And so he's having a debate about free will with God, being like, well, didn't they just end up like this from a previous life? Essentially saying, isn't this just an endless cycle?
Hey, I got a message somewhere. I don't know if it was in this server.
What are we doing? Yeah.
I can't. I have a tough time looking up the server. Like, you know, when I'm at don't even, not even, don't.
Yo, Eggs, what's interesting is that fucking Krishna then turns around and says, "Arise like a fire and consume all doubt." And I always love that line because he was like, "Stop being a bitch and go fucking
kill some
fight the
people."
fucking war, motherfucker." Right? He's like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, because he's sitting there, he's like, "Well, why do I da da da?" And he's like, "Look, you fucking ungrateful
Yeah.
piece of shit. Oh my god, just fucking do what I tell you right now." And he's like, "Fucking seize the honor in it because what? Because everything dies." It's like I even think about it like, you know, shooting. You know, you shoot a little cute squirrel. You know what I'm saying, dude? You know what I mean? Like, you know, you're like, "Ah, this poor little fucking thing." But everything's gonna die. Winter's coming. You know what I mean? Everything's gonna suffer. You're better off fucking taking the deer. You're better off taking the fucking thing because it's just gonna have a horrible life. You ever seen nature kill something? It's better for you to fucking kill it and fucking take it and put it on your table. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
better.
Still goes into
Nature's
battle and
fucking.
fucks shit up.
Nature's cruel, bro. Right? You know what I'm saying? So, like,
Yeah.
I'm saying, if he can, you know, I don't know. That's what's so weird about life. Dude. That shit's crazy. Like, how crazy is it that, you know, as peaceful as you want to be, as cute as it is, you know what I mean? You got to survive. And so it's
Yeah.
like, you fucking wind up, like, you know, it's such a weird little paradigm. You know, the creator is wild, man. Think about it. Like, you know, it's like somebody was debating fucking the belief of God, and I said, you know, or like about the concept of fear of God. And I was like, you know, you know what I mean? I was like, have you ever seen a bear? Like, you know, you ever stood close to a bear? How terrified you fucking be? You know what I mean? Well, God makes those. So I feel like the maker of bears. So fucking makes bears. What? Fucking shit that'll stomp the shit out of you. Like, oh my god, you know, fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, right?
Fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. So
Yeah.
fear and wisdom seem to me opposed. I don't know about that one.
Nah, man,
Like, to
I don't
fear
think so.
something, in many cases, I think causes us to like close down, go back to what we know,
Oh, here. Like, watch
toe
this.
the
Like,
line,
I look at
not
it like,
question.
because I look at it like this, and like, let's say jujitsu. It's like, you know, you
Okay.
can, if you know how to break somebody's arm, you know, you have to be afraid that because you don't know if other people know. You don't know what somebody knows. You don't know how fucking quick they might be, even if you're doing a tournament or something like that. They might break your arm. I've seen broken feet, like off the fucking foot, like off the fucking ankle, bro. Busted off a toe hold. You know what I mean? But like the point, you know, brutal, ugly, ripped off, bro, brutal. And the dude was smiling, give me a fucking. I was like, oh my god, fucking savages, and like, you know, and but once you know what I mean, it doesn't mean that you don't get in there. It's a rise, Arjuna, right? Consume all doubt. Go in. They could do it to you too. You don't know what you're going up against, right? So like, it's the beginning of wisdom. It's like, it's only naivety that would rush into battle. It's only the weakest people who want to fight first. You know what I mean? Same shit. So the beginning of wisdom, you know, fear is the beginning of wisdom because you understand the capacity of others when you yourself know how to do shit. So it's wisdom. And then that's where politics comes in because everyone's got to be nice. Right? It's dope, man. Fear is the beginning. Yeah, fear is the beginning of the wisdom of the Lord. Man. Fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom.
Want to hear my quick Buddha story about the Brahman god?
Yeah.
Buddha saw a man leading an elephant down a path in the woods. The man said, "Watch out for this elephant. He's dangerous." And the Buddha said, "Doesn't matter because I'm the Brahman. I'm God. The elephant is the Brahman. He's God. So I'll be fine." He walked past the elephant and the elephant kicked him into a ditch. So later on, he asked his master, "If I'm God the Brahman and the elephant's God the Brahman, why did he kick me into a ditch?" And the master said, "You forgot the man leading the elephant is also God, the Brahman." God had warned him about himself by saying this elephant's dangerous, and he ignored it.
Right, I see.
You know what, too? I always love the allegory of truth, like the elephant. You know, the four blind men. You ever heard that one?
No.
The idea that the truth is like, you know, or trying to express the truth is like, you know, four blind men holding on to different parts of an elephant and trying to explain it to each other.
All right, so I've got something that's a tail. It's like, whatever, this is not skinny. This is thick. It's almost as thick as me. It's like, you got the leg, buddy.
Right.
Yeah, I like that.
You know, I've always loved that analogy.
It's alive.
Right, or it's like, you know, one guy's got the ear, one guy's got the tusk, one guy has the tail, one guy has the leg. They're all, you know what I mean? Like, and then they're trying to explain it to each other. No. You know what I mean?
They
It's
are,
actually, it's
they are
round.
holding the truth, but they can't quite explain it all.
Yeah.
Even with four of them, they can't explain the truth.
Yeah, that reminds me.
They're all holding.
Yeah, that reminds me of this joke, right? So there's a guy walking around snapping his fingers down in like in the city. And one lady walks up to him and says, "Why are you snapping your fingers all the time?" She goes, "You know, it keeps the elephants away." She goes, "There aren't fucking elephants around here for fucking miles." He goes, "I know, it works."
Yeah.
Do you see any elephants, lady?
So funny.
Yeah, are you still there? I want to ask you back the question: is God outside you or inside you, or both?
I would definitely I would go with both as well. Yeah, simultaneously both, holographically perhaps.
I've heard this name holograph come up a lot recently in my alien research. Some of the New Agers and alien believers are saying that the universe is a holograph.
Uh-oh. Not a hologram.
Yeah, like can you be one with? It's like the capacity to be one with something and separate from something simultaneously.
And the idea that in a hologram or holograph, I don't know what they call it, holograph instead of hologram. One small part of it contains the all. That's why they call it that. When you fracture it, it still contains the whole thing in each piece.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting parallels between holography and spiritual states and sort of awarenesses and things. Yeah, it's interesting. It's like each part of the hologram contains the whole, even though it's only a part of the image. So it's like it's part, but each part contains the whole, kind of like the way fractals work as well.
Yeah.
Where like each fractal contains the whole pattern. It's like a self-replicating process that is the same on multiple scales.
And I don't know if we see that physically. You know, a grain of wood isn't the same as a tree. But spiritually, it is. It contains the whole tree in it somehow. I don't know, spiritually.
Don't the seeds of the tree contain the whole tree in some way?
Yeah.
Or contains the potential for an entire tree, perhaps. Not all the physical matter, but somehow the base technology or information that, or whatever one would refer to that.
If you cut one branch off and one leaf, that has the whole DNA or energy structure of a tree in it somehow. It knows it was from a tree after you cut it off. It remembers what a full tree is like, kind of thing. Then they talk about how we're stuck in third density or 3 dimensions material. We have to raise our vibrations to get to 4th density and then 5th density. That we have fully invoked spiritualism in heaven on earth. So just going back to the subject that I missed when I first come on this morning. I don't believe men can have babies. I think they can only do it semantically by being a woman and labeling themselves a man and then having a baby.
Or being a female.
That's a quick change in topic, but all right.
I mean, I think it may well come to pass that society accepts the idea that man is a societal construct. I'm just going to push a little bit that male is not. So then you can say, right, a man can have a baby, but a male cannot.
No.
Because you can
Until
have the-
globalism
if it's
takes over and destroys language fully, I'm going to stick with the real language.
Yeah,
Man and
fair
woman
enough.
are two things.
Oh, shit. Oh, I don't know about these guys. Okay, maybe. They're not in a wing.
It's an upside down where man is.
Can a woman get an erection? No, unless it's a man pretending to be a woman.
Oh. Oh, God, what am I doing?
Oh.
Why did I shoot him? I'm an idiot.
Playing Elite Dangerous.
Yes, I was just shot at some random massive anaconda, not realizing it wasn't even a mission target. So now I've got a massive anaconda after me.
I have that on Xbox.
It's next level in VR. It's a fun game on screen. I've had it on Xbox, PC, and in VR. But in VR, you are like straight up flying a spaceship. Okay, I need to go somewhere else where I can pay off that bounty. Got some population there. Okay, you'll do. And I'm going to be wanted there too. Oh my god!
Because Don, like with that idea of like, is the God or the Creator inside or out? From the perspective that, like, if God created everything, wouldn't it have to be both? Because
Yes.
it created both the inner and the outer.
He might have created everything as separate to himself, not put himself into it all.
But is it possible to do that?
I'm not sure. Like, as an artist, I could make something that isn't me. It's really, but maybe I would seep into it anyway.
Is it possible to make something out of oneself that is fundamentally different than oneself? But I guess that gets to the whole thing of the Big Bang and something coming from nothing.
I think if we say that God is the Big Bang and matter exploding into the void of nothing, then he's making everything out of himself, yeah. Which is impossible for him not to be in it. I still play with the idea that he's outside everything. we're all just like clay models that he made or whatever. We're not part of him, and that's why we yearn to get back to him. But I'm more New Age and more ancient in the idea that we are all God, just an expression of it. So more trying to just link back to our Father while being our Father. Yeah, if I was a Christian and a monotheist, I might say that we're not God. He's separate. But I'm a New Age guy, so I believe it's all one.
Is that really New Age or Old Age?
Yeah, both really. Okay. I followed it in the New Age because I'm new, but some of it comes from the Old Age, yeah. New Age, I think, is where the Old Age comes back after Christianity, and some of it's different and some of it's the same. It's like a confusing modern expression of the old stuff.
Like Terence McKenna called it the archaic revival.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. It's not just paganism and witchcraft. People are getting back into Jewish mystics, Kabbalah and stuff at the same time.
Yeah. Do you think Terence McKenna ever was confronted with the Earth being a stationary plane, not being a globe? I mean, I know that he knew about a lot of ancient cultures and things, but I just wonder, do you think he ever actually? I've never heard him talk about it, but do you think he ever actually really?
I would assume it must have come up in all those talks with those guys.
Nah, but dude, it was like
I don't think there's many real full vocal people saying you need to look into this. It's definitely flat. At that time, I don't think it was so popular.
Dude, at that time, the wet dream was Star Wars, bro.
Yeah, aliens, Star Wars, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it wasn't fucking, and if you were really whatever, it was Kubrick. You know what I mean? Or you know what I mean? Like
yeah, they were questioning their inside psychology, weren't they? They weren't questioning reality in the same way yet.
But I also don't think it would be possible to be as knowledgeable as him about ancient cultures and those ideas without also coming across the fact that those ancient cultures he's taking those ideas from had flat earth cosmologies.
Yeah.
I think it just also belongs to an idea where you can kind of pick and choose. You don't have to take things, which I think all of us do, right? You can agree with something and like not to go child sacrifice is probably a bad idea, despite the fact these guys had good calendars.
Yeah, there's certain things we can all agree on. I hope.
Mm.
And and that's it. It's like, it's like, and it's just that whole idea of, fucking Bruce Lee, man. This Bruce Lee society. We should have like a Bruce Lee and, for like the Bruce Lee party.
Bruce Lee is
like, what is it? What's that? He said, damn it, I'm going to forget the line. I got lost in the isms, as you do. What do you call it? Oh, yeah, get rid of what doesn't work. Keep what works and get rid of what doesn't work. Child sacrifice. I don't know. It doesn't seem to make the corn grow any better. Looks like they tried.
Like nitrates in the soil was
right. There's other way.
Blood on the temple steps.
Right.
It seems like a bit of an ego thing when we look back on it.
Well, I mean, it's a little. Maybe it was all they had.
Idea
hey, maybe it was all they had. X. It was all they had.
Yeah, but I think
that was the technology, right?
Yeah, if you've got no idea, if there's no other way to improve it, then you'll do it. And I think what's linked to that is the idea of a sense of I need to sacrifice. Like, in order to get good things in life, I must experience bad times. And I think people, when they started living in cities and things were going well, they were like, oh, this is kind of weird. This isn't what we're quite used to. So that when things went bad, they were like, it's the suffering. We did think we hadn't been suffering enough lately. Okay. Get your prettiest.
But how much of that is even real history? How much of that is even real?
Well, no, but
I think there's even like fairly recent reports of many cultures. Like what's most interesting is that that the idea of sacrificing something, be it an oxen or a virgin or whatever, is almost ubiquitous. There's a staggering number of cultures practice sacrifice of something.
Well, you know what I would think? I really, this is what I think, is that the idea that you would put, like, people put blood on their crops to make the earth better. And so it's like, if you were to choose an animal that you were going to nurture your crops with the, you know, the blood, you know what I mean? Maybe you would look at it as a sacrifice because you're sacrificing that specific animal to do this job, which is going to continue your family's life because you're going to grow these crops with a nutrient-dense soil. It's interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
And, you know, but then it's like,
just a sacrifice of working super, super hard. The sacrifice of, like, also the interesting thing I was learning recently was how much you were actually giving up, or like how much worse life got when people went from hunter-gatherer to agricultural. Like once you stopped in the same place, people became shorter, they lived shorter lives, their teeth got worse, like all sorts of awful stuff. And so that in essence is a sacrifice, as is getting up at 6 and plowing the fields every day and then sometimes having a shit harvest and you can't do anything about it. You can't go.
well, that's the price of
to
the
where
luxury. That's the price of the luxury.
Well, I think almost arguably it's the price for the farmers. It has been and still remains the price of other people's luxury. Like my folks' farm, like they have managers on the farm, but yeah, like we get the luxury. The farmers still don't. Like they still get up and bust their ass. It's tough.
Oh my God, dude. I know a milk farmer and oh my God. It's just all the time. Never ending. It's crazy. I often thought that I'd like to have a couple goats. Thought they could be manageable. Yeah, that shit's pretty cool. But yeah, dude, fucking like them dairy farms, boy, woo, they don't stop. And it's not even just like, and it's not just milking cows.
No, it's fences, and it's now they've got a disease, and they've got some thistles, and then the guy next door's got a flood, and you got to go help him because you want him to help you next time. They're like, it's just never ending, like so many different things.
Yeah, dude, like them boys, then they always own, you know, like they'll have land that them, you know, it's just crazy how everything is used. You know, it's wild. And then subsidies and shit, man. It's so weird.
Yeah, it's super interesting in the US at the moment. The subsidies are at such a point that they are paying. I've read this and seen TikToks about it too. They're paying farmers to destroy their own corn crops. Like they have to cut the corn crops down. They have to bulldoze the land and burn the lot, and then they'll be paid above market rates as if they'd sold it. That. I don't quite get economies, but what little I do get about economies, that doesn't seem sustainable.
That's just to maintain their value on the supply, because I think of it like this too, and they're printing so much money that they have to kind of combat the price. You know, they have to like kind of justify their price point. It's so stupid. It's crazy, and this is because the corporation has to eat itself in that regard. I'll accept that notion, but this is my. You know, even like for myself, or what I initially even came out here trying to explain to folks was like the idea that, you know, these governments owe the people. Everyone is trying to find out who the governments owe, and everyone thinks it's fucking China. It's owed to us individuals in a 10-hour conversational way. But because people think that China owns all this national debt, like I think what's going to happen in the next couple of years, man, like it's going to happen and it was so interesting. I mean, I don't know. I just think like these corporations in their model right now, like are eating. I mean, think about it. They're killing off grain to maintain a stable price that's coming because of inflation. That's sick.
It sounds like a Ponzi scheme. The whole thing I don't get economies, but it sounds like a Ponzi scheme.
Well, yeah.
It sounds like this idea of like, provided I'm not the one holding the bag at the end, provided I'm not still in office when this bubble pops.
Yeah.
Why do I give a fuck?
I think here's the thing though. This is the thing, is that there's nobody coming to collect on the debt that the U.S. owes, right? Ultimately, or any of the countries owes. It was like, you know what I mean. I mean, just in my opinion, and like, you know, that they are really in essence doing the accounting and the books for an entity that they owe, right? But that entity that they owe doesn't realize that they're owed that money. So the game is to make sure that they never find out that they're owed that money. And that's what allows them to keep interest rates low and keep shit like that. Because if they were really to do their books properly, like, what is it, Keynesian economics, like the hyperinflation would have popped fucking a while back. It's interesting. Who are the two guys, if anyone's familiar with economics? It's Keynesian and like another
Yeah,
guy.
Maynard Keynes. I forget who the other one is.
There's a Kane and a Keynesian. Keynesian economics is like
Rawls? Is it Rawls?
I haven't read. No, it's Kane and Keen. There's two guys, but anyway, like, you know, and it gets into. Edward Ludwig. Yeah, Ludwig von Mises gets into it, but and Ludwig von Mises gets into like accountability, and you've got all this idea of like, you know, sound currencies and all this stuff like that. And, you know, even like the concept of what gold is, and like we've entered so far into this fictional structure that it's dictated by the rules of the UCC, and the idea is that they really owe the people. So like anytime they get a birth certificate, they're printing more money. That's why they're allowing amnesty for all the illegal immigrants, because they're going to give them their birth certificate and they get to print more money. Problem in our country is that all the immigrants send their money somewhere else. So that's why, and that's why naturally there would have been inflation a long time ago, but it hasn't happened. That's how you know it's a ruse, right? So, like, you know, if that's the case, the point is that who's owed? Well, technically you. So anything to do with the business of your person, because you're not a citizen, you're the spirit that lives in your body, right? Especially in a system that says in God we trust on the money and in God we trust in the courtroom. So fucking, you know, it's just this weird fucking historical thing of like, we actually are owed the debt. We just don't know who the fuck we are. And it's better off for them that we don't know who the fuck we are. And that's what allows them and actually necessitates them to have to burn the crops to keep the fucking price value due to fucking inflationary fucking measures that they're going to make up. It's fucking crazy, dude. So, I mean, it's like, you know,
the thing I do have faith though is that these systems are always broken, but then they always break. And the breaking doesn't, you know, annihilate humanity. Typically, I think at least. Right, let's not attack those guys straight away again. Typically reorganizes things such that you keep, like you were saying about Bruce Lee, you keep the good and get rid of the bad. Herr Klaus. Hello, Herr Klaus. Like, so that, you know, if it is a bubble that is destined to pop, it'll pop. We'll still keep all the good things. Whether we keep the idea that men can have babies might be a bit debatable. But like, whether we'll keep mobile phone technology or the idea that people should be judged by an impartial person, or like all the good stuff, I think that'll remain, because we'll remember back and we'll go, no, I remember when there was a justice system and it wasn't the aggrieved person who stood in judgment, but some impartial, informed person. Yeah, I'll keep that, but like the bad stuff will go, and there'll be a reorganization of society, and people who are just living off the, you know, backs of other people's work and weren't actually talented and capable, they'll be at the bottom, and the people who are talented and capable will rise to the top. And then there'll be more disparity and shit, and it'll happen all again. It's a cycle. The wheel of time, as they talk about in Hinduism, isn't it? The wheel of time?
Sorry, dude.
No, you're good. It was bad.
No, I was just going to say, like, if say life was perfect, things would still eventually change. It's just the way the world is. It's got to change. Change is the only constant.
Yeah, very true.
Well, I think it's also like, you know, people neglect to remember the idea that we live in the best time in fucking human history.
Yeah, fundamentally agree with that. Best, and as far as I can tell, getting better.
Yeah.
Short of something strange happening.
Yeah, I agree. And like, you know, crazily as that sounds, and I don't even know. I mean, you could look at the events the last 30 years and it's like, what the fuck? Like, shit's a little crazy, but for the average layman, you know, we live in the best time. You know, and that's why I think even it's a shame to me that a lot of people want to tear down in some rhetoric or rhetorical kind of way, tear down this system that actually is really built to protect you if you understand how to operate it. And if you understand the right, if you understand your own rights, then you know what to protect. And it's not an offense. It shouldn't be an offense. Like if I ask somebody like who they voted for, it's not an offense if they decide not to tell me.
Well,
It's that I asked. It's that I
virtually
asked.
the opposite. Like the idea is it's meant to be secret.
Right. Precisely. It is. That's where we've come though. It's like it's not even like it's like who you know what I mean? It's like you don't. It's like what do I owe you? Pay me. Is that what I always felt like? You know what I mean about certain stuff? It's like you want to know my name? Let's technically that's information. That could be whatever. What are you going to give me? You know what I mean? If I'm going to get into my debate, you know what I mean? Hard ass fucking or commercial wise, like we do have so many rights. They can't just storm and they can't just do those things. That's the beautiful thing is that they're your agents of the federal or the local governments or federal, whatever it is, for you. Because they actually have this impending fucking debt owed. But they don't know that yet. And if you were the boss, you would know it, right? But if you don't know that you're the boss, you're over here still fucking holding down the fucking janitorial work. You know what I mean? Like, and I always felt like, it's like any of this stuff. It's like instead of going in like a janitor and asking like, could I use the bathroom, Miss So-and-so in the office? You know what I mean? And then be like, not right now. You're like, oh God. Like, or why would you walk in there like you fucking own the place because you do and say, how you doing, Judy? Because you know her fucking name. And you say, I'm going to use the restroom over there. You know what I mean? If you were the boss, you knew that, right? But we don't know where the boss is in this fucking big palace of fucking code. And that's what I'm hopeful of, too. I mean, like, it's only getting better, like you said. What's the question, Globus?
Oh, it's based on what you posted a while back. I'm sure if you remember, you posted a link. It was on contract equals law, law equals contract.
Yeah.
It was a Gordon Hall seminar.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the question was, why do you think, given that what he promotes, and I actually sat through the whole thing, why do you think? Why do you think he's in jail? Why do you think he's been convicted?
I believe what he did was he failed some paperwork. He had a whole thing where he was like running a school at his house where you could like, and this is as far as like, again, I people know me ever talking about law, like you'd never give anyone your fucking money, right? He was running a little school like where like people could come and stay at his house for the weekend and he would accept their case. He was also like he was on the Houses of the Rich and Famous, right? And then he fucking went to jail for tax evasion. Then he was supposed to pay all this money and do this probation in order to get out, and he beat it. He beat it because he was contractual and he never actually signed anything, and he conditionally accepted his way out of the fucking way, and that was where he, from what I gather, wound up with Brandon Adams and some other guy. I forget his name, but interesting character. Yes, and yeah, I think if I'm not mistaken, and he's another character. They're like circus figures almost to a certain extent, and I'll give you that. I will, at least I know the guy Jack kind of was, but he's brilliant in his execution of what I think is pretty much commonly accepted knowledge in regards to law. All it is was a different outlook on it. So, like, as far as why I know that he was in jail, as far as I understand, they were fucking creating fucking money using like what do they call the 1099 OIDs, and they got the IRS to give them like lots of money and put them in accounts that were almost like burner accounts that they would take out, and they had these running lawsuits going on because the feds and everyone was figuring out that they were taking this money, and they kept winning their fucking legal cases. So these guys kept fucking taking more money out of the OIDs. The IRS was coming down on them for more and more. And from what I gather, he had a school where he has like fucking, people winning their cases all over him, and he fucking ended up not filing some kind of paperwork that fucking people came down on him like fucking all hell, and he went to jail again. And that was because of, as I understand this from whatever, is that he fucked up his own process, and he had so much on the line because he was getting money from the fucking IRS. He was fucking beating them, bro. What do you know what I mean? I don't know what to say because he was winning, dude. Like, and I'm telling you, like, in my own personal, like, after using any of the information that I got, I've had nothing but love.
Yeah, 100%. I do agree with what a lot of what he says. The only thing that I find sort of troubling is the fact that he did get convicted, and he actually, was appointed an attorney, which he didn't terminate as per, his own rhetoric. He took one of those doors that you're not supposed to take. And
that probably screwed him,
right?
Probably screwed him.
That's why but I don't get a man that will promote, and like you said, had his school and was so adamant about doing things, and like you said, he was winning everything according to him. And I haven't checked out any of the public records to verify any of that, but I'll take him at his word.
I know that he published a lot of the public wins. I know that much too, so they are available, or like the stuff that's associated with his work. So I know that, and I know he was forthright with most of his shit. And I would think, I mean, bro, you listen to the man speak. I don't know what to tell you, man. Of course, the government's. I don't know what to tell you. I don't even know if let's say he wasn't even given a chance. I mean, I don't know, man. They made Bradley Manning get a fucking sex change, bro. I don't know what these people are capable of. To certain extent. Especially for fucking attacking the IRS and getting OID money.
Yeah.
I don't know, bro.
I just find it strange that he went through that he got an attorney. I mean, like,
that's right, dude. That's what
winning
I'm saying.
all those cases,
think
right?
about it like this, bro.
For other people, he can't win his own case and get himself out of jail.
Dude, and
it's very.
I think, bro. I mean, honestly, dude, he's one of those people who I'll go down conspiracy lane with because I don't know what I don't know what he did, but I know that motherfucker was effective as hell. Why is Julian Assange in jail? I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know, bro.
It's a tough one. Like it's to me, it's tough because
it's tough because I've only seen fucking dude. I've taken money from big companies. I've fucking seen the judges react to me. I know what this is, man. Like, that's why it's like, for me, it's like, even when people come in want to debate me about law, it's like, dude, I don't even debate law. Like, I'm not here to debate it. If you need a hand with it, let me know. But I don't want to fucking debate none of your fucking gold standard bullshit, bro.
Yeah.
But at the same stroke, I mean, dude, that's my opinion on it. But that's the way, I don't cling to I cling to, for me, when I started getting into Gordon Hall, it was like after I'd been through all the rigmarole of the other shit that teaches you the foundation of it. Because there's a real negative outlook out there about it. And I guess why I cling to it and why I defend it, and I'll defend Gordon Hall, is because he brought the switch, and I love the way he puts it, be ye not conformed to the world, but be, the Bible puts it, and he quoted it and he reminded us in law, be ye not conformed to the world, but be renewed by a continual transformation of the mind, and see what is, what is good and just, right? And so and prove what is good and just of God, you know what I mean? And to that, it's like, it's not about the facts being against you. It's about you not seeing the value in the facts.
Absolutely.
In the facts, and the facts are on the moon, as they say, right, brother?
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? But I see, there's no guru, bro. There's no one guru in this.
Yeah, I agree. And it's, sort of, you could say consoling in a way that you've put this into practice and it's worked for you. That's something I haven't done. So I'm not going to judge him on whether, he was bullshitting or anything. Because like you said, he definitely knows his shit. He's definitely very charismatic as well.
So I wish Hank Hill was in here. I have a couple of fucking people out here that I've gotten into, and just with Forgive Me alone.
Yeah.
Forgive Me, and the other one is What's the Emergency? You know what I mean? Like, what's the emergency? Oh, you were speeding. Well, forgive me. Is that be all right if I just, like that kind, like an idea that you don't, like, dude, all the teachings of that cat that I gather, I mean, were not his teachings really. They're biblical.
Yeah.
And what's so fascinating is that you find that this biblical system is really, really intermeshed into our legal system. And it's like, it's so intermeshed that it's on the money and it's on the fucking wall.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, this is interesting. So like, again, like, these teachings are from the Bible and the way that these people wrote it. And that's the other thing too. I say, like, look, don't be mad at me. I didn't write it. It's like I was sitting on the side of the road, bro. The cops wanted to get in my car, and like, and I had them, they wanted to search my car, and I said, I'd love to, so long as you can accept a $15,000 penalty for deprivation of
Yeah.
rights under the color of law.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And so long as you agree that you may be denying me equal protection, due process of law, and you agree I can file a UCC1 in the county where you live in and collect. And the guy goes, but you were speeding. And I go, do you mean to tell me one of the honorable judges in this county doesn't know the difference between a crime and an infraction? And he was like, what? And I carried on. I said, hey, look, bro. There's two of them there. And I was like, look, I was like, you know how, like, I can't physically stop you from doing this. You know what I mean? Like, I can't, because they were calling a dog at that point, I think. And I was like, I can't physically stop you from doing this. But I said, what the Constitution does allow me to do is sue you individually, both. So I said,
Yeah.
so let the record show. If you'd like to search the car, you agree to a $15,000 penalty being put on a UCC1 in the county that you live in for deprivation of rights under the color of law. And I said, and do you have a dash cam footage? Because I'm going to need that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I had a joint in my pocket, an ounce in the trunk. The dog walked around my car twice, and they fucking just said, have a nice day, sir. And I was like, thank you very much, gentlemen.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I guess I need to put a lot of into practice, and like he said,
Dude, I went to the first time I did it, I remember I was driving my car, and I didn't have my seatbelt on. I got pulled over, and I thought, I'm going to try something. And the guy came up, and he said, license and registration. And I said, I forget what I said. I said, I said something. I only had one line. And then he said something else, license and registration. And like, and it just, that's where at that moment, what I remember learning from that moment was the idea. I said, is it a crime to have one? And from there I went on and I ended up folding, you know what I mean? Like, stupid fucking, and then next time I spent 3 days in the hole over some pot one time and fucking, like, it's a whole long story, bro. It's like, when I was trying out this shit, that's why I try to talk about people that try to be like, well, you don't want to do the 3 days in the hole. Look, this is how you do it.
yeah.
Don't do the 3 days in the hole, bro, unless you're fucking committed and because I'm telling you, I got let out of the little cell and I was doing a little running, and all the prisoners were throwing fucking batteries and pencils at me and shit, dude. Like, I was gonna scrap if I was in there for any longer.
Yeah.
It was wild, dude. Fucking, you know what I mean? You don't even want to go there. So, like, in order to avoid that, you want to fucking deal with other shit. And I ended up, it's an interesting story, man. But that's why when I was in front of the judge, like, and, I fucking, it's like, I come in and I had written this paperwork, and it was a televised judge kind of thing, right? And so, like, I've had him fax over this paperwork to the attorney and the judge. And as I walked in, this one guy, she's like, so the magic mushrooms are in your backseat? And he's like, yeah. And he's like, that's a parole violation. Yeah. Fucking, and everyone's getting hemmed up in the fucking room. And I walk up to the judge, and they put the camera on or whatever. And they, and I said, I conditionally accept your offer upon proof. And she goes, no. She's like, I'm not hearing that. How are you going to plead? I was like, I conditionally accept shit. Throw him back in the cell. I was like, boom, back in the cell. And they bring me back. And maybe you've heard me talk about this before, man. I don't know. But the idea is they bring me back out. And then, so when I get up there, she goes, now, so how are you going to plead? And I go, Your Honor, I conditionally accept. She goes, we're not hearing any of that. And I go, excuse me. Or I said, she goes, how are you going to plead? And I said, is there any threat of contempt? And she was like, no. She fucking backed right off.
Yeah.
And I was like, then let the record show. Am I not the priority? I said, actually, this is what I said. I said, Your Honor, may God be my witness then. Am I not the priority security interest holder, appearing especially not generally merely for the moving party presenting a genuine accusatory charging instrument for my inspection, or upon proof of claim that failure to provide that instrument wouldn't be a denial of equal protection due process of law, right? Making your offer moot. That was my paperwork. And I said, I conditionally accept your offer. And she goes, no. She goes, it appears you'd like to see the charging instrument. And I was like, yes. And I was like, all right, I go for set off. She goes, I was like, yep. And she goes, like, I'll fax it right over to you. And I was like, for set off settlement and closure. That's what it was. She goes, do you want to see the, she's like, it appears you want to see the charging instrument. And I was like, for set off settlement and closure. She was like, I'll fax it right over to you. Faxed it over to me. I fucking turned it over. I asked for a pen. They gave me a pencil. I turned both pieces of paper over, signed the fucking instruments, handed it back. And I said, now, tender of payment having been made to the one entitled to enforce the instrument, and the tender of payment being either accepted or refused, let the record show that there is discharge, or let the record show that the moving party or the prosecutor doesn't accept a $100,000 penalty for deprivation of rights under the color of law. And she was like, nah. That's when she fucking went nuts. Because I was holding the fucking attorney accountable like some angry douchebag. And I was leaning him up with all the charges. And because she knew that he didn't know how to say anything to defend himself, she ended the courtroom, bro. And I got released.
Oh, really?
Come to find out, there was a warrant. So now I'm in fucking New York. I got to find out, dude. I end up calling the clerk of court was my girl. And I had to go work it back out through the court process. I did a whole paperwork process on the prosecutor, the fucking, you do your proper process of service. And I failed because I didn't have anyone to later on. Ultimately, I'm not even going to get into it, but I failed. I folded like a bitch. So I understand the pressure full well, man. You mean my family was ready to fucking just freak on me, dude. Like they were like, stop with this shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, dude? And I realized at that moment, it's like, and that's where I had, and I don't know. It's like it so hurts my emotions that I fucking wasn't ready to die on my fucking sword, dude. I'm so pissed off. I feel like a coward because of it in a certain way. Because I know the judge was going to she was so cool. She was so nice, but I had all this out. It was just wild, bro. And that's why I don't reckon that as a success. But what I reckon is that I learned so much. Like I had a whole deal with the guards. You know what I mean? Like I got stories throughout the whole time. You know what I mean? It's crazy. And I learned so much from that, dude. And then from there, I went on and I've taken money from big companies, man. Quick.
Yeah, well, that's interesting because, like I said, I haven't been in that situation for me to employ any of those tactics.
Right
so.
on. Hey, bless your lucky stars, bro. And that's what I always figured is learn. Here's the thing, though, I always felt is that learn before. Like, if I didn't know, think about it like this, bro. Like, nobody had, I don't know. At this point in the game, like, I know that everything is a commercial affair. At that point in the game, I remember driving up there at one point and I was thinking, like, wait a minute. Because I was doubting everything and everything was, like, imploding on me and all this crazy shit. And I was thinking to myself, like, wait a minute. I was like, the commercial code, because I'd cited all the commercial codes and all those things. I was like, I was trying to rationalize what the discharge of the debt. I was trying to rationalize it for myself, and I just couldn't get my head around that I had discharged it and operated correctly, even though that my paperwork had said as much. Like, my paperwork was bravado to a certain extent. And but my mindset was wrong because there was nobody, I had nobody to talk to about any of this. And that's where it gets you. Is where, you know what I mean, when you're alone. That's what character is, right? What you do when nobody's looking. And that's why I want to fucking smack myself in the face. Because it's like, I shouldn't have fucking listened. I should have kept tuning everybody out and just listened to myself because people do not know. They don't know. And fucking, so when you long story short, is when I realized at that moment driving up that it's commerce. They're asking me for money. So all of a sudden, boom, you're in the commercial code. There is no other code that you could even go to. Especially, you've got to satisfy the private and the public side. The public side is the public side is this code shit. You've got to discharge that obligation so that on the Republic, you can ask for your liberty back. You know what I mean? Or you can move the court to fucking dismiss you on the grounds that everything's settled. There is no fucking problem here. And the problem is that people go in not guilty and that means you're not going to pay. So therefore, you go to jail.
Yeah. Indeed, it's an interesting game that one doesn't really know the rules to.
All right, but it makes, and that's why it's like the Bible teach. That's why it's like, when people are like, what would you tell somebody who's getting new to study any of this? It's like, well, make sure your Bible and you are right. Make sure you know it. You know what I mean? Because, there's too much of a complicated situation, but ultimately, keep your morality in check. It does you service. Wise as a fucking serpent, harmless as a dove. You know what I mean? Turn the other cheek. You know what I mean? Matthew 5:25. Agree with thine adversary quickly, lest you be brought to the fucking jailer. And that's the conditional acceptance. Can we search your car? I'd love to. So long as you agree you're accepting you're depriving my equal protection due process of law.
And you're going to have to pay for that, motherfucker.
Right, you know what I mean? Yeah, I'm not arguing.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing. I'm just saying, I agree. Do you accept these terms? If not, carry on, gentlemen.
Well, offer an acceptance, right? You're offering them something, a counter offer, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not being a dick about it. Like, and even then, I've even thought one of the great line, would you mind if I exercise my rights today, sir?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
What's he going to say? No? You know what I mean? It's nothing personal, brother. It's just business. Yeah. You know what I mean? I'd let you search the car if it wasn't a deprivation of rights under the color of law, right? Nothing personal. Just this is the code. I didn't write the fucking rules. It didn't look. If you're insured by the state, and that's why I said this to the officer. I said, look, y'all gentlemen are licensed by the state. That means, and that's so. If I can sue you.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So you know what I mean? Like, does that penny drop for you yet? Just because you haven't met somebody, like honestly, when I left with a gentleman on the side of the road, and that was after my first. Because dude, now I'm like pretty rock and roll, and like but at that time, with the second incident there on the side of the road, it's like, them gentlemen walked away. I would hope thinking I'm a fucking, they met a real American that fucking day because I was not bowing, I was not mean, I was well within my rights. And it doesn't matter if I had any fucking herb on me anyway.
Yeah.
And that's how I looked at that, and I shook their hand as such. I said, thank you very much, officers. I was like, you gentlemen be safe. And I was like, and get them bad dudes. Get the motherfuckers who are fucking, smuggling people. Get the right people, dude.
Yeah, that's right. Well, 9 times out of 10, they're always going to reflect your attitude. I mean, that's 100%. That's been my experience as well with any traffic stop. And actually, even before I heard of any of this information when I was younger, I actually used the forgive me unwittingly, and it worked for me. It got me out of possibly at least three tickets, all on the same day. I was driving an unregistered vehicle. I was speeding and I wasn't wearing my seatbelt. And I wasn't going to be a smart ass. I'll be caught red-handed. Please forgive me. That's all I can say. I'm an idiot. Please forgive me. Got away with it. So
that's right. And that's the thing too.
In that sense.
I always thought of it like this too, and I don't mean to make it crass, but in the idea of it's like, forgive me is a demand. And if you don't counter it, then you did. And I could bring it up again. I could say, didn't you forgive me?
Yeah.
Why? And why are you bringing up old shit? I thought we were over this. I thought we were over this.
Of course, yeah. No, it makes sense.
But that's sort of the wit of it. That's why I'm convinced it's like God's more like Mr. Bean than like Thor. You know what I mean? It's like there's like that aspect of life that's just so witty and unique and intriguing and funny.
Yeah.
And it kind of trumps all all the savagery involved.
Indeed. Well, besides Gordon Hall, is there anyone else that you recommend?
No, man, I look at Gordon Hall as like he's the gold at the end of the rainbow, dude. For me, it was anyway. But there was a whole cast of people behind him that
course, yeah.
I felt like I had to go through in order to even really appreciate what Gordon Hall was talking about. Because he's like, you know, like advanced flat earthers joking about like advanced flat earth shit.
Yeah, yeah.
I look at it like these, you know what I mean? Like, you know, you're just not going to get it. Like, you're not going to get the joke about Mark Sargent infiltrating some fucking, you know, whatever, whatever group. Like, you know, you're just, because you don't even know who that is. And you don't even have to
Yeah,
explain,
exactly.
you don't have to explain it. But like, you know, where Gordon Hall's like right in the mix, like, you know, just like if you understand what it is, it's hilarious. Or, you know, it would be hilarious if you understood the joke, like the insider joke. But you got to
Yeah.
understand the terms. And I think like, you know, that's where like the first dude, because I look at the first group of guys that I studied were kind of negative about it, except Robert Menard. Do you know about Robert Menard?
No, I don't.
Oh, wow, man. You should check out, he's got a video called Bursting Bubbles of Consciousness or something like that.
Okay.
And actually, he got into it because they were messing with something about his baby. They tried to take his daughter or some shit like that, or he was working it out with his mother, and he ended up fucking having to learn the shit. And he went fucking to town. But again, a lot of these guys have like this negative outlook about the system, very pessimistic
Yeah.
about it. And like, you know, but it's not wrong to have that. Maybe that's just, I don't know, man. Like I've said before, it's like the first sip of the study of law. You know, you hate the system, but at the bottom of the glass, God is waiting for you.
Mm-hmm.
And so
Yep.
you know, like Dean Clifford, he's like an angry fucking Canadian up there, fucking talking about like law and language, and he's awesome. Probably kicked
Okay.
off everything. Fucking, it was years ago. I used to look at these guys, but Dean Clifford. Oh, you know who's another one is Bill T. Show Me. He's great.
Okay.
Look up Bill T. and he's got this, you know, Show Me the Law, and he's got a whole he's got a whole series that's fucking brilliant. He wears this big goofy hat, and he's just like, dude, he's so slick. He's the first person I heard about. He had a friend that had an issue with the law, and he went in and came in order. He wasn't a testify. He was like he explains it in his thing, and I forget, but he had a position as like amicus curiae, like, you know, a friend of the court, to come and potentially help the one party. And he explains how he got into it, but he was allowed to go attend the procedure and be in the courtroom and stay. And he gets into how wild it was. And he's another guy that has had success. And like, you know, he's very, you know, he's an older guy, at least the making of that video. I wonder if he's still alive even. But interesting stuff. But yeah, check him out. But yeah, Gordon's like the advanced shit for me. That's how I came into it anyway.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Sad thing that he's facing 23 years. I mean, I'd really love for him to be still making videos now. And
well, you know that you used to have that what was it called? Talk. It was like some kind of a fucking radio thing. Because it used to be Creditors
yeah,
and Commerce.
that's right. Yeah, talk something or other. Yeah, yeah.
Creditorsandcommerce.com. I think they got shut down, but they were getting
That got
all
shut
into
down,
like they were getting into like that syntax shit, the language, and they like written a whole bunch of syntax and fucking that David Wynn Miller guy. Do you know about him?
No, I don't.
So David Wynn Miller, right? This fucking total kook. He was Bill Clinton's fucking attorney when he won the case about the definition of what is.
Okay.
Right. And then he comes off and he gets all how into. He's a fucking nut job though. But he was actually Bill Clinton's fucking attorney, and is the guy that argued for the definition of is and won.
Oh, I see.
So he's a fucking weird one. But that syntax language that he got into, it kind of makes sense because it's all computer language. And he was trying to say how he nullified like British documents, and that's why they were sold on Sotheby's. And he's got an interesting little seminar it's kind of the bigger one that he's done, I guess.
All right.
He's like in a classroom if you watch it. But
have you heard of a guy called Carl Lentz at all?
Oh my fucking Lord. Yes, I know Carl Lentz.
I'm sure you have.
Yeah, it's funny because he used to call in the fucking Gordon Hall show.
Yeah, that's right. The talk show call or whatever it's called.
That's what we were talking about, yes. See, I guess he used to call into them. And it's funny, when I first come out here, I used to have all the Carl Lentz people from England trying to fucking argue with me about fucking law. And that's actually funny because that's why I say I don't argue about law.
Mm-hmm.
Is the Carl Lentz people that would come in and this? Oh my fucking god, dude!
Yeah, they're
And,
like two different factions.
and it was
The
like, you
Gordon
know, and then
Hallers and the Carl Lentzes.
oh, it's so crazy because like they just want to fight.
Yeah,
you know, they want, and that's it. And they don't even like to talk, and they can't even read through the rhetoric of like how you're not fighting, but you're defending everything that you fucking want in life.
Yeah,
by not fighting.
Exactly.
You know, by coming to peace, making peace with that. If there's only jurisdiction if there's a problem between the parties.
That's right. That's right. Exactly right.
And then that's why everyone's fucked, because you get an attorney and all your attorney can do is argue. And so it's like that's why the judge gets to decide. And that's also interesting in the corpus juris secundum. It says how the anyone who gets an attorney is considered to be a mental ward of the state, mental incompetent.
Yeah, that's
And
right.
Yep, and also that the attorney works for the court, not the client.
Yeah, number one priority is court, or loyalty rather.
Yep. So you better know your own shit. And that's the thing, is that Americanism is founded on each man being the attorney for his house or the lawyer for his own family.
Mhm.
You know, like you're supposed to be complete livestock and fucking attorney shit. You know, or legal shit, like lawful shit, whatever you want to say.
Yeah. So do you think there's a possibility maybe that Gordon Hall was cheated into going back into jail at all? Do you think maybe there were some broken rules there?
Well, I mean, as far as I've heard from at least because when I looked into it, I was like, what? You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? This was years ago. From what I gather, I think Brandon Adams may have come out and made a thing, and all he would say about it was that he made a procedural error.
Okay.
And based on that procedural error and failing to respond within a certain amount of time, he fucked up.
I see.
That was the hiccup, man. Because they're riding on fucking, you know, if you're riding on thin ice, your paperwork better be right. Everything's got to be fucking right. There's no excuses, man.
Yeah. The part that I still find hard to sort of comprehend is that he ended up getting an attorney. Even if he had made that procedural error, why then?
I think about it like this, bro. Think about it. You get this guy in there and he's talking about all this theoretics and law and all the rest of it. And if they want to silence him, and he's done so much fucking, let's say, what they conceive to be damage.
Yeah.
The only thing is, I mean, honestly, like, I don't know the guy. You know what I mean? I don't know his issues, dude. I don't know what the fuck. But at the same time, like, you know, if they could have fucking sedated him, given him a public attorney.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
I know he's a 6 foot fucking animal, dude.
He's a big bloke.
Right. I don't fucking know. He's like, yeah. He's a fucking big dude, fucking lifting weights, fucking monster. Talking about how Jesus loves you and he can discharge all your debt. And fucking these niggas are like, oh my God. So, I mean, dude, I give Gordon all the benefit of the doubt before I accept any of their propaganda over him, because you just listen to the dude. And as far as like what the dude sounds and what he teaches. Now, granted, was he? You know, I don't know the guy.
Yeah.
And you know, people are fucking crazy, dude. I don't know, but I don't think I'll give him, of all people, benefit of the doubt. Just like you know, Julian Assange and those guys. It's like these people were ripping apart the system real quick.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just don't. I put them in the same category as those guys. You know, teaching people how to get money from the IRS, fucking OID style, and getting it, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
Like not just asking for it, like getting it, getting the money put in their fucking account.
Yeah.
And the government's like, what the fuck is going on? And they looked at it and they called it paper terrorism. And I think that's why Brandon Adams and all them probably backed the fuck out. He's like, yo, dude, they're labeling us fucking terrorists. What the fuck is going on here?
Yeah.
And when they did that, that's where, I mean, you know, it pulled all the stops. And these motherfuckers, you know, shit like any of us, you know what I mean? It's like even like, you know, what hill are you willing to die on out on these things? It's like, you know, like, that's why, like, I'm not ready to die on the hill of flat earth. You know what I
Definitely.
mean? Like, for what, bro? It's an intellectual fucking. It's a fucking luxury to discuss the topic. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? But like, but then hey, dude, you get into medical tyranny. That's a different fucking story.
Yeah, that's true.
And then fucking, you get into fucking, like, I don't know. And like, for those guys, they're not willing to die on the mountain to fucking save. That's the whole message. You can't save anyone. The whole message is like, I can't discharge something for you. You have to do it because that's the rules
Yeah.
of the fucking game, dude. I can't. And
That's
this is why
right.
even like when it gets into like no man can fucking help his brother on the day.
Yeah.
On the day of judgment, no man can help his brother. So think of how complete this system is in line with the dictates of the fucking religion, man. The judgment day at the fucking judge's fucking thing. It's like, it's strictness, dude. There's no room for error. There's no fucking ifs, ands, or hiccups about it, dude.
Yeah.
It's got to be real. And it's like, I look at it like, especially if you're going to exercise your freedom, you better go in there like a fucking Marine and know that they're going to try to kick you out. You're going in like the Marine Corps. They're trying to kick you out, tell you you're fat, ugly, stupid. Get the fuck out of here. Your girlfriend's with somebody else. Get out of here. You don't belong here. You're not one of us. You're not tough enough. And then when you make it through, they fucking put a pin on you and fucking you're respected.
Exactly.
And that's how I look at it this way. Like, even with the judges and everything, they're like, holy shit, like you're willing to fucking go through this for your fucking rights. And you're like, God damn it. I'm fucking, is it liberty or death or what, bitch? You know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
what is it? Give me liberty or give me death. You know what I mean? I know not what other men may do. What is it? I know not what other men may do, but as for me, give me liberty or give me death.
Mm-hmm.
And that's fucking, that's the American fucking idea. It's like one intelligent motherfucker can erase so many other fucking retards. Even in this debate shit. That's how I look at it.
Yeah. I agree 100%. 100%.
And that's the thing is like, then people want to say it's, I don't know. There's a collection of ideas. And again, like we were getting into, what's chaos for the fucking, or, it's normal for the spiders, chaos for the fly. Who knows what's right? Who are we to tell anyone that the earth is flat? We'll fuck up their day and their fucking life even. Some
Yeah.
people like, go and tell somebody the earth is flat for no reason.
Yeah.
Like sometimes I feel like, like people all about like teaching, we're going to change everything. And I don't know, bud. But, what a luxury of a conversation.
It sure is. I have to agree there too.
Right. Like, what a privileged bunch of fucking nerds we are.
Yeah. Anyway, man, been good talking to you.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
man.
get something to eat.
You, bro. Fuck yeah. Yeah,
Thanks
I see
again
you.
for the information. I think I
Oh,
tried
dude.
to thank you earlier, but I'm not sure if you saw it. It was a while back anyway.
No,
But
forgive me. I rarely look at the chat. But dude, hit me up. And in to me, like any stuff like that. If you send it to me, usually I'll catch it on my phone thing. But
too easy.
but if
Sounds good.
right, but yo, man, nice talking to you, man. This is fucking dope. And that's so cool. You watched the Gordon Hall vid.
Likewise. Yeah, no, I watched it and I actually watching it again. Just
Right
so
on.
I
He's got a
well
whole.
not watching it,
Like, dude,
and listening to it really.
hey man,
Obviously.
yeah. I used to listen to it. Just yeah, I feel you. There's a whole part series, right? You're listening like there's a whole series, right?
The whole 17-part series.
Yes. Okay, good. There's a lot to listen to. Some of it at the end, I think, is all revamped, re-recorded shit from the first couple episodes. Just so you know.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Right on, man. Oh man, really good talking to you, bro.
Likewise, man. Have a good
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, you too, brother. Yeah, I'm gonna step out. Later, guys.
2022 is the year that Globers are finally going to crush Flat Earth into dust under their boot and put them under serious psychological investigation to see why they want to believe something that's totally made up.
Separation anxiety disorder.
Yeah. It's a well-known term. Globe Earth Rising 2022. We're going to sell flags, stickers, t-shirts, mugs and beanies.
Gotta have the mugs.
Globe Earth Rising with like a sunset and 2 mountains on the mug.
I think that deserves a big, cool story, bro. Cool story, bro.
We've been building up to this, Geo. 2022 is the year where it's all gonna crumble. We've slowly, over 4 years, built an army of soccer accounts, Wikipedia links, and now we have a McToon website. So it's all over. Thanks, Bob.
I think that might be a reaction to you guys being on life support.
I have an idea for a mug. I just posted it in the stream there.
It's a glob head.
Yeah, I'd use.
I mean, who wouldn't want to wake up and have a nice cup of coffee in that?
That would look good on like shelf behind you as you present a YouTube video.
Oh, there we go. Aha! Can you hear me now?
Uh-oh.
Flat Earth Rising. Flat Earth Rising. Gio, did you see that video that I posted, yeah? Guess who's in it? We've got a very, very sheepish riding on eggshells.
Really?
Very sheepish. Yeah, a very sheepish riding on eggshells. You've got the big guns from the Flat Earth community. That's like QE and Nathan Oakley and a few others talking about the sextant and how they can't work on on a globe. And and then you've got, what's his name? Riding on eggshells. Said, yeah, I can agree with that. I can agree with that. Watch it. You'll crack up.
Oh yeah, this is what you were talking about yesterday. Did you watch it again?
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
watch it, mate.
That's funny. Where did they get his audio from? From Nathan's show or something?
Yeah, I don't know how they did it, mate. It was classic. yeah, I can agree with that. Yeah.
Did you watch it again? Or... Oh no, I know what's happening. You're trying to bait eggshells like I baited you. Yeah, I get it.
You know, very sheepish. Yeah, I can agree with that. Yeah.
What's wrong with agreeing with something?
Yeah, but he's agreeing that the sextant doesn't work on a globe, can only work on a flat plane, but he's busy banging out that the sextant proves globe. It's just hilarious.
Oh, I'll have to watch it. I'm sure you didn't catch him saying it wrong because he's been quite into sextant, so maybe he spoke
That's
wrong.
right. That's right. So if you watch the video, it's the way he says, it's the way it's been told to him that, they only work on a flat plane. He goes, yeah, I can agree with that. On a couple of occasions in that video, a couple of times, he agrees with a couple of points that are being made, referring to flat Earth, and he agrees. Right. So watch it. It's really good. And I'm going to watch the one that Gio posted just now Very interesting to watch that one on ODD. Have I seen it? I might have seen it. I'm not sure. I've seen so many videos.
Well, ODD is he's doing a new podcast. I think this is the 4th episode with David Weiss and then Sean Hibbler, and they're having some guests on. So this last one is Flat Earth Banjo is the guest. I was just about halfway through watching. It's really good so far.
Yeah, I'm going to watch it. Yeah, I like. Yeah, see, ODD stuff's good, man. You know, it's all right. You know, they do good work. It might be a bit of a wally here and there, but the work is good, though. That's the thing. You know, content. You know,
I looked up the video yesterday, which you posted about sextants and how it was invented in 900.
Yeah.
And the guy who invented it, it's called not exactly sextant, but it's called.
It's a sextant because he named it after his what's the word? His guru or something, someone that he knew that was famous. He named it after him. He said a sextant, and then the British took it on in 17 something, a copy of the one he made. Okay, if you watch the video, it explained it clearly.
Yeah, but somebody also made the same type of equipment that he made, but that's not the same as the handheld sextant that you have, because what he made was a more like a apparatus which you sit in, and then you just slide your body in that apparatus, which has just like an angle to it.
Yeah, that was the principle, is that the one that the British made was a handheld one. The fact is the principle and the idea was around in 994 years AD, and then the copy was made afterwards by the Brits handheld. Yeah, they scaled it down. That's okay. No problem.
It's not a scale down, it's a bit different mechanism as well, but they do the same thing. They do measure the angle.
Yeah, but the sextant was around proving flat Earth before the globe even came into existence. You know, the actual physicality of a globe you could see.
The sextant was
actually used. You know what he used it for?
Sorry, I just need to correct something. It's actually called a sextant because it's supposedly 1/6 of a circle or thereabouts.
That's one viewpoint.
Well, it comes from the word sextans, sextantis, Latin.
Yeah.
I mean, I could be wrong as well, I suppose.
Yeah, the Muslim man. It was a Muslim man who made it. So whether he would have been referring to it's Latin, I don't know. But there we go. Anyway, and then the British took it on afterwards.
It would have been called something else before the Latin people stole it, obviously. But
yeah, well, exactly. So there we go. And it was definitely
astrologically, a sextile is the type of angular relationship between two celestial objects where you're splitting the circle into a sixth.
Okay.
Related
That's
to
why
the
they have
hex
6
and all of that.
1 minute.
You know what you used the tool for? You know why he made the tool? The sextant.
Well, it's being used for navigating, using the stars.
That wasn't made for using on a boat. It was too big for that. It was used for a different reason. He was an astronomer. He was not a sailor.
Oh, right, okay.
So you know what he used it for?
Well, looking at the stars, obviously.
Not looking at the. He didn't look at the stars. He. I think he looked at measured the angles for a specific reason, and he wanted to find out what the tilt of the Earth was comparable to the Sun in its orbit.
But
and he determined that within a pretty small margin, actually.
But unfortunately, it only works on a flat Earth, though. That's the whole point that's being made here from that video.
this as a tool for flat Earth, but he used it to prove that the Earth is tilted in the heliocentric orbit around
I
the
doubt
sun.
that. He may have done that, but I doubt it.
After all that
Clearly not
explanation,
That's
true.
the only
it
reason he
only
made the
works on
tool.
flat Earth anyway.
He actually calculated this. He actually did this, made this tool to calculate the tilt of the Earth.
Where are you getting that from?
Yeah, that's what I was.
A sextile is
From his biography.
A sextile is an XYZ measurement device designed to triangulate your position.
Yeah, navigation on a flat plane.
You calculate, it measures the angle between the sun and the star, or sorry, between any two objects, and he did this to calculate the at certain points of the year. I think he did it during solstice. When it was at the highest, he calculated how much angle there was comparable to the what you call it, not the solstice, but winter, the opposite, 6 months later.
Yeah, the summer solstice and the winter solstice.
Mm-hmm. So he did this to calculate the obliquity of the orbit, I think they call it. What was his name again? I can't remember his name. You could just look up his writings directly, and there are people who have translated it.
I'm going to do that in shortly. That's going to be happening shortly. Yeah.
Also, somebody also falsely claimed that he made the first proof of the sine function, but that is somebody else who did that first, apparently.
What are you guys talking about?
Flat Earth. Sextants.
Okay, that's looking.
So Don, that's really what you want. You want flat Earth to be crushed so that you can just so that the evil elite just get to trap us all on their fake ball. That's what you want.
Well, not that last bit. I want 2022 to be the year of the globe Earth rising, where we expose flat Earth for the delusion that it is.
Yeah, he's taking it from the flat earthers. You see, we're so powerful. That's never happening. We've just had another rise, you know? We've just had another rise.
Everyone's rising together, but it's a war, isn't it? That's the point.
Do you really think globe Earth is rising right now?
Yeah, I think.
I mean, is that what it looks like on the horizon right now?
It's in its infancy, 500-year infancy. It's just getting started.
Definitely bananas.
Picture this. Picture two shadowy mountaintops, and then a globe Earth rising up between them.
I can't picture that at all.
It lights up. Everything lights up. Everyone looks up towards the east. There's the globe Earth rising.
They do that every time you see a movie. The Universal Pictures, they've been programming this shit into us for decades.
Exactly.
Da, 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 Universal Pictures, glob.
We control the movies and everything.
Yeah.
Exactly. I have wanted a flat Earth movie to be made, but none of you have got any money, so it just doesn't happen. See globe Earth as like a type of fascism that's true, and it's just expanding and expanding, and you can't do anything about it.
Now that I agree with. Well, at least the last part. You really can't do anything about it. And I think we've got the angels on our side, so you guys are really in trouble.
Well, what's an angel?
That which consumes and deflects and repels demonic energy.
I mean, maybe that's true. Maybe, but we have the fallen angels.
Yeah, but they're not more powerful than the angels.
Well, I guess we will never know until the war. Yeah, that logo is interesting. They're kind of conflating Earth with the universe.
It's called a Merle sextant, which is not the. It's measuring. It has some other. It's not the same as a normal sextant, but they do measure angles in the sky. Yeah, and he built that tool to measure the obliquity of the. I can't almost spell it. Ecliptic. Obliquity of the ecliptic. And he determined it to be 24 degrees, 32 arc minus 19 arc seconds. Sorry, 23 degrees, yeah. So that was the purpose of his tool.
Great information, Funk, but they only work on a flat Earth. Sorry.
I was about to say that it was claimed that he assumed the flat Earth back then, which is wrong.
– 1927. Wow, that's an old one. Oh, sorry, I'm now reading Nate's one, 1492. I thought it was 1942. 1492, that is old.
What is in 1492?
I mean, you know, they thought about the globe, the Earth being a globe, way before, you know, we had television and all this other propaganda type of tools and techniques. So I don't know, man. I think that blows the whole NASA Hollywood propaganda angle out of the water. You know, when we have evidence that in 1492 people thought the Earth was a globe.
Do you think, Nate, they wheeled this into universities and said, right, guys, you may have thought this, but we're now going to teach you this?
So in 1492, if you went to university, you would have been taught a geocentric model of the Earth based on Ptolemy's solar system model, where Earth is a ball, but it's a stationary ball spinning on its axis with everything else revolving around Earth. So Earth didn't have an orbit; it just had a rotation, an axis of rotation. But that's the original geocentric model. Earth was still a ball.
Earth still rotated in that model, did it?
On its axis, yes. But everything else rotated or orbited around Earth. Earth didn't have an orbit. It was just at the center.
I guess what Gio would argue is this was propaganda back then. It just wasn't at the stage of movies.
He could argue that. He could if he wanted to. I don't know how he's going to argue that when you have different parts of the world that didn't have contact with each other all believe an Earth was a sphere. But he could argue that, you know, this wasn't in the Far East, in the Middle East, in Europe. You know, they round about this time, all of these different places had Earth as a sphere. So Gio wants to argue, he can, but then he can't argue that it was a mass propaganda campaign. He would have to say that somehow, even though they weren't that much in contact with each other and they were all teaching their people different things in these different regions of the world, they somehow all came to the conclusion that Earth is still a sphere. So I don't know how he's going to still throw in the global NWO conspiracy angle.
I would say it's Freemason priest class that moved around the world and pushed their idea.
You would have to prove that then.
Whether they believed it was true or whether it was all propaganda.
You could say that, yeah. I mean, you could throw out any hypothetical, dog. Really, Gio could throw out any hypothetical he wanted to, but he would have to prove it.
So I just came here. What do you guys saying? Everybody believed it was a globe.
From about 1000 AD, yeah.
Okay, so
everybody
right.
in
so where's your
in the
evidence
known
for
world
that?
around that time.
Right. So where's your evidence for that?
Ptolemy.
So
The evidence is all. Hang on, I'm answering your question. You asking what's the evidence? So number one, the main piece.
Okay. Yeah,
let me
it's
answer your question.
Ptolemy, dude. You said Ptolemy, right?
Let me.
Ptolemy.
That's not the only piece of evidence. There's a lot of pieces of evidence. So the main idea within the Western world came from Ptolemy, but outside of the Western world, there's plenty of writings of scholars of that time where they had the Earth as a geocentric sphere.
Okay.
Just look into it.
Okay, so give me a number.
Also, another source of evidence, watch the Flat Earth, the history of the Flat Earth videos that Jim Penn is putting out. Very informative.
Yeah. Okay, so Ptolemy's one guy, and then you said other writings, like how many?
A lot, bro. A lot. If you want, I can go away for 20 minutes and do like a Google search for you and bring back all that information.
Yeah, so the thing about it is, just because you have, like, let's say you had 1,000 source documents where the author seems to imply, that's only 20 sources. So that's 21 people. So the thing that I find incredible is that you want to say everybody back in 1000 AD knew the Earth was a globe. No, you just found 20 people.
You don't even know how many people I found. You just threw out the number 20.
He didn't say
where you
that,
got the number 20.
Okay, well then, yeah.
Where
So
you got
yeah,
the number 20. You just making stuff up.
His statement was some people 500 years, or not even, he didn't even say some people 500 years ago knew it was a globe.
Okay.
Globe.
Okay, so yeah, go away and find your sources and give us a number.
It's not going to go away. I mean, I'll
No.
do all of that
I mean,
later. What's your username?
I'm your Copernicus.
All right, what I'll do is I'll shoot you a friend request, and when I remember to do it later, I'll send you all that info.
Yeah, that's fair. I just find I just find that it's interesting when some of these conversations happen and we're told everybody back then knew. No, you don't have the records that everybody knew.
I agree with you. I totally agree with you because I think both sides tend to do that. You know, the flat earthers tend to say in the age of antiquity, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years ago, everyone thought the Earth was flat, and then we tend to say, you know, in relatively modern history, from the Greeks onwards, everyone thought the Earth was a globe. You know, we do tend to make these absolute statements. Both sides.
Neither of those are true.
Exactly. Neither of them are true. It's not absolute, you know? I mean, even today, I can't say everyone believes the Earth's a globe because we have flat earthers, right?
Yeah.
And now we have concave earthers and all these other weird ideas on the shape of the Earth. So I totally agree with you. When those absolute statements are made,
it's called toilet Earth.
Right, but Lise, you're trying to say that because there's some historical something that is out there that they had globes back in the 1400s and in these different areas that history indicates to you what exactly?
No, Gio, I just brought all of this up in response to what you were posting, you know, how the memes you posted and whatnot. I was just trying to show you that it's hard to say that this globe propaganda started with NASA and Hollywood when we had the idea of Earth being a globe 1,000 years ago.
Well, I never said it started with that. I was posting the Universal Pictures logo and stuff like that, but I would.
You didn't say it started with that. You are right. You didn't make that claim. But yeah, I was just trying to respond to the memes you were posting.
What would be equally interesting would have been, are there any records of people trying to find out the shape of the Earth, concluding that the Earth was flat back then? Because I don't think there is a lot of that. But there are people who probably didn't know or maybe believed that the Earth was in the center. Flat Earthers, I have not heard so many of. As far as I read, like Flat Earth is sort of a newer thing. But
yeah, that's a very good point. You know, where is all of the flat Earth? Yeah, where's all the flat Earth experiments to prove the Earth is flat? If we've had the idea that the Earth is flat thousands of years longer than we believed it was a globe, there should be demonstrably way more evidence for flat Earth than globe, shouldn't there?
I can at least answer that hypothetically. So I wouldn't ever test whether or not the Earth was flat because nothing indicates to me that the Earth is a sphere. So all I would ever understand and know is that the Earth has elevation changes, and I can walk a very far distance. You know, put me back 2,000 years ago. You know, so I don't think that people 2,000 years ago would have been trying to prove the Earth is flat because, in my opinion, it's a very simplistic way of saying it, but their immediate experience is there's just elevation changes and a very long way to walk. So
I agree. I agree with that. Like, of course, the initial experience you have is
Yeah, let's change the timeline now. Let's say 300-400 years ago when Australia gets discovered and people start looking at the sky and they realize the stars move differently and everything works backwards down here. Are you not going to now start questioning what's going on and start doing experiments to verify?
Yeah,
if there's a global claim that the Earth is a sphere and you still believe it's flat, and people say evidence for it being a sphere is star trails, are you not going to try and disprove that and do some sort of experiment to show these star trails work on a flat Earth?
So that's a good question. My answer to that is that for me, I think that this is a reasonable response. I cannot wipe my mind free of everything that I know right now. So I would have to almost give you a biased answer and say, no, I wouldn't even think that the Earth was a ball, even if that happened. Because again, the way that I try to explain it is that even if I walked all the way to Australia, let's say I could do that, and I walked all that way, it would be more sensible to me that I'm walking over an extended distance that is not curving. There's going to be elevation changes and what. So when I get to that location and then I look up and I go, I've never seen that constellation before. That's kind of strange. The sky has always been above me. So the sky can do whatever it wants to do, and it's always above the ground. I wouldn't think that I was like if I left a geographical location on the face of a clock and that was position 12, and I walked to a place that was position 5 minutes and 23 seconds, so it would be at a very obtuse angle, almost like 170 degrees from me. You know what I mean? I wouldn't think that I was standing on a planet and I was 170 degrees from my original position. There's no way I would ever come to that. I absolutely know that. Why? Because I'm not made to live on a planet that changes degrees that way.
That is some absurd reasoning if I've ever heard.
Oh, great. Awesome. Awesome, Don.
I have an example from Viking history. I just looked up. I was wondering what the Vikings thought the shape was, because they were sort of like an isolated and created their own methodology separate from a lot of Europe, and their methodology originally at least described it as a flat Earth surrounded by an ocean, which sits in the middle of Yggdrasil's trunk in the world of pillars. That was their methodology.
Yeah, I know that
doesn't,
image. I know
it
that
doesn't
image.
specifically
Yeah.
explain.
That's a common one.
It doesn't specifically describe how they used it. It's more like in the methodology, though. But in later text, when they described in terms of seafaring and how they're navigating, they are specifically describing the Earth as spherical. And that was a little bit later, when there was more like in the 1200s or something like that. And by that, like basically, Vikings were traveling all over the world actually with Viking ships, and they actually were the first to travel to America as well.
Okay, let me just go back to Don.
I agree with that.
Don, can you just pick one of my points and debunk the absurdity of it, please?
Yeah.
You basically, to me, what I heard you say is, if I walked all the way to Australia, because the globe model changes in degree, I don't believe it changes in degree, because I believe it doesn't change in degree.
No, that's not what I said.
No, that's not what he's saying.
Not what I said.
That's not what he said. That's not what he said.
What I heard.
What he said is, if he walked from North America to Australia, it would just look like he's walking on a long, extended, flat plane. And he would ignore what's happening in the sky.
Exactly.
That's basically what he said. He would just ignore whatever's happening in the sky, because on the ground, it looks like he's still walking on a flat Earth.
No, I didn't say I would ignore what's happening in the sky. So again, the sky is always above us, no matter where we are on the Earth. So I did this example of chasing the sun, but we're on a sailboat in the middle of the ocean. There's no land around us. The sun goes over our head, and we watch where it goes beyond the horizon. So then we do our calculations, and we say, oh, that horizon's probably about 3 to 4 miles away. We should get there pretty quick. So if we try to chase the sun, so that the sun is always in front of us, but always above us, and we're going over water, that's the same argument. That is, I'm just simply going across something directly in front of me, and there's something directly above me. Those are two different.
Travis, can you speak on Nate's idea that once you get there, you'll see the stars going the opposite way, and you'll see the moon upside down, stuff like that?
Okay, yeah. Again, though, my immediate experience is that I've just simply walked across an extension of land.
His question is about once you get there, not the walking across.
Okay, great. Again, nothing would indicate to me that I'm on a physically different degree. The sky
initially.
The sky. Okay. Well, yeah. Okay, but you would have to. Okay, but you would have to then begin in your argument what your major premise is, and then provide evidence for that.
Okay, so initially when you get to Australia, I totally agree with you. Nothing would look different. You wouldn't feel like you're upside down. The sky's still above you. The ground's still below you. Everything would look the same.
Right.
Initially. But now you start watching. Hang on, Jin. Now you're an astronomer or an avid stargazer. And you start looking at the star over periods of 4 to 6 months, even to a year. And you realize the stars where I am at now move very different. I'm not even seeing.
It doesn't prove you're on a globe, though, does it?
Hold on,
it doesn't prove the globe, though.
Hold on, Jin. He's just saying, would it make you think if you saw everything?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, let me try to answer.
What's going on?
Let me.
Wouldn't you start thinking what's going on?
Hold on. When you say moving in a completely different direction, what are you talking about?
I mean that the stars move in the opposite direction, number one. Number two, it's not even some of the same stars I saw back home. It's different stars.
Hold on. So I have done some sky observations. So the sky doesn't move in opposite directions, right? The sky moves from the east to the west in
No,
uniformity.
not the sky, the stars. The stars move in opposite directions.
Okay.
You and I are in North America. Whoever's
Okay, hold on. I
whoever's
wasn't finished.
in Australia right now,
I wasn't
the
finished.
stars they see move in different directions from the stars we see.
No,
Okay,
they
can I
don't.
finish? Can I finish real quick?
Yes, okay.
Can I finish real
Go
quick,
ahead.
please? Okay.
Go ahead.
So in my observations, right, I've seen the celestial. I'm sorry. I've seen the southern rotation, and I've seen the northern rotation, and they are moving in the same direction. However, they do diverge from each other and peel off and go in different directions. But the entire
Peel off.
system. Okay, I'm not really sure why you're mocking what I'm saying. I'm trying to give him a visual
You're making up different weird terms to describe what you already know. We mean is an opposite
Dawn,
rotational direction.
that they are not
Peeling off
rotating.
is a diversion dodge.
Okay, I said that they are diverging. I said that.
No,
but
you're
they are
diverting from the
Oh my
real
God.
fact that there's two rotational directions.
I didn't
by
say
saying
okay, look.
peeling off.
Okay, you guys are triggered. Somebody's triggered here to interrupt me, okay, and make fun of my terms.
You're being dishonest.
Okay, I'm not being dishonest, Dawn. Okay, listen. The way I describe it, pardon me if it's low shelf, low hanging fruit way of describing it. Okay, but the northern rotation and the southern rotation to me look like two cogs in a wheel, which are moving in the same direction.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's what they do.
Denial of reality. So you can't understand the point then. That means the whole point.
The only point he's trying to make is that all the stars are moving from east to west.
Well, he didn't make that
No
point.
matter
Well,
where
even if
you
he
look.
did,
Yes, I
even if
did.
he did, I would have said the same thing.
No, two cogs in a wheel is a very accurate. Like
And then
you know
he
the way
just said
the
they're
way
moving
two,
the same direction, Gio,
But hang on.
denying the whole observation.
Hold on for a second. Do you understand? Like what I was thinking of is like the two gear. Like if you have two gears that are, let's say you're looking down from the top, you're looking at two gears and they're interlocking, and you turn the one gear and it turns the other one. They're moving in opposite directions, but it's the same rotation.
But they're still moving in opposite directions. They're still moving in different directions.
Yeah, that's the way. That's the way.
But Gio, what you were saying doesn't agree with what Travis is saying. What you were saying agrees with what I'm postulating. That the stars in the southern hemisphere move in a very different direction from the stars in the northern hemisphere. Two gears is a very good analogy. I agree with that. But that still shows that they're moving in different directions, and that's what Travis is running away from.
No. Okay, hold on. Okay, so I get it now. Okay, I understand the way that we're describing the phenomenon that we're looking at. Okay, I understand the one is rotating clockwise, the other one's rotating counterclockwise. I get that. I get that distinction. Okay, fine. So again, hold on.
What's going on?
Okay, hold right. Okay, so. My description is that's what the sky is doing. Because if you look at the celestial equator, which is it's the buffer between these two rotations. Okay, so now we actually have three separate movements because the the southern rotation is completely separate from the northern rotation. And they are entirely separated from the celestial equator. So the celestial equator isn't doing the same thing they are doing. So it's not a difficult explanation for me to simply say that's just what the sky is doing.
Exactly. The natural order of things.
That's just what the sky is doing. So you're gonna ask. All right, so let me just throw this back at you to make sure we're on the same page. All right, you travel all the way to Australia. You see the stars are moving in totally different directions.
I don't have to travel to Australia to do that.
Hang on. Yeah, but we're talking about the 1800s or the 1700s. Whenever Australia was discovered, then you would have to travel to Australia to see this happen. It's not like you could go on to Google and whatnot. So you leave North America, you travel to Australia, you see stars moving in totally different directions. You ask yourself what's going on, and the conclusion you come to is that's just what the sky does,
Okay,
and
hold
you're
on.
happy with
Well,
it.
you're not going to think
Hold
globe,
on.
are you? You're not going to
Wait.
That
think
might be
globe,
fair enough.
are you?
Now he's
Can I
got to that
Why
respond,
point.
would you think
please?
globe?
Can I respond, please?
Yeah, I'd like to
Okay.
get in on this
Okay.
as well, by the way.
So my experience right now in North America is I can see, I would say about 20% of the southern rotation. So I don't have to go anywhere. I can see it now. So I have that experience now. I'm telling you again that what the sky is doing is simply what the sky is doing.
Okay.
So here,
All
I
right,
don't know
man.
what your name is. What's your name?
You can just call me Lise. Just call me by my
What's your name
username.
on here? What's
I
your
didn't.
name on the server?
Yeah, I'm not
I'm
looking
not
at.
Copernicus.
EASE.
No, that's me.
Lise.
Oh, sorry, Travis.
Oh, Lise. Okay,
Yeah.
Lise. So, shit, I forgot what I was going to say to you. What was I going to say to Lise? I can't remember now.
That's what the sky was doing. That's
Oh,
what the
no,
sky is doing, you said.
I get your point. So you would just say that the sky is doing what the sky does. If you was alive in the 1600s, without the technology we have now, and you traveled from North America to Australia, you looked up, saw the stars moving differently, you would think what's going on, and then just conclude the sky is doing what it does. Natural law.
I have a question, Travis. This picture.
Can I get in? Because I've been trying to get in for a few minutes.
Yeah, Jen. Yeah, go
Thank
ahead.
you very much. Thank you very
Oh
much.
my
Dawn.
God.
Now, basically, Lise, what I'm going to say is this, right?
Am I not
If that
coming
was
through?
me, yeah.
What the
Hang
fuck?
on a minute.
I didn't mean
hang on
right
a minute
now. I meant
Lise.
after dawn. I meant after dawn.
But I was trying to get in
Travis,
before dawn.
Travis, this
I was
picture
trying to
that
get in
Geo's
before
put.
dawn.
This picture that Geo's put, two cogs spinning next to each other. You think that's, if you got to Australia on one trip, you'd think that was above. So there'd be one rotation going round one way, one rotation going around the other way, but both above the flat plane. Now, what I'm suggesting you think about next is you do 3 trips to the south, but in different directions from your original point. And as you travel south, you go past the celestial equator, you see them peeling away, like you said. But as you get to your southern point, you see that same thing, but now you're in a different southern point on the plane. So you've got this same pattern that you've spotted down south in Australia in other southern points on the plane too. That's when you have to start really thinking what it means.
Okay, go ahead, Jen.
No, go ahead, Travis. You need to respond to that. Go ahead.
Oh, I thought he was just giving me something to consider. I didn't hear him ask me a question.
Well, I think you need to respond to that, though. What is your consideration on that?
I don't have anything different to say. Again, the sky is above me. There's no reason to think that where I'm positioned right now, there's another portion of the sky beneath my feet on the other side of a big rock. There's no reason for me to consider that absurd suggestion.
Yeah, now I would have to agree with that myself, because if I did the same thing and I walked to New Zealand or Australia and I noticed that I'm looking at different stars, I'm just going to put it down to I've moved my location from where I was, so I'm now looking at a new set of stars. I'm not going to think I'm on a ball, though. That's not going to enter my head. Why?
Fair enough.
I
Travis,
said I
what do you
didn't
think
notice
about
anything. Hang
that
on,
later?
Dawn. When I'm Dawn, I'm talking. When I finish, then you can talk, please. I did not notice any physicality change on the surface I was walking on, because that's a serious shape we're talking about, the ball. And it must conform to nature's laws. And every ball that I've known since I was a baby playing in the bath with the balls, if you put your hand on top of a ball and you orientate it to the bottom, your hand is inverted. That's my whole life. That's nature. So if I'm living on a ball and I'm walking to New Zealand from bloody England, I'm going to notice that fucking ball. Finish. Go on, Dawn.
That's the same argument as Travis. And to me, you don't understand the scale of balls. Probably.
No. It's got nothing to do with scale. But I remember what I was going to say to Lisa, if I can go back to that. So,
yeah, go ahead.
Because I've made the observations from Northern California and Southern California, and I can see the majority of the northern rotation, the celestial equator, and then I would say, I don't know what, like 15 to 20% of the southern rotation. So I already have exposure to those two separate rotations. And the celestial equator, to me, when Orion comes up over the horizon, I would say I would put Orion probably about a 45-degree angle, right? So I can see the degree of angle that Orion is, and when I shoot a star trail, it's even more pronounced. So I have everything that I need in terms of understanding that in the globe model, they attribute that degree of the equator to the tilt of the Earth. Okay, which is besodden with many difficulties of even beginning to provide evidence for any of that. But again, am I going to then go, that's really interesting, because when I look at the night sky with simply my naked eye, everything seems to be moving in uniformity. I can't even see that there are two different rotations. With my naked eye, I can't see it. Everything just moves in uniformity. Now, the only way, hold on, oh my God, let me finish. Okay, now, if I'm back in the 1800s and I don't have a camera, the only way I will know that there is a star rotation is if I create a chart and I track stars. I will create and, I guess represent in a model on a piece of paper that the sky actually is and has. Okay, so then what do? Do I think, I must be on a ball? No. Like where do
you draw two circles of stars above your flat plane, and now I'm going to ask you to go south to another destination and see that same second circle above you again, but now you're in a totally different place on the plane.
Yeah, I've just changed locations, and there's something else. It's just like
something else. The same set going the same way, but now you're in a totally new location south, really far away from your other one.
Quick question: are we talking subjective direction or objective direction with the rotation?
It's
objective.
I don't know what that means.
It's rotational directions.
Clockwise, counterclockwise is objective.
It's subjective, actually.
Oh, subjective, yeah, depending on what side you are.
I mean, unless your taps, do you turn your tap on?
Hold on.
In a subjective way, like does it depend who's turning the tap on as to which way is on and off?
No. What I mean is from where it's viewed. For example, I mean, I'm sure you've heard of this example: a see-through clock. When viewed from one side, it's turning clockwise. When viewed from the other side, it's anti-clockwise.
Turning anti-clockwise.
You have to cross the plane. You have to cross the plane of rotation, right? So if the
but hang on. Give a real-world example where people in the southern hemisphere, someone in South America, and someone in Australia see the stars rotating in different directions. Like, give us a real-world example.
Again, it's they rise in the east and set in the west, all around the world. So that tells you that that's an objective direction.
Yeah, but then why did you ask the question subjectively or objectively? Do you know of subjective experiences where people in the southern hemisphere?
No, you're not getting the context of what I mean by subjective direction.
I fully get the context.
Where you're viewing it from.
Yeah, where you're viewing it from, you could see it rotating in different directions. So if I'm viewing the stars from South America and you're viewing the stars from Australia, are we going to have subjective experiences where it rotates in different directions?
But that's what I mean. Who cares about subjective direction? That's what you guys are going on about.
No, we're not.
Yeah, well, you are, because you're talking about clockwise and anti-clockwise, which are not objective direction.
We're talking about if you're in the northern hemisphere,
south, east,
in one
and west.
way.
Let me finish.
North,
south.
Let
me fucking finish, please. North, south, east, and west. They're objective directions. They're the same everywhere around the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
So anti-clockwise and clockwise would be subjective.
If that's the case, Globus, then on the flat AE map, is not my north, if I travel far enough, actually heading south?
Why are we talking about a flat AE map?
Well, okay.
Once you get to hear the entirety of
you hold to, there is going to be a point at which north becomes south, right? So it is subjective as well. But from where you're standing, north is objective. From where you're standing, clockwise is objective.
Yeah.
I don't think I would agree that it becomes subjective as well. But let me go back to the point to where if I'm looking at the stars from North America, I can see both rotations at the same time. So I don't have to be at the equator to make this phenomenon happen. Right? Yeah. So that's objective.
You already see half of the southern circle. I get that.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that you don't even need to be that close to the equator at all to see that there is a rotation point and it's shrinking again.
Well, one thing I was going to mention is, I mean, you can take like on water, you can take like a paddle or a spoon or something like that, and you can just drag it through the water, and you'll see two counter-rotating vortexes in the wake behind the paddle. And that's a, level flat water, and you have two rotations happening on that flat water. So I'm just saying, like, we don't really have to look that far. There's also something called magnetohydrodynamics, where you can take two electrical posts, put them into water, and sprinkle some pepper on the top. And when you put a charge to them, you're going to get these two rotations, one clockwise, one counterclockwise, as the pepper is rotating on the flat water. So there's a lot of instances on a small scale where you can easily recreate that clockwise and counterclockwise vortex type process on a level surface like that.
I totally agree with you, Gio, but that's electromagnetic. And if that's the example you are going to give, or the small scale, model explanation you're going to give for the stars working the way they are, then you're implying that
why not?
the stars
Natural
work
law.
the way they are
Natural
because
law.
of Earth's magnetic field, and there's some connection between the stars' rotation and our magnetic field. Is
natural
that
law? You're disregarding natural law, law of nature. Yeah, it applies.
I don't know what
everywhere.
natural law is. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, that's it. That's your problem. That's one of your
All
problems.
right, cool. That is my problem. So I'm trying to find out from Gio now, using these examples he's given. Is he saying that is what could be happening with the stars in the sky, Gio?
Yeah.
Or was it just an example?
Oh. No, I'm saying absolutely that the stars could in my viewpoint, are moving along electromagnetic flux lines and have to do with the electromagnetic field of the Earth. So yes, I do think that they're connected, but I'm not trying to say that I have physical proof of that to anybody here.
Right.
I'm just trying to say
that
I'm just trying to say real quick that the patterning can be seen in electromagnetic fields and in even like vortexes when you drag something through water. So I'm just making that point that you don't have to look that far to see that pattern happening.
Yeah,
I think
these are all happening on a flat plate.
And I think that is a way better way to go about explaining what's happening, as opposed to just saying that's just the sky doing what the sky does. I think that is the approach to take. If you go to Australia in the 1600s and the stars are moving different, you don't just come to the conclusion that the sky is doing what the sky does.
Yeah, but okay, right.
You try to figure it out.
There's no relation to globe. There's no relation to a spherical ball. There is.
I'm
no
not
relation
saying there's
to
a relation to a spherical globe. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that the
problem,
conclusion you should come to is the Earth is a globe. What I'm saying, what I'm trying to figure out is what do you, as a flat earther, do about that? If you believe the Earth is flat and the sky is working in a strange way, how do you reconcile these two things? And Gio is coming up with ideas
what it is. You accept it for what
which
it
I
is.
think is what you should do. But to just say that's how the sky works.
Gio, in my experience, is the only person who engages with this topic honestly. From other people, and I mean intellectually honestly. I don't mean people are being dishonest. I just mean they're not being like robust or rigorous with themselves.
I don't think any flat earther engages this honestly.
That's a difficult one to deal with. That's for sure.
No flat earther wants to consider what the sky means.
Don,
knock it appears to look like if you were on the inside of a barrel and you were to look up and that barrel were to spin around. That's what the sky looks like. Yeah. You've got two points of rotation at each end, and you've got a whole vast of sky in between that.
And I also should give props to Rams and Bandy, because both you guys have said on different occasions where rather than deal with it, you both acknowledge that it is a tough one to deal with. I find the thing of like, it doesn't make any difference, don't look up, is kind of trying to avoid
No
it.
one says,
No,
it
no,
doesn't
he's
make any difference. Don't look up.
Everyone looks
Well,
up.
yeah,
No
but, I mean,
one.
I think
Hold
your
on.
answer,
Jan,
Travis. I
wants
think.
come on, guys. Hold on. I don't think we can let that comment just slide by.
I
No
think your
one.
answer, Travis, is close to that. The sky's doing what the sky does is pretty close to going, I ignore it. I have no answer for it. I'm not entertaining it as a discussion.
Okay, hold on. Let me respond, please. Hold on. Okay, now, to me, that is a gross mischaracterization because nothing, okay, I'll just tell you right now in case you have any, confusion. That is absolutely not what I believe. Okay, I believe the sky is significant and has importance. Yes, I do.
Well, so when you say when the sky is doing what the sky does, do you feel that's like trying to engage with what people are presenting to you as a bit of a challenge? Like it just sounds like a non-answer to me. Do you get why it seems to me like a non-answer?
No, I don't.
You don't.
No, okay, so look, if you and I were on we were the only two on the scientific board of investigation, 300 or 400 years ago, and you and I were going to start discussing astronomy, and you said, what do you think is going on up there? And I would say, you really just want to tell each other stories as to what we think is going on because we can't get up there. We cannot manipulate, touch, see if anything of theirs is like tangible the way it is down here on Earth. So the way that we do science, just yesterday, my friend, when we did a topographical map and we measured elevation and all that kind of shit that we could get our hands on. Now you want to look up to a place we can't get to and tell each other stories and then decide which one's best.
I mean, that just seems like a lot of words to not engage with the topic.
That's exactly what you're doing.
Yeah.
How would you begin to even prove 400
You'd start with engaging with the topic and hypothesizing possible explanations, like Geo is. Like when Geo says if you drag a spoon through the water, it creates two toroids that go in opposite directions. That's a good start. That's a really good start.
It is.
Just saying it's the sky doing what the sky's doing, I don't want to tell you stories, is avoiding engaging with the with the topic, which is fine. Don't engage with it, but don't engage with it to not engage.
Okay, listen. Okay. I didn't want to talk over Jen.
You're inserting things that are not what we mean. You're just acting desperate. Let's calm down, Riding, and be more intellectual honest, because you're being dishonest.
Be intellectually honest on this topic, then.
Yeah.
Go for it. Demonstrate
okay, hold on. No. Intellectually dishonest is mischaracterizing what I said into what I didn't say. So what I did say did not imply what you mischaracterized me. So that's, in my opinion, intellectually dishonest. That's the move.
Okay.
That's the
Did anybody
move of a
else here feel like,
passive-aggressive
aside from
sociopath.
Jin, feel like it was a massive
Why are
mischaracterization
you
of
cutting
what
me
Travis
off?
is saying?
Why are you cutting me off?
Because you're calling me dishonest, so I'm opening it to the audience.
I wasn't finished talking, Writing.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes, right.
So I actually appreciate the fact that Gio did bring that up because I have thought about that before and didn't think about to bring it up. So it totally escaped my mind. It's been a while since I thought about that. But that's where I think that our analogy can be transferred to what we do know and can see here on Earth, and then look up and see similarities that way. So
okay,
I do think
if it's possible, it's two toroids then, two vortexes in water. Where's the southern one on the in reality? Is there just one southern one northern one, like there is in Gio's example? And where is it? Because it looks like it's south from me in Sydney, and I will bet a car. I'll get you a shiny sports car that somebody in South America will see it south of them too.
I'd rather have two new cameras.
Sure, two P900 cameras that anybody in South America will see it south of them. So where's the second vortex?
Why?
Is
okay,
it south of me or south of them?
Hold on. So one of the ways that I think that Gio's I guess the electromagnetic vortex example might be more consistent. But the thing is that the sky never waxes or wanes in terms of the rotations, right? They don't slow down and lose their momentum. They are always moving. They are always symmetrical. They are always the same, rate, right? So so even though you put a paddle in the water, those two different vortices are going to dissipate and equalize, right? But the sky never does that. So there's a way that the sky is different, but it seems to have an appearance. So again, just simply because you have, like, if I can see the Polaris where I'm at here, but I can't see anything that's a center point for the southern one down, I think it's perfectly reasonable that if I got to a different location closer to that, I would end up seeing a center point. I don't have a problem imagining that would be the case.
Okay, but I'm just trying to find out where you think, if we call that center point that you're standing under a GP, where you think that GP is.
Oh, I no idea.
Do you think it's in multiple places at once?
Do you think
that's a probable answer?
I don't think he's even thought about
No,
it.
you're asking. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. You're asking me if I think one central observation could be in 3 different locations at once.
I would say more than 3, but sure, let's pick 3.
Based on what I observed in my cameras back in November, I would have to say not with the naked eye. It wouldn't appear that they are in. It wouldn't appear that they were in the in different locations with the naked eye.
Because that's what it seems to me it would require. When you've got the Southern Cross on so many flags in the Southern Hemisphere, Cook Islands, New Zealand, Australia, Brazil, like loads of different places, for some reason they keep putting these pointer stars on their things.
Yeah.
Suggests to me that they're all seeing it south.
I still don't understand why that. But see, so the Big Dipper, right? Ursa Major is in the north. So that's the only place where you're going to see it. You're never going to see it in a southern rotation. It's only going to be in the northern rotation. I don't get what your point is.
I'm not sure about that, but that could well be the case. I'm not disagreeing with it. But what I'm saying is what these people have that are sort of scattered around the ring is this one other vortex of rotation hovers due south of them wherever they are.
I don't have a problem with that. I don't understand why. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. So the ground point of these things that is now in multiple places at once?
If you want me to speculate, that's not strictly science. That's just coming up with an idea. I don't know.
You're not a scientist, nor am I. I'm not asking you to do science. I'm asking
yeah,
your opinion.
I am a scientist. Yes, I am.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm not asking you to be a scientist in this conversation.
You are, Harry. Harry, I think that you are. You are intelligent. You can reason. You can conclude. You can evaluate. That's what science is, bro.
Okay, I can speculate as well. I think that's an important part of being
we're
a person
speculating
and a scientist.
moment, so
his reasoning is rather dishonest at times.
let's speculate a little bit.
He demonstrated earlier on. He demonstrated just a few moments ago. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm backing it up. You can rewind
When Jin thinks he's done a real corker. Nobody else seems to, but Jin's like, yeah, nailed it.
No, don't worry about that. That's not what we're thinking. You nailed it. No, that's not the psychology at work here. Shut up.
As you can see, folks.
You're complete and utter wally, honestly. But anyway,
as you can
it's
see,
not proving
folks,
your globe.
and the audience.
Desperate as you are, mate. Your globe ain't materialising anytime soon, sir. Okay, keep trying, though.
What were you saying, Dawn?
Anyway,
I think it's a dangerous path when we start talking about the dishonesty of people in the conversation.
Don't worry about it. Don't make it more than it needs to be, sir.
Shut up. Okay, then. I'll note it. Note it.
You don't hear Bandy say that much.
Holy shit.
This is all clear evidence of the globe Earth rising.
Jim,
flat Earth.
Man, you got a bee in your bonnet today, Jim. What the hell?
I'm razor sharp today. I'm not letting anyone get away with any nonsense today. Don't make a
like you're about to go fall asleep.
The globe out of a pea.
You never do. What are you talking about?
Harry, so let me try to ask you a question. If I were to have said something to you, like if I would have said, your answer completely just indicates that you have no interest in researching or studying this topic, and you didn't say that. Like, would you have an issue with that at all? Like, I feel like
depends what I just said. Like if you said to me, because I have said stuff similar to that to people. Like people will present a video. There was one, in fact, Dawn and I had a bit of a back and forth about it, which was about the old jabs. And he was, oh no, it wasn't. It was about fucking, what are they, Freemasons or something like that. And I kept saying that to him for an hour, wasn't it, Dawn? Wasn't it you? And you were saying, oh, this guy was on the Voice or some game show and he was claiming he was a Freemason, and I was like, I just have no interest in it. Like whether he is, whether he isn't, I just have no interest in.
But that might have been rigged, not me. But we have.
Oh no, I definitely wouldn't have invested time in watching a video Rig had sent me.
All right, hurry up anyway. I
did send you Freemason stuff. I can't remember now.
Wait, some singer who was on a Aussie show. Anyway, I wouldn't be particularly like honestly, if it didn't match how I felt, I would take it as feedback. If I gave an answer that I felt was strongly engaging in the substance of a topic, and somebody said back to me, "It sounds like you're just dismissing it," I would take that as feedback, and I would go, right, well, let me show you how I'm not.
So you would have it. So the answer is yes. That. Thank you. He would, Travis. That was the answer. Fucking hell. Took a long time to get it out. See what I mean?
Yeah.
You ramble
well,
on.
let me just say this, and you can take it as feedback. Whatever. You might even know this about yourself already. Okay. When I first came across your channel, I was very impressed with the way you thought and the way you expressed yourself, and I even think you're quite a funny person.
Oh, thank you.
But in these forums here, I've detected a certain level of, I don't know, man. Like, you know what you're doing, you know how to say it, and it's almost like it's the only way I can describe it is that you're a passive aggressive sociopath. Like, you know how to say things. You know how to you know how to say things, you know how to gaslight people, so that if I didn't stand up and correct you, then people listening to this would have taken your word that what I just did was completely dishonest by simply saying, oh, well, you just don't even look up at the sky and ignore it.
That's why he's on the globe.
I thought you guys were talking about
absolutely correct.
What, because I'm a dishonest sociopath?
Because you're
think
good at gaslighting and you make them think.
That's exactly
you make
it.
everyone think. That's why you're
I honestly do want people to think. I'm interested in provoking people to think, even if it's not thinking the same things as me. I don't want to upset people unnecessarily.
I think Harry does come in with. I think Harry does come into these topics with his bias, but then again, we all. But having said that, we all have our bias when we come into these.
Yeah, but we don't do it dishonestly, do we? We don't do it dishonestly. We don't twist.
You just straight up lied with a link yesterday, Jen. You sent us a link that said there's a court case proving the globe, and we watched it, and it was just some dude sitting in a room opining about sunsets or some shit.
Clickbait, and it's still proved the globe. Sorry,
I'm going to say you did mislead us yesterday, Jin, with that link.
Come on,
sorry.
It's clickbait. I didn't make the link, did I? I clicked on it myself, did I not?
Yeah, you know what he does? He doesn't even do anything other than reading the title. If it supports him,
yeah, that's what I think it was. I think he thought the title supported him, so he shared the link. We asked him, we badgered him for about 20 minutes to go, what's in this 10-minute link?
He does this.
And then we watched it, and it was just not what he said, what it was meant, what the title said it was.
All right, can we move past the drama?
Shut it down.
This is going to be maybe a little bit of a drama, but I would actually ask everyone on the panel to honestly give an evaluation of Harry's demonstration of star rotations in his office on his chair, because honestly, when I watched that, I was actually I was dumbfounded that you would actually think that had any contribution at all, because when I asked you to demonstrate star rotations with a celestial equator, you gave me your video. So if anybody wants to correct me, please watch that video and tell me if you can see a celestial equator and two separate rotating frames of reference.
I can do the super fun demo again now if you want.
No.
Yeah, Harry was a bit dodgy and a bit misleading, just like Jin's.
What do you mean was
Don't
dodgy?
give me-
Go
it's
with
not my
misleading. I think it was dodgy. I openly admit that it's dodgy. It's a dodgy demo, but I'm not being dodgy with it. I'm not being dishonest with it. I think it is a great demonstration of exactly what I'm talking about with counter-rotating poles.
Yeah, I don't think it represents what we see properly.
Well, so that's fine, but do you feel I was being dishonest? What I feel like I'm showing when I look north, where I up in my chair, I see counterclockwise rotation. I see it go straight at the equator, and I see it go counterclockwise south or clockwise south.
Because this was my point that I was making with my star observations, and Harry responded to me. So let me ask you this question, Harry. Did I ask you to demonstrate two different observations of a northern central rotation and a southern central rotation? Was that my request?
Your request was, I said I had that. Your request
Yes
was,
or no?
Your request was, does it show a celestial equator?
Okay, so my request was the discussion was, I do not believe you can model a rotating sphere against a backdrop of numerous, reproduced stars. If you rotate that sphere, I do not believe you will get two separate rotating reference frames with a celestial equater. And so
what
that
did I say?
where,
What did I say before I showed you the video?
I don't remember what you said specifically. So if you want to try to, restate it, that's fine with me.
Okay. I said I don't specifically call it out, but the video does have a celestial equator in it.
Okay, great. Would you mind just giving us a still and showing us where you think that's happening?
Do you want me to do it live again now, or do you want me to grab a still from the video I made?
I'm saying just do a still. So here's what I'm saying though is that I don't want you to give me like a halfway point of the frame, right? Because
that's what I'll give you.
Okay, well then that's not showing, because I don't see it, right? I don't see an equator. I don't see a northern rotation. If you're just going to divide the frame up, I don't know how you can call that an honest demonstration of that, simply dividing a frame up into two different
Dawn's
halves.
barracking for chair time. So in what way is that different in not seeing it? Is it not being like marked out for you? In what way is that different from the celestial equator? Do we see the celestial equator in a way that is different? Do we see the celestial equator in my chair demonstration?
Okay, so my point is, again, I know that with the naked eye, we can't differentiate between the rotations. And so it either takes charting out the sky by hand or star trails in a video is the only way that you're going to see these things. Okay, so
can I just explore that for a moment? Sorry to interject. When you say we can't see these with the naked eye, what do you mean when you say that?
When you look up, okay, I'll do this. When I have looked up at the night sky and I watch where Orion is, before November of 2021, I never knew that Orion was the celestial equator. But I could watch Orion. Okay, but I could watch Orion change position, and it looks like it's just moving through the sky. And Ursa Major and Minor and all that kind of stuff. Sirius is only in the southern rotation. Sirius, you're never going to see Sirius above Orion in the northern rotation. But when you look at that, when you look at the sky with your naked eye, to me, it appears as though the entire sky is moving in uniformity. So I don't see the southern rotation. I don't detect, but it all just seems to be moving east to west.
Right. So you're saying you could see it with your naked eye, but it would, in order to perceive it, you would need to be sort of plotting it, going, this star's here on this night, it's there on that night, it's there on that night. When I put these together, I can make an equator and a pole out of it. Okay, I see what you mean now.
Yeah.
Take your dishonest self out of it and go and get it sorted out, Riding.
Get what sorted out exactly, Jen? What was the discussion?
Take your dishonest self out and get your character sorted out. Hurry up. Stop this dishonest behaviour.
Cool. Yeah. Just personal attacks will be cool. That'll be a bit of good
I'm
fun.
only joking, as you well know. When I'm personally attacking, it will be with a loud voice.
No, I know you. I mean, it's not very interesting either way, so not really missing much.
Yeah, I'm glad I get you. I get you every time, don't I? I love it. I love it.
Do you?
All
What
you
exactly
is
do you
you
get
post
me to do?
videos that are incorrect. That's all you do, Jimmy.
Yeah,
And shout,
yes, you know exactly how you feel.
I can't give the accuracy of this one away without giving my home away. But this one's a good one. I've just used Valerium again. I'm trying to get better at Bacon's sextant trilateration.
Give us a look at that. Give us a look at it.
Going straight up. Like I can't show you without showing you like my house. It's that accurate.
Well, look at your house then. Come on. No problem, is it? What's the problem?
Like this is how far away I got that trilateration this time. I'm going to have to just delete a bit.
Get your cameras out, guys. And that was ready.
How's that for swimming distance, Bandy? I've got to do this with my sextant soon. I hope to do that this weekend. I'll be astounded if I get anything close to that. If I get in New South Wales, I'll be proud.
You'll end up in bloody Perth. That's what's going to happen.
You probably fucking will too.
You're going to put that all on video, are you?
Yeah, well, what I was thinking of doing, actually, I wanted to talk to Gio about it, was plan when to do it and then take my phone down to the park with a battery pack, a power bank, and live stream it. Because then also it takes away one of the difficult things where when you're taking a measurement, you need to know exactly the second you took it at. But if I've got somebody else in the room who's able to go mark, and they will know exactly the second I took it at, that then the reading will be more accurate rather than me like taking the measurement and then trying to quickly look at my phone clock.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. That's like walking distance now, right? Not pleased with that, Bandy?
But yeah, the walking distance, that's pretty cool.
Might make a rap song called Globe Earth Rising.
Yes. Globe Earth Rising. It's funny how it's sinking.
Looks like the
You can, rather than having a hype man Dawn, you can have Jin in there who can be like the anti-hype man.
Yeah.
Who just like in between you spitting bars, he goes, "The globe Earth has never been proven." Not one Mega Man.
He like heckles me, and then I come in with my next 8 bars.
Yeah.
And Dawn, you can easily use it because this is going on YouTube. So it's fair use.
I'm gonna do a YouTube video of it.
I mean, I was wondering if there was like some cartoons that you can dub with these, like make a soundboard of like the people in the debate, and then just make cartoons with those voices.
Have you guys heard Chemo's Flat Earth raps?
Yeah, unfortunately. But Kimo wasn't as bad as some others.
Yeah, Riding, do you know there's a sextant video out there with you agreeing that the sextants only work on a flat plane? Did you know that?
Yes, I love that fucking video.
Is it the video where it claims that those being from like early 1600s or something?
It's
no,
like
early 1600s.
I went on to Nathan Oakley's show, and he's like, I don't know if he's just already really rude or what, but he's like, I was like, well, I've heard about, sextants, and then like if you pay attention to the video, Nathan's then in this really calm and reasonable voice, like, well, let me explain sextants, and then like cuts to bizarrely somebody else explaining sextants, and they go something about how you've got to get a GP, and a GP requires a right angle triangle, and how can you have a curved adjacent, and so this is why, and then it cuts back to Nathan Oakley, and he goes like, this is why sextants prove we live on a flat Earth, and then it cuts back to me, and I'm like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense actually, thank you.
Yes,
and that's
I agree.
That's the end of it. I agree with that or something. And I'm like, that is so funny because the actual incident that he's cut that together from is so fucking vastly different. Oh, it was so dishonest. It was so incredibly dishonest. And I commented under it being like, oh, that's my voice in the video and that's not what happened. And he just wrote back, curved adjacent.
How many collimators would you
Yeah, they
need
hope
to be able to shoot a laser over, say, about 20 odd miles? And then how would you go about setting those collimators?
I don't know. I think it'd be super, super tough because the collimators would need to be pretty far apart and any misalignment would just totally cut the beam.
Yeah.
But it'd be a good way to check because you wouldn't need the target to do it anymore. If you just went, okay, we're doing it over 20 miles and we're going to do 4 collimators. Well, the last one isn't even a collimator. The last one's just a target. If you got it through 4, that would be a pretty strong, evidence for flat or globe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry though, Jin, did you believe that video was real and wasn't dishonestly edited? Sorry to break that bubble for you. But no,
you shattered my dreams. I thought it was real. I love that video.
No. He just, in reality, what happened was
he
started talking at me. You don't want to hear about the reality. Fair enough.
You were being schooled by QE and Nathan Oakley on the set.
Yeah, QE was there for some. I don't think QE even made it into that video, but QE was there. But yeah, what happened was I said the word sextant. They started literally screaming at me, shouting, and you know how Nathan Oakley does that voice like you hear kids do in school when they're trying to make fun of something. Thank you. And I got the giggles. I couldn't help myself. I was just pissing myself laughing the whole way through. And I think at some point early on I'd said that makes sense, but I certainly didn't say it to anything near the end. Just near the end, all I was asking from memory was, "Is at any point are you going to let me speak, or are you just going to shout at me?" And they just kept shouting at me until eventually they muted me because I was laughing at them. But yeah, it didn't go anything like that.
So
how did you end up on that show that day? Anyway, how did you get there?
Clicked on the Discord.
Oh, okay. All right. So you just joined in. Yeah, well done.
What were you asking, Dandy?
How do collimators basically work? Do they just capture the laser beam that's been diverged and then converge it back into a narrower beam and then shoot it off again? Do they? Is that basically how they work?
My understanding is you just it's just a hole, and any laser that doesn't go through the hole gets blocked by the bit that's not the hole. I think that's a simple one. I think there are some that bounce and refocus the beam that I don't fully know how they work without causing further scattering. But I think the simplest collimator, you just get a bit of cardboard, polystyrene, whatever, punch a hole in it and keep punching holes the same size.
Right. Okay. Then. Yep.
The reason I asked you how you got on the show is because I know you get personal invites from time to time when you do your videoing and filming and stuff, recordings. I thought you got a personal invite because the heavyweights were there that day. So I thought, this sounds like a special one, rather than the usual.
I've been sending them. I've been sending Nathan Oakley, QE, Mitchell from Australia, and a couple of the others invites. So, every couple of months, I'll be like, "Hey, do you want to have a chat?"
Mitchell doesn't
come to play yet.
He doesn't come on any of these shows, does he? Does he go on Nathan?
But I didn't even want to talk to him in a crowded room because I thought that'd turn into a shit show. But I was like, I was saying I'll ride my motorbike because he's only a couple of hours south of me. I was like, I'll ride my motorbike down and we'll just have a chat.
Yeah.
Who's that, Mitchell?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a very level-headed fellow.
Yeah, he is. He's funny.
What's he do? Does he just basically re-clip and re-upload Nathan's and QE's stuff and Journalism and stuff? That's basically what I get from his channel.
Seems like it to me, yeah.
Hey, can I throw something out just for anybody?
No.
So just thinking about parallax, right? So where I'm standing in North America, and Orion comes up at about a 45-degree angle in the sky, or somewhere around there. So if I traverse down to South America, that celestial equator is going to become more and more directly over my head, right?
Well, if you're talking about parallax, doesn't that mean that it appears in a different position when viewed from different positions?
Well, that's what I'm saying, right? Because if I get closer to it, it's going to be in a different position. That's what I mean. Okay, but parallax also includes the shifting of the background. So something in relation to an object in the foreground and the background, if I move my position, they both change in relation to each other as well. So there's an aspect in which the sky does do parallax and yet doesn't, because the celestial equator doesn't end up blocking something from the north. Everything does seem to be uniform, moving together, but at the same time not really performing parallax the way that we understand it on Earth, right?
Your background is the dark sky.
I think he means compared to other more distant stars.
Yeah, it has to be an object. It can't just be the air, right? Because like if I'm looking across an open field with two farmhouses, miles apart from each other, the air is my background, right? That doesn't have any meaning.
No.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering what you were talking about the background in the parallax. If you're looking at the Orion, what's the background?
No. Okay, I'm trying to say that if these stars are independent from each other, like two farmhouses are independent from each other, so the closest star is going to be, what did you say? Was it Ursa Major or did you say Orion? Did you say Orion? I'm sorry, I can't remember.
Orion, I think you said.
Yeah. Okay. Well. Yeah. Well. Yeah. So if we make the foreground house Orion, and the background house, I don't even know what's up close to Orion. A different house in the sky. Those don't change position in regard to each other. Those move symmetrically over my head.
Yeah.
That's the thing that blows my mind in terms of just how fluid and symmetrical the sky is.
I think the analogy is kind of bad because there's like quite a short distance between you and the first house and the second house.
I still don't think that. Yeah, I don't think that we can actually put distances on the stars, in my opinion.
Sure,
but I don't.
Like if I see a mountaintop and I move 100 meters to the left and look at the same direction, it doesn't change much. But if I'm very close to the mountain, it'll change drastically.
Oh, no. Yeah. See, so I completely agree with general relativity on Earth, right? So if I look at an airplane, where my grandmother used to live, I'm sorry, she passed away, so my mom's still there, but where my grandmother's house is, there's a flight plan, or I guess a flight lane that goes into LAX. So I can see these airplanes just poking along the sky just at a slow snail's pace, right? Well, I know they're not flying that slow. The closer I get to them, they will increase in their rate of change.
Yep.
Right?
That's not general relativity, though.
What?
That
Yeah,
wouldn't be general relativity.
Yeah, and it's I don't know if it's even sort of relativity because that's talking about motion viewed from moving or non-moving places.
Right,
but
but check
I
this out.
understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but check this out. So if you were to ask me, hey, Travis, we're sitting around having a beer. You say, hey, Travis, what's your earliest educational memory? Like, what do you remember learning in school? One of my memories would be this, that Einstein formulated his concept of general relativity by being on a speedboat on the lake and watching how slowly the people on the beach moved in relation to him. That was the story I remember being told about general relativity and Father Einstein, in all honesty.
Sure, but I don't.
That's the same thing. That's the same thing. So, yeah. But see, you just said, or whoever just spoke, I think, said that my analogy doesn't have anything to do with general relativity. But my education taught me that that's exactly what created in Einstein's mind the concept of general relativity.
I mean, they definitely wouldn't teach you general relativity at that level. It would be something for a university topic, even in university, maybe a third year undergraduate.
Okay, well, whatever, dude. I said my earliest education memory, like what I can remember learning about. Like, what's your first educational memory? Okay, so whatever. And how do you know? Like, maybe my science teacher in 6th grade, maybe Mr. Fuchs in 6th grade decided to tell us, because he's such a fan of Einstein, that totally would make sense to me as a 13-year-old in 6th grade or whatever. So the fact that you're trying to pinpoint it into university doesn't take away from the fact that I was educated in understanding where Einstein got his idea from. It happened to be exactly what we experience on Earth, and then he just tried to put it up in the metaphysical universe.
You have to remember there's also the issue of memory. Since this was such a long time ago, you would have to rely on your memory.
Yeah, it must have been.
Why are you trying to disregard what Travis is saying? He's just reminiscing about one of the memories he's got.
Yeah,
But what you're trying to do is you're trying to downplay it and find fault with what he's saying. I don't really think that's fair, Button, what you're trying to do at the moment.
No, I always do this with people, like with my mom especially. I don't rely on her memory and statements, because I noticed there are psychological effects, like the Mandela effect. I think it's called the Mandela effect, in which we change our memories based on our later life experiences and perceptions. Anyways, it's got nothing to do with him personally.
Is his memory wrong?
I mean, what? I imagine you got a lot of scars on your face if you're doing it to your mum. I must say, if you're doing that, mum must be slapping you about.
I do it with everyone
because it's annoying.
Continue your thought, Travis, please.
Yeah, please, if you would.
I'm sorry.
No,
Wait.
I'm totally offended.
Did you ask me a question?
I just said to continue your thought, Travis.
It was simply, to me, what we were talking about earlier with Harry and when Gio came in and talked about the vortices. So it's very easy for me to understand that what we can see in a small. No. Yeah. Okay, so the part was general relativity. I was just trying to say that in my mind, looking up at the celestial equator, if I do travel down south, that thing will creep up in the sky at a higher arc so that it will eventually be 90 degrees above me. I find that very interesting. And how the sky, though, doesn't have parallax that way. Whereas opposed to if I change my position on the ground with different objects, absolutely I will get closer to the border of Arizona and California, but everything will change in a three-dimensional relationship to each other. But the sky does not do that.
No.
This is one of the ways I would say you could test to determine or test and decide for yourself how far you think the stars are, because what you're saying is right. Even at a bigger point, you should get more parallaxes at different points in our orbit. So between summer and winter, looking at Orion, and you still get virtually none. And that would tell me, I mean, it could tell you the stars are moving with you, but that's one of the things I would use to develop a high confidence that the stars are very, very, very far away. Because if you're doing a parallax to the sun, right, the sun's moved completely over the other side of the sky. Whereas to the stars are all in their same positions.
But 93 million miles away does not seem that.
Well,
That's way too far.
I think because we've been told that they're a long way away, a lot of people tend to go along with that, right? But at the end of the day, the stars just look like little lights in the sky. How far away those lights are, well, they don't actually look that far away, really. Like they just look like they're on the umbrella. They look like they're on the umbrella of the sky. Some are brighter, some are dimmer. Now, the ones that are dimmer, because they're dimmer, right, may give the appearance that they're further away, but in actual fact, every single star could be exactly the same distance away, except some are just brighter and some are just dimmer. That could also be the reality.
That's
Yeah,
the Occam
that's
razor,
possible.
you know.
But that's what I'm saying. If they're close, what Travis is saying is right. Well, I guess if they're all fixed on one thing, there would be no parallax. But I think you would be able to triangulate the position.
I don't think you can triangulate the position of stars at all. Not at all. Because they're just lights in the sky.
Yeah, I would agree with that wholeheartedly.
Yeah. And 93 million miles away just seems way, 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 way too far for the sun to
Well, Jim, that's the closest star, right? That's the closest one. That's not the other ones they're talking about.
Yeah, I know.
That one you can measure the parallax, and that's super close. And it's still super far.
Yeah, I think
I don't know how far it is, really. Super far is just another.
I think we've all been indoctrinated to the point where we've all been told that the stars are really, really far away, and this one's further away than the other one. But we were all brought up that way. If that is actually the case, I don't know. But we were all told that. We're all taught that.
$433 light years.
If they are as far as they say they are, I mean, to be able to see them at all, see any light from them at those sorts of distances is just hard to fathom.
Consistently every single night in the same place all the time.
Yeah.
And none of these stars are affected by refraction or miraging or fucking anything else that the atmosphere that they're having to travel through puts them through.
Well, yes, they are. That's what I'm currently Googling because when I go do my actual sextant measurements, I'll have to correct for that. Stellarium doesn't. But
I reckon you take.
You're on Earth there, that's right.
I reckon you should be taking your Navman just as a backup there, writing.
You reckon? Otherwise, I won't find my way home.
And your magnetic compass as well, yeah? Just so you don't get lost.
Not a gyro compass, though.
And an analog wristwatch.
Yeah. And some flares as well, flare gun and that as well, don't forget.
Yeah. Don't expect me to come and save your riding if you're in the middle of the bloody ocean.
Drop a trail of breadcrumbs that you can get back home.
Keep your life jacket on at all times. Your life preserver, if you're an American.
I was wondering whether it'd be possible at all to get the data for the buoys that are in the ocean that the Navy uses, and because they're all up and down the coast, so sort of all over the world, even, and that data could verify, whether they're on a curved surface or not.
Hack 'em, Rams. Hack 'em.
Yeah.
Going to be out there. Do you know? Are you planning to do this spot for a couple of days, or are you just doing it for a number of hours?
Which me?
Yeah. You planning? It's just gonna be a couple of days on the ocean.
No, I'm just going down to a park or something. I'm not going. I'm not going out to sea and seeing if I can make it home.
Oh.
Just want to go down to a park, sight 3 stars, and see if I can trilaterate my position.
Oh, okay, right. I thought you was really going to go out and try and do a little bit of navigating with it. I thought. Is it leading to that? You ever going to do that?
I am planning on asking putting myself up to be on a like charter. What do you call it? Like a taxi boat kind of thing, where if somebody's got a yacht in Australia and they want it to go up to like, you know, the Maldives or something, and they'll get a crew who don't get paid. I think that'd be fun to do. So I'll say yes to that if that opportunity comes up. But who knows?
Right.
Oh, cool! And you just have to deliver the yacht to that location, but you get to enjoy it on the way there, hopefully.
Yeah, exactly. Like I wouldn't be good enough to captain it, but like I can wind a winch. I know how to jibe. I can spool things and lift things. That's pretty much all you need to do.
Swap the deck and that, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, cool.
Not all.
Gotcha. Good night. Okay, take it easy. Dawn's very quiet. Is he going to sleep? Or is he gone? He's gone. He's gone. Dawn's gone.
I am interested in writing's motivation to be here day in, day out, hour on hour. It does interest me.
Yeah, it interests me as well. I mean, I've got the time to spare, so I mean, I could be out doing other things, I suppose. But this is quite interesting, so I enjoy it. I get most of what I've got to do done. It's been a half day. It was only a half day today. So went out for a cycle, come back, showered down, and then joined in. But yeah, he's interested. I get the feeling now. I do get that he's desperate to prove that globe thing, you know, but the evidence is there that it's not there. Just, you know, when you look at this, there's nothing there for us to hang on to. Otherwise, we'd be on a globe ourselves, would we not?
Mm.
I mean, you know, I mean, the truth is the truth. I mean, that's it. I mean, I'm not playing games. It's not a for me. It's not a game. That's why you had a passion, because when you've been told a lie for 53 years, and also, don't get me wrong, I allowed that lie to be told to me, right, and carried on, because I was lazy in my, I would have to say, my 20s and 30s, even my 40s, right? Well, 30s, let's say, 20s and 30s, because I could have done some research, and I did do a little bit, but it wasn't a good experience where I went, you know. I was doing a business course. I had to use the library, and that was just painful.
Jim, you had two options. You had the option of the library and you had the option of a university. You made a mistake.
Yeah, I had. That's what I'm saying. I used both, right?
Your
And
university?
the thing was this. Yeah, I was in a business school, not university, business college.
No, that's not what I mean.
Now, yeah, well, I mean, it's similar. In Britain, it's a similar setup when it comes to researching stuff. You're going to the library.
I meant like astrophysics.
And you have to book. You
Or
have to
astronomy.
book the computer. Oh, can you let me talk, will you? You have to, what is it? Make a reservation to use the computer. And every time I wanted to use it, could never get it at the time I wanted it. I was
yeah,
using
this is not what I mean at all. I mean astrophysics or astronomy in university.
What are you talking about then? Okay, what are you talking
Yeah,
about?
I'm telling you in the beginning, you had two options. You had the option of going to the internet and the library, doing your own kind of thing, or alternatively, going the professional route, which is through, you know, getting a degree and whatnot.
Well, that's the problem. I would have got the degree and be completely wrong with the fucking degree. That's the thing.
You could have disproven everything after you get the degree, you know. You'd have been in a much better
Now, let me
position.
tell you something. No. What I've proven is this. Those mugs who paid the money go and learn about the Earth and everything else have completely got it wrong, and I, the layman, cheapskate, have got it right without wasting any fucking money.
That confidence is
And
a Dunning.
at the time, at the time I was doing my studies, the internet wasn't available for me.
Well, that's also sad. So you just went randomly into a library with finding your own books and whatnot.
Unfortunately,
you use your brain.
Looking for books.
Unfortunately,
and eventually you had the internet.
Unfortunately, I got
I'll
heaps
get
of
back.
kids, as you know, Button, right? And all my kids know that I'm a flat earther, and we have many discussions about it, right? And my youngest two are doing their HSC at the moment, right? And I always challenge them to challenge their teacher, right? But what I've also too said to them, right? You need to get good marks, right? And the teacher tells you what answer to put in what box, and you need to do that, right?
What's HSC?
Right, so you get those good marks, so then you can go and you can do what ever university course that you want to do and get whatever job that you want to do, right? Now you can disagree, right, with your teacher, but if you disagree and put that down as your answer, you're not going to go very far in school, right? You're not going to get the marks that you want and get into the
Bandit.
university.
That's right.
You said HSC, but I don't know what that is.
That's that's year 12. So that's the last year of college or high school here.
And
that's
are
what I
they
said
all
to my
flat
kids.
earthers?
That's exactly what I said to my kids, the same thing, right? And I said, when you finish the exam, you tell the teacher that you don't believe it, the answers that you put on the answer box. Let him know that at least. Even though you put the answers that you put on.
This is their last year, Button, before they go to university, basically.
Yeah, I was telling Jen that he should have gone the professional route of getting like an astronomy degree in university or an astrophysics degree. But
I don't need it. I don't need it. I know as much as
you
this
could have
astrophysicist now.
You could have disproven everything that they said, and you could have disproven the globe Earth model.
I can do that now. I can do that now.
No,
I can do
you
that
don't
now.
really
I
have.
don't need the degree.
You don't have the sufficient understanding.
I don't need the
crying out loud,
degree.
you know, cosmic rays travel faster than light. That shows you lack a lot of. You have a lot of holes in your understanding.
No, you've honed in. You've honed in on a You've honed in on something that I said by mistake.
For
example, the thing is, right,
you
the speed of light and almost the speed of light. Hang on a second. The fact is, at the speed of light, or over the speed of light, or almost the speed of light, the fucking thing is, it's fucking fast, yeah? So you're just being silly there and being pedantic at the end of the day.
It's not at. And
You can't go onto the court and play